And do I always double click? Or
No,
just,
just single click on the start stream.
okay,
Okay, now do you see how it says stop streaming
yeah,
now?
yeah,
Okay, that's what you're gonna click on when you're done with the class.
got it, okay, good,
Okay?
yeah.
So now minimize this.
Oh, do,
Minimize it.
how do I
You
get,
don't have to,
The
you don't
videos
have
of
to
the
minimize
classes
it,
that
but
we
it's
do,
up
are
to
they
up to you.
available for us
and
to
what does
see?
minimize
Yeah, they're on
mean?
YouTube. They are?
That
Yeah,
means
it's,
that you can put it
oh,
down
that's
here.
cool.
Oh, I see, okay, all right.
Right?
Oh, I see,
I have it written down.
okay, got it, all right,
So you can open it up and it'll just open something else on top of it.
okay.
So now continue on your notes.
All right, so next note says YouTube, now I go to YouTube, right? Oh, that's why you were saying minimize, so I would actually go to YouTube. And is
You
minimize,
don't need to go in, just overlay it on top of it.
okay, where do I find YouTube then?
Oh, it's
So
not.
you're gonna go down here to either Firefox or Chrome.
I like Chrome.
Is it recording?
Okay.
I like Chrome. Okay, good, that's my favorite.
Rise leaders.
A double click or single click?
Single click, if it's down
Okay.
here, it's gonna be single click.
All right, good.
I'm gonna get my phone.
What were you asking, Henny?
I was just wondering, oh, I was just letting, it's on right now. She's got it on her phone, the streaming.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, so I'm in now, so I'm gonna go to YouTube, right?
YouTube.
Okay, and that's www, right? Or just YouTube? YouTube.com. Okay. Okay, and that's, Rise Leaders, right? Okay. All right. Rise, and then I go to, hold on, click on logo, wait, YouTube, Rise Leaders. Oh, it's already in? We're already there? Okay. Okay. Okay, and then I click on the logo. Oh.
On the live, no,
Okay.
you're already there.
Oh, I'm already there. And I don't have to do click on logo, my channel, live, now I go to live video.
No, you just need to click on M2M Thursday.
Okay. Oh, live now. I click on that?
Right?
Okay. Okay, got it. And then I edit the video.
You're gonna see edit, right?
Where's edit? Let me look for edit. Oh, right here? Okay.
Actually,
Yeah,
trying to click wrong doing this, so
that's okay.
That's
I'm sorry, honey. I'm interrupting you.
No, you're good.
Okay. I have to do it by my way. Okay, all right, where do I edit?
You're gonna go.
I'm looking for
You're gonna go down.
down and right,
No, just down.
just down. I'm down,
Just go down.
I'm down. Where down?
I'm not seeing.
Here's my cursor. So I'm going all the way to the bottom.
Hold on.
Oh, you scroll down. Oh, I see. You don't mean my cursor goes in, you mean scroll down.
There you go. No, that's fine.
Okay,
Right
edit video. I saw it. I'm going back. Oh, this is exciting. Okay, good.
there. On edit video.
I did. Now I go to
Now,
today.
go. Hold on.
Peer
You're
process.
gonna go to the description right here.
Okay. Okay, now hold
You're
on.
gonna type in what it is.
Good. Thank you, sweetheart. Okay. So hold on, I'm gonna put that down so I can type. I'll just stand up so I can see. Okay, let's see. Key. Gary likes to call it the power of emotions, but I call it peer processing one day workshop. That's fine, right?
Whatever you want, baby.
That feels good to me.
Saturday.
Oh, that's just on there.
3/23/19. Okay, now I save it.
Yep. So changes.
Is it save changes? Alright. Okay, continue to save. I do a description? Should I put something in there or don't need to? Cause that's where I could put,
You know what was on this day and what the process is.
I could put the power of emotions in there though, that would be good.
Gosh, I was trying
I
this
will.
video and I
This
didn't
is
know what it was. This is for
Cool. So,
Yeah.
okay. All right, so you need that. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh, it looks like we're done. Close this window.
Oh,
The whole thing, I just really like, I don't minimize it.
phenomenal name.
Okay. All right, and now we're back to the tape. Okay. And where's the, where would I find the Rice channel? On YouTube? Go back here. Okay. Go back to YouTube.
No.
Okay. And I don't go to Rise Leaders, right? I just go to YouTube. And then
Sorry,
search for Rise.
Yeah.
And is it just Rise or Rise LG? Okay. Okay. And then, I see my logo, or our logo, so I click on that. And then when I wanna give somebody, get on, okay, I just tell them to go on to YouTube, click in Rise Leaders, click on the logo, and then and is it live now, so they'll be able to see it now? And so I can go up there, I see it, and so I can go up there and start talking and they'll see it? I love you, you're the best joy. All right, when did you go up there and talk, so I can see you?
It might be, a couple second delay.
Okay.
Depending on.
All right, wave to the camera. Oh, I don't see it, I don't see it, I don't see you.
Let me.
Oh, 'cause it's a couple seconds delay.
Work it.
Is it working?
Not yet, not yet.
Oh.
Yeah. Why won't they come up immediately?
La la la. I'm teaching the class.
Do I have to hit the record button
Did we hit the record button
on the camera?
on the camera? I don't wanna record it.
No.
Still no?
Yeah. Okay, log out. How do I log out? You do. I'm not even breathing here.
You still want me up here?
So fun.
Oh.
No, I just
Yeah.
saw you. I hadn't even gotten.
Yeah.
How cool you are.
Oh, wait, what did you click on? Live now. Oh, see, I wondered, cause yeah, thank you. So in other words, I could have clicked on live video, and then that would have been okay, go stand at there now, Miss Melissa. Okay. No, it's still not live. I'm not seeing it. Oh, okay. Oh, there she is. Oh,
It just
good
takes a
girl.
second.
Oh, I love you, Ennis.
Ennis rocks!
You what? You definitely do.
I
Okay,
like that.
so the last thing
I
I need
love
to
that.
ask, so when we're done,
He's like, I deserve
all
to
I
see
do
that.
is go back to OBS and stop streaming. And do I get out of the YouTube thing, I shut that piece down, but I don't turn off the computer? Okay. Well, oh, so, okay, okay. Okay, and I'm gonna give Julie this channel too, cause she wants to do it from Pocatello. Alright, and then, I turn off the camera, correct, at the end of the day? But I don't unplug it. my love. So grateful. You're the best boy. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, that was exciting. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm so excited.
Good girl, Lori.
I know.
Learn, Lori.
I learned another technique. It's so exciting.
I'm so proud of you.
Technology.
I learned some stuff too, so it's all
That's
good.
awesome.
Educational. I love educational possibilities.
I'm excited for this. I missed the last peer processing, so happy there's doing another one. So this is gonna be great. And everyone keeps saying, do your peer processing?
I know, right? That's what I was told. I was supposed to help Trisha move today, but Spirit had me call Emily. I was telling Lori, and I don't know why Spirit told me to call Emily yesterday. And I called Emily and I said, Emily, Spirit's gonna call you, and that's all I have for you right now this morning. I don't have any other words to say, and I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't know. And so we just started talking, and she said, are you coming to peer processing today? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot all about it. Everybody and their mother's been telling me to come.
Yeah.
And so if I hadn't called Emily and listened to Spirit, I would not be here.
Beautiful.
So good that you listen to Spirit. I love that.
Oh,
That
I
is
wouldn't
a
even be
great
in Utah
story.
if I didn't listen to Spirit.
Oh my
Spirit
God.
brought me from Arkansas all the way here a month and a
It
half
was
ago.
Arkansas. I was trying to remember
Yeah.
the night. I remember I was home and I was just cleaning out my house and I was
Yeah.
thinking about you. I was like,
I think about you too randomly.
And I was thinking
Right.
it was Oklahoma for some reason.
Okay, well.
Okay, we're on
Is that-
YouTube Live,
Okay,
so
what
let me
is your
tell you how to
phone
get
number?
there.
Okay. It's 479.
So, all right, so go to
3430,
YouTube,
1327.
then go to Rise Leaders.
And that's like online.
Was that all that she has to do, was go to YouTube and then go to Rise Leaders, and then she can see the live streaming?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we haven't started this yet, cause I literally just learned how to do this. And luckily I have
Proud of you.
these two beautiful people here that are ready to rock and roll, and they've been supporting me, so I'm like, thank you.
And you're
So-
here for us to support.
Yes,
So
so you can go get on, and then I'm running to the bathroom, and then I will begin.
I'm totally praying about things.
Okay, I see you. Okay, yeah, I see, okay, right, peer processing.
That's right, Lori, I love that.
All right, I'll be right back, I just realized
Michelle.
I should do this so that I can actually, be comfortable teaching.
Oh,
Hi,
sorry, I'm
gorgeous.
late.
Oh, no, you're not, you're perfect timing, honey.
Cool.
Just so
Yeah,
you
okay,
know,
go for
I
it.
just learned how to do the YouTube Live with Ennis. I'm so excited.
Cool.
I did a really good job.
We'll have to show
With
you that
help,
again.
with wonderful help. It was awesome. So I'm going running to the bathroom. All right, I'll be right back. I'm not gonna take my phone with me, sweet. Yeah?
Lori?
Yeah?
And for some reason, when I try to click on the YouTube live,
Yeah?
it puts error loading. Is there someone
Uh-oh,
that I can
uh-oh. Hey, everybody, listen. Listen. When she clicks on YouTube Live, it says error loading.
Oh.
Luckily, Michelle is here that might have a clue. Do you have a clue?
I do.
Okay,
Nice.
I'm gonna put my phone over here by Michelle, you're on speaker. Michelle, this is my friend Julie, I want you to use your very kindest voice.
Okay, thank you.
I'm supporting our Michelle to have her very kindest voice on these days. Cause she doesn't need to be as
But I have to switch.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm Melissa.
But every once in a while she does that.
There we
that's
go.
right. But she's learning, so, okay, there you go, I'll be right back.
You hear when I do my name change stuff,
Um,
so before the class.
no, I didn't know that.
I think that was Success Beyond Sales.
Hi, Julie. I'm just trying to get on actually, so just a sec.
Why did you change it?
So my full name is Kelly Mary Melissa something. So ever since I was little, everyone's just called me Melissa, my sister. And so when I was sitting here at Success Beyond Sales, it's spiritual experience and because of the whole one faith play, everything faith play, and this power, this
just getting an error and there's no, like a
Yeah.
blank screen,
Yeah.
you see anything, it's silly.
Yeah, that's a terrible.
And it was an entire set.
And so I actually see a room,
Really,
so
just
it looks like,
putting
you know, I
yourself
can see a
in
room.
Yeah.
and,
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
However,
I'm trying to bring it over, but at the same time, I'm trying to push it away,
Right,
and
'cause
like,
it's
still confused, I'm like, I can get all one, okay, you know.
Yeah.
And I heard Spirit say, this.
So, yeah.
Now I'm starting it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that was a fear of people that tell me.
Yeah.
And Spirit said, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get you into that and process Jerry had, like, Tricia and I.
I don't think so.
Like, I heard them, but they were
But
like, I couldn't.
they weren't talking to
move.
you. Oh, really?
I could not respond. I was totally.
Wow.
Oh, huh.
I had to
You
turn.
got it.
I don't think so.
That's awesome.
I had
Um,
to turn to face Trace.
Are you on the Facebook page?
Yes,
no, I'm on the YouTube.
Okay, so we stream it on YouTube.
like
and see if I can
subconsciously,
find
I
that
just
part.
know what to do, and he goes like this, and I go like this, and then I just go like this,
Yeah.
and he's helping anchor myself in the ground. It's just me and Mary for that.
Some of these amazing people.
This is my family.
Totally. Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. For the moment, I don't think I'm, it's like, oh, hey, I don't know. I know, I just think genuine love that I don't have for Jay. I just have vulnerable I love you all the time. All the time. It's so cool. Like, yeah, I've never
I've got a
experienced
little
it.
thing down in the corner of my screen and
It
it's
is.
a red
And we're all like,
square and it's changing from red to yellow to green to red to yellow to green and it's just like in a loop. And I think that's my problem, so I gotta find out
Spirit's
why.
so excited.
It's gonna feel
Spirit's like, I'm just in love with this country, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
It's like,
I know, dude. I know. Cool.
I know, I'm gonna throw more on the cruise ship.
I've been tweeting.
Cause this is real.
Well, I've been asking for it. I've been saying, I want something. I've been calling, I even kept saying it on the weekend. Before I even knew it out here, I kept saying it on the weekend. And I wish she still would do it with me, and so he would leave it faster. But I was like, everything, I know how is that? She loved it. And I didn't, it just was like, I don't know, we'll do it. This is what you have to do. And so, yeah, that was it.
Yes, I can.
And so did my first week of life. Don't ever any like take it like that. It's like, how much time it takes you, so busy. And I got super expensive. And it takes a lot of time. So I love to just like, I love to bounce.
Okay, I'm in.
You are?
It's like,
Yeah, turn off
it's
the
grounding.
camera.
Okay.
Oh, wait, let me do that, and you do this. I
Okay.
just wanted to ask you, can we just put that whole box out there for the participant name tags?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Or-
I actually wanna take them out.
All right, that's
because if
fine.
they go through and they'll get lost.
Okay, all right.
Can you see Lori?
I do not.
Okay, come closer to the camera, Lori.
Yes, yes. Okay, I see.
Okay, now she sees
My
it.
Zen's been finding me for.
It is a little glitchy, but hi, Lori.
Hi, babe. So apparently there's like a few seconds delay as well.
We have Zen been
Okay.
I'm under the car.
Oh, thank you, honey. So then we're good to go?
I spent the entire.
All right, we are ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
All right, lovely ladies, jump on over to our big space.
Let's do it. That's right.
All right, so. Do it this way. All right, so Julie, I'm gonna have you, oh, thank you, my love.
Uh-huh.
And I don't need to have you on the phone anymore, do I?
You are glitching pretty bad.
Okay, then I'm leaving my phone on. I brought my charger, so if we need to, we'll charge our phone. Okay, honey. That sounds
I
great.
can hear you. That's wonderful, thank you.
Perfect, okay, great. All right, so I am gonna have, when we do the partnership, partner up, I'm gonna have one of you work with Julie. I don't know how we're gonna do that, I guess by phone, you know? 'Cause,
Okay.
all right, all right, all right,
Whatever.
all right, so. Feelings.
Yes, ma'am.
Feelings are so much fun, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
It's such an exciting topic because in our culture, we are so, let's see, let's start with the school system. So in our educational systems, we have been so top-heavy in the direction of left brain. So we do the reading and writing and arithmetic. Hey, Michelle, would you sit over here and that way I have somebody on this side of the room too? How come those lights aren't on?
Up front, huh?
Oh,
It's
good.
easy to fit.
Thank you. Oh, now
I love
now we
Michelle.
can do it. That's awesome. It's awesome. And so in our educational system, we have a lot of focus on writing and arithmetic and reading and writing, and it's all very left brain. And when we end up with cuts to the budget, the things to go are the arts and the music, the right brain activities, right? And we're starting to get a clue. I mean, not everybody. Reality is that the people in charge are kind of slow to catch on that we actually want a whole balanced brain, not just, you know, well, left brain would do here, left brain walking around the world going, you know, don't talk to me about anything that isn't, you know, logical. And so reality is that we have to learn, we have to educate our world how to let feelings be a part of the equation. Because we have them. They're always happening. In fact, in the system, so one of the things that I'm starting to really embrace is called EQ, so Emotional Intelligence Quotient. And the studies of emotional intelligence quotient really kind of began in 1990. A couple of researchers stumbled upon the fact that IQ is not the only factor in determining success. And that was kind of a confusing thing at first. They were like, well, you know, this is a really smart person. How come they're not, you know, like millionaires or whatever? And the reality was they started searching for what else is there? What could be another component here that would allow for success? And then they found that feelings mattered. Because really, until 1990, I mean, let's talk about feelings for a moment. I'll do it, don't worry, you don't have to. So feelings can be really messy. They can be really volatile. They can be really scary. And in our history, they've probably been really dangerous. You know, in the Old West, you pissed me off, I'm gonna kill you, boom, you're dead. Well, I guess that's still going on.
Yeah.
You know, just luckily not in our world, thank you God. But reality is that people just haven't known what to do with the surge of energy that is running in our system. Because it actually is an impulse or a pulse or a vibrational experience that is rippling through every cell. It's traveling through our systems with everything that happens. Yes, please, thank you, sweetheart, I appreciate that. And because we are a feeling machine in reality. Well, we're a feeling thinking machine, we're a combination machine, there's so much to us, right? And so the reality is that with everything that happens, everything we see, everything we hear, I mean, our sensory perception is talking to us all the time, and every bit of that information registers in the system as a pulsation, a vibration, a frequency that is traveling cell to cell. And it is moving all the way up, spine, into the brain, through the back of the brain, and it hits the limbic region of the brain first, before it gets to the reasoning part of the brain. The limbic region is where feelings now become, that's where everything kind of comes together in the way that the chemical reactions happen in our bodies. Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? And from there, then it keeps traveling, it hits the frontal lobes, where reasoning happens. Yeah, and so now the relationship between the rational brain and the feeling brain is a continuum. It's a constant dialogue. It's always going on. And so if we are not giving ourselves permission or being dissed by other people because we're emotional, or we don't know how to manage our feelings, then things get really imbalanced. And that's the gift of today. Because today is all about learning, what do you do with all that energy? That emotional, feelingful energy that can be really big. Like if we ever get afraid, oh my gosh, our whole system goes into high alert, right? And, or if we ever start to feel doubt or shame or even pain, there's so much feeling energy, there's charge. We like to call it in Gary's work, in my work too, we call it charged, we call it charged feeling. Charged, that's weird. You know what, wonder where I got that. We call it charged energy. And that's how it happens, you know, you're going along in life and all of a sudden somebody looks at you funny. They may be thinking about something so totally not related to you, but in that moment you happen to catch a look and you interpret that look, because we are interpretation machines, and because we're very often self-absorbed, because, I'll go back in time, imagine yourself as a little toddler girl, or boy, if Stefan's on.
Yeah.
And so you go all the way back to this, first let's start with the baby. Welcome to the world, little tiny baby. So cute, big, beautiful, bright eyes, taking it all in, here to deliver, right? But life is happening and parents aren't, no manuals, this is how you operate as a really good parent, so it's all stumble, fumble, and fall, right? Oh, that didn't work, sorry kid. You know, let's pick you up and start over, you know, try again. And so the reality is that things hurt us from the beginning. But there's only so much time in our early lives, so many years, where original pain happens. What do I mean by that? The first time you ever touch a hot stove, that's an original pain. The next time you touch a hot stove, that's not the first time, that's not the original pain. That's the next thread, that's the next point on the thread of pain, of that particular pain, but it's not the original version of that. So there's only so many years in a very young life when original pain happens. Once that is now starting to be repeats, now you start having threads of pain. So basically re-stimulation. So let's say, you know, little tiny toddler wants something, I love the toddler's crate. What's mine is mine. What's yours is mine. What I see is mine. What I want is mine. Whatever is mine, right? It's like they're just all about the me. Because in child developmental stages, you know, infancy doesn't even know there's other. It's all just one big, you know, awareness of like being. So mom is me, everything, there's no cognitive consciousness of that. Toddlers start to come into differentiation. And so people really misinterpret 2-year-old knows. They actually think 2-year-olds are terrible twos, they call it. Like that 2-year-old is defying their authority. And basically, exactly, I know. And basically they're defining a self.
Oh, wow.
So they're saying, no, what that translation, no, that's not what I want. That's not me. Yeah, no. Okay, this is what I want, mine. Right? So basically, that's when they start to develop a sense of self as opposed to mom connection. I mean, it's like, oh, you're different. You're out there. I'm over here. You know, that's a no. And so basically, when we can allow our youngsters to have their boundaries, basically, their lines, like, oh, okay, you don't want that. And, you know, there's a lot of tricks to parenting. I'm not a parent, so I don't have that personal experience, but I know a lot of parents, and I know that there are ways to work with all of that that don't crush the spirit of your young child. And of course, most of us did not have those parents. Well, some of us did, you know, but not, I didn't. I don't know about you. But my parents were not that wise. They were very hurt and very wounded, and they were very much projecting onto us. So we ended up having a lot of that too. And so bottom line, you know, generationally, we've been passing on a lot of pain. back to feelings. So then, a lot of times as the consciousness evolved, we started going, I don't want to do that to my kids. People started saying that. And of course, programming, patterning, stuff starts to be repeats, so parents find themselves saying the same things their parents said, you know, because I said so, you know, and all of a sudden you're going, oh no, I sound like my mom, you know.
Mhm.
So the bottom line is this is all evolutionary learning. And we're starting to recognize that feelings not only matter, they are imperative to manage in a really healthy way. So that's what today's all about. Isn't that cool?
Yes.
All right, so let's, I'm throwing a lot of information out there, so let's dialogue a little bit. So any comments, any questions, anything you want to contribute here? Yes, Michelle.
Okay, so I kind of get a glimpse about how it becomes unconscious to us.
Yeah.
And that is that we have something happen and we go into fight or flight,
Mhm.
and let's say it's a car crash or something, and we can smell rubber burning.
Right.
So any time in the future when we smell rubber burning, we have this adrenaline rush
Yes.
to fight that thing.
Yes.
When it's not the same situation at all.
Exactly.
But we have the stimulus.
Yes.
That's the memory, and it's making us just react, and we don't even
Yeah.
consciously react. We just-
Come on in, girlie.
Hi.
So happy to include you. Love, love, love. Find a seat, sit over by Michelle so we're balanced, and breathe and relax and just know that you're loved and welcome. You know, that is a beautiful example of exactly what I'm talking about. That's a really physical example, and I love that because it's so clearly graphic. You know, car accident, oh my gosh, you know, now every time I even witness a car accident, I hear a car accident, you know, hear that crashing sound. All of, because our sensory perception is always on. Mwah! Love, 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 love. And so, bottom line, that also happens emotionally. So,
Right, there's a chemical trigger, so I
Yeah.
smell the rubber burning,
But
and
it
it's a
goes-
chemical trigger that triggers my response.
exactly.
And it's an
And
adrenaline
it happens
rush.
before you even, remember,
Right.
all of those little frequencies are going up, every single cell, going right up into the limbic region of brain first, where you have the reaction, emotional reaction, before it goes to the reasoning portion of the front lobe,
Right.
frontal lobe, right? And so before you even have a clue that you're in reaction, you're reacting. And so the gift of this process is that you're gonna get a chance to start clearing the history, clearing the decks of your history, and letting yourself get present in the current. So we all carry a lot of our history with us until we heal it, right? And so that's extra baggage, and that's extra stimulus and stimulation. And so it doesn't take a lot in these cases, you know, hair trigger.
Hair
Yeah,
trigger.
and there we are, acting out, and then we have to have all those cleanup conversations, which we love so much.
Well, we don't even know why. It's
Right.
just like, I don't know why that I had to rip you a new one, but
Yeah, but
I
sorry,
smelled this thing.
sorry
and
that
then-
you're bleeding.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And our body relives the same experience.
Exactly.
So your blood pressure goes up.
Yep.
Your emotions, you're sweating, all these things are going on
Yep.
just because of your emotional reaction
Yep.
to something that you remembered, the thoughts. in your head,
Exactly,
whatever
and you don't
it
even
was.
have to recognize what it was you remembered.
Right.
Because a smell might happen where you're just like, all of a sudden you're there, right?
Mhm.
Now, here's the other part of it. When that's all going on, the emotional reaction, so there's so many components to it. There's the sensory perception. Then there's the emotional reaction. Then there's all of the self-talk that we do to ourselves. We shame ourselves, we guilt ourselves, we make ourselves bad and wrong. Now, all of that compounds so that we end up shutting ourselves down, you know. We start making very poor decisions because we are in such a state of disarray. And so there's no alignment of self, there's conflict within, and then we find ourselves in really messy situations. We make poor decisions, we find ourselves in positions where, you know, I used to have a lot of real trauma I had a pattern of creating real trauma. Being in a fire, being fired, I was in over 20 accidents, car accidents.
Wow.
3 of them were head-on collisions, and none of those was I driving. So I just had a really strong, energetic kind of program running about being in trauma and danger, because I suffered some real serious danger when I was growing up.
And you didn't get the help you needed.
Not until, in the last 20 years, I've definitely, well, it's been longer than that now, but yeah, so I've been working it pretty consistently over time. And so I don't have any of that running anymore, but, those patterns, they're programs running. And so we literally want to address that. So in the work that I do with people, I'm addressing 3 directions. I'm addressing healing or history, because you've got to get that stuff moved through. And then being fully present in every right now, because that's how you can be. Now, if you can be clear in that presence, you can determine and assess what needs to happen next. How do I address whatever? And in a clear-minded way, so that you're actually balanced with your feelings and your reasoning. And then there's fulfilling our destiny. We're all here with a purpose that we want to accomplish and we want to complete. And so in order to be able to, we really have to heal our history. And a lot of people don't really know about that, and they don't really want to, because sometimes it's really painful. But the great news is that we have all these lovely tools and techniques that can streamline the work. It doesn't mean that you get to escape the experience of feelings. It just means that you don't have to spend 20 years on a psychiatrist's chair and still run the same patterns over and over again. So that's great news. All right, I'm gonna.
So do the patterns actually come from trying to escape the feelings? Because
Here's where the patterns come from. So you're a tiny little owie kid.
Okay.
You just, owie, I touched the hot stove. First
Yeah.
time, it really hurts. You make up a story about that. Ouch! Oh, that really, about yourself. You're making up a story about yourself. Ow, I got hurt. Then you make a decision on what you're gonna do from that point on so that never happens again. So decisions get made like, Mommy just yelled at me because I dropped the glass. Oh, I must be bad. Okay, then I'm never gonna carry a glass again. And that decision is a safety measure. In that moment, this looks like, this is how I'll protect myself. But then that starts to be a program, because every time you go to pick up a glass, that re-stimulation is happening, and you're like, ooh, don't pick up a glass. Let Mommy carry it, right? And then that turns into repeat, because the way the brain fires off, every time you have a thought, there's is it synapses or synopsis? It's a synapsis. Firing off, right? And you do repeated patterns, then it's wearing a neural pathway. It's wearing a groove. And so then you're in a position where you are like automatically reacting to things. That's how the programming happens. And over time, you find yourself in these positions where you can never carry a glass to the table, or whatever it happens to be. Until you get conscious, that's silly, what is that about? And of course, if you're lucky enough, God bless you, honey, you're fine, I'm sorry for you. And then you start to do search, what can I do to change this? You start reading books, you start talking to people, what do you do about things like this? You start reaching out for help. You talk to God. You literally are praying, I'm on my knees, I need to know what to do about this. And we get led to support.
To you.
Yeah. Ta-da!
Yeah, thank you, God.
Woo-hoo! God's
Praise
grace.
Him. Hallelujah. Okay.
So, okay, now let me just catch Rita up a little bit. Rita, you've been in this class before, right? This is your first time?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So you're not a reviewer. Okay, we'll talk. All right, I'm going to start with the beginning for her, because I want her to catch this. So, feelings. And of course, they can get really intense. They can get really subtle. They go everywhere, right? And throughout history, they've also been really scary because people have killed each other over feelings, right? And hurt each other. You know, you hurt me, I'm hurting you back.
Mhm.
You know, so the revenge factor, right? All wars are based on feelings,
Mhm.
basically. And so then the experience that's happening is that people start to shut down feelings, and they literally start to check out. So bottom line, you can't with feelings because they're every single thing that's happening in every single moment. There's a frequency reaction. There's an impulse in our bodies. And that frequency is traveling from cell to cell throughout the entire physical system. And it is traveling all the way up to the brain, and it goes to the feeling portion of the brain first, the limbic region. And so you're in emotional experience before you even have a clue. And a lot of people are walking around not even knowing they're feeling. So any work that I've done with men, oftentimes I get to teach them what feelings are.
Mhm.
They don't even know that, because, yeah, I'll come back to this point in a moment. But when we're talking about toddlers again. So little girls get taught not to get mad. Well, maybe not these days, but in our days,
Told not to
they
be
don't.
emotional.
Well, no, they don't. They get to cry. They don't get to be strong and powerful and mad.
Right.
Right.
They
So
don't get to be
anger,
angry.
anger is the thing that little girls are suppressed on.
Yeah.
And then little boys are suppressed on vulnerability, crying. So they don't get to actually feel their hearts. Little girls don't get to feel their power. And so that's how, generations have been raised. And so then we get to our ages, and then it's hard for women to have a voice, or to have a boundary, or to be a stand. And it's really hard for men, then in this scenario, to experience their vulnerability and their heart connections and, their intimacy with another human being without it being all about them. And so, we're really working to heal the dynamics of all of that, history. So back to the point I was making that I said I'd come back to. So those impulses, those frequencies, those vibrations come up into the brain, limbic region, feeling brain. Then they travel on into the frontal lobes where the reasoning happens. From there, Rita, the coordination and communication is a continuum between the frontal lobes and the limbic region. So the feelings are talking to the reasoning, and the reasoning is talking to the feelings. However, if we are healthy and balanced and well, that's a good, healthy conversation. And we get a clue, this is a good thing to do, or this is a thing we don't want to do. But if we have any kind of programming running that is based on history that is wounded and wounding, then we are running very confusing and confused decision-making because we are operating out of reaction more than actually assessment and response. So a big part of healing our history is about clearing the decks so we can come back to an even playing field. We want to be standing on solid ground in the moment and just being with. Because, sensory perception, again, is always, always on. And so we're always in the experience of taking in more information than our brains can actually cognate. And so then we can actually look and see, oh, this feels good. I think I'll go over here, or I'll do this, or I'll play here. Or, I don't think so, And when we're healthy and we have a really healthy ego, I'm going to speak to ego for a moment. Especially spiritual people like to dis-ego as if it's something to dismiss or avoid. It's a bad part of ourselves, and that is really sad for me because the reality is if you didn't have an ego at all, you would be such a pushover, such a doormat, that people would take full advantage of you. You would be a lamb to slaughter. So we all need a healthy ego, because the ego's job is the self. It's like the assessment and the awareness and the kind of protection of self, right? It's what says, I want to go there. Oh yeah, no, that doesn't feel good. I'm not going to go there. And when we don't have permission to have a healthy ego, we often don't get to set boundaries with people. We often let people take advantage of us. We often find ourselves in situations and positions where we're at the effect of life. We're very victimized and very much blaming life because, you know, we feel bad about things, but we don't realize we're doing it by not being our voice, being our stand, or our healing, right? And so, hold on one second. So the reality of this relationship between the feeling brain and the reasoning brain is that in order to have that balance be aligned in a good way, in a healthy way, in a progressive and success-oriented way, we have to heal our history. And so that will bring us to today's technique.
Okay, so, one of the reasons I'm in here is because I have a brother that's a rager.
I know.
And he just like, out of nowhere.
Mhm.
So what I get is when we were younger, we're in the technology age in the 60s, and for us to be robots is what they wanted, is because then we were good little kids and we obeyed and we did what we were supposed to do. And we're all, but we have no identity really.
Yeah.
It stole our identity when that age came.
Yeah.
So here's the industrial age and the technology age comes, and now they want us to be robots, and it's good for us to be that. But then when we grow up, we realize, I don't even have a self. I've sold myself down the river from day one.
Yeah.
And now I'm really bad, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
without any,
Recourse, a
yeah,
lot of times.
or even to know where it came from, other than I'm
Exactly.
mad all the time.
Yeah, and feeling bad.
Yeah.
Because being mad all the time feels very sad and bad.
Mhm.
And then there's shame that comes in for acting out on people. There's a lot of guilt. So it's a
Vicious
cycle, you know, and a downward spiral.
Yeah.
And so the reality, though, it's a bigger reality than you're describing. It's not just parental or educational, it's governmental. It's the church is all over the history of our planet. Because how do you deal with the masses? You control them, you know, until consciousness comes in to respect everyone, you know, so that's how history has evolved. But luckily, you know, this is a bigger picture than just our history. And so we're waking up. And in the waking up journey of our souls, we are starting to realize, hey, wait, no, we can do something different. And of course, we're at a time in history where we're approaching a tipping point. So, you know, it's a thrilling time to be awake and aware. And with this technique today, you are going to get to learn how to handle the things that upset, the things that trigger, and the things that throw you off your game. Because it's a really simple technique. You can do it by phone. You can do it in person. It's a partnership technique, though. It's not a technique you can do alone in your basement, because part of the technique is the attention that is not hurtful from another person. We'll go into the technique in a minute, but again, any more dialogue, conversation, questions, anything?
So I want to really make this point important, because it's the witness of you that is actually the mirror for you. Until you see yourself in that witness, is this what you're saying to me?
No.
Tell me
Yeah.
why this is so important, because
So-
I don't get it.
Okay, so newborn baby, let's go back to the baby. Let me just check something. Julie?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you're catching all of this, honey. Good job. All right,
Yeah.
just didn't want to lose you.
Okay, thank you.
And I also want you to have permission to ask questions or, you know, comments, so please just say hello, okay? When you
Okay,
want to.
thank you.
Okay. So back to the newborn baby. So it turns out, so I've done a lot of different trainings in my journey of healing personally and serving healing, and one of them was rapid eye technology. And in that particular training, I got to learn about how blinking your eyes, how that basically that goes into the limbic region of the brain. Every time you blink, Let's do that right now. Everybody just blink, 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 blink. Blink your eyes, Julie, and just experience, like, you can wake yourself up, you can relax yourself, you can calm yourself. You know, there's a lot of results that can come from just blinking your eyes really fast and breathing. So because the eyes hook into, or there's some part that goes into the limbic region of the brain, it's a wonderful way to release emotional overload. In fact, when I was doing that, I did that for 5 years as my work. I had a lot of success with men that couldn't allow themselves to emote, but they could blink their eyes. And so that really helped them. So that might be something for your brother as a
Yeah.
possibility. Yeah,
Wow.
who
You
knows?
just have them do that for a
You just
few
have,
minutes?
it's a whole technique. I mean,
Okay.
there's a, you know, had a wand, they thought it was a magic princess, you know, had a magic wand, you know, and you're
Yeah.
waving the wand in front of their eyes, and they're blinking, and they're looking at light, and there's a lot of different factors.
Right.
But, you know, even just having him, if he's open, looking at a light source and blinking as fast as he can will be helpful. That will be a step in the direction. Okay, so bottom line, then in that training, I learned that a very newborn baby, I mean, like right out of the chute, when there is eye contact between infant and mother, that there's something that actually happens in the brain. It actually hooks up, and it's a sustained eye contact between infant, newborn baby, and mommy, and it hooks up the pineal gland to the, what's the other one, the big one? In the brain?
Pituitary?
Pituitary. So those are the two master hormonal glands in the brain. The pituitary is the master gland for all the hormones of the system. The pineal gland, this is really fascinating, actually has what would be considered like a little crystal in that pineal gland that is actually the gland in the physical body that is connected to source or to spirit. So when that eye contact with mommy happens, where there is like a real, like just looking, you know, just being with, then that happens, that gets to happen. That pineal gland and that pituitary gland connect. There's like a little, it's like between them, there's like this little fluid, this little pocket of fluid called the Isle of Isthmus, I-S-T-H-M-U-S. And it's like an electrical current, almost like a lightning rod, goes from the pineal gland to the pituitary gland and ignites. And so that ta-da, you're hooked up now. And you're balanced in that way. So for some of us, that didn't get to happen. And so, yeah, I used to walk into walls all the time and drop things. I wasn't anywhere near my body. And so there are techniques also for bringing that back in. But the point of attention is that most of us did not get the kind of attention that was safe, that was loving, that was acknowledging, that was recognizing, honoring, respecting, all of those lovely things that we all need, still, always, and want. But because we didn't get all of that, we come away often feeling like I don't deserve it, there must be something wrong with me, you know, I don't get to have it, everybody else is better than me, all that kind of stuff, right? And so then when you do this process, the peer processing process, you're actually, if you're on the phone, you're hearing the tone of voice that's coming back to you. If you're in person, you're actually looking, you're making eye contact with somebody, and it's not like the same as that newborn baby and mom, but it's in the direction of, wow, you're actually with me. And there's techniques with regard to both of those positions, the talker and the listener. And we'll go into that more this afternoon. But in that way of looking into somebody without judgment, neutrally, there is a sense that, oh my gosh, I'm actually safe with somebody. I'm actually here with somebody.
Is there a chemical
Probably,
response to that? Because that's what I'm
but
thinking.
it's emotional. So because think for a moment, close your eyes everybody, and think for a moment how challenging it is for you personally to be with another human being without any kind of sexual connotation, but really intimately, without running off at the mouth, without interrupting. I mean, just actually breathing and being with. And just feel how that feels for you. Now, does everybody have a sense of that? Is there anybody that has anxiety with that? Yes, okay. So when you are in the peer processing position, you know, at first, while you're developing your partnerships with people, because, you know, over time, you'll want to try different partners out to have the experience of who's a good fit. And it's not about, I like this person. It's about, oh, their need level kind of matches my need level. So we can actually do equal time, and it doesn't feel off base. And so you try different people to get in touch with, yeah, we're a good fit that way. And so while they're being with us, and we're calming down over, you know, a few sessions here, and we start to realize that, yeah, you're safe. You're safe for me. I can actually be here with you. You start going deeper and deeper and deeper. So I think the chemical reaction, I don't know that answer, I'm winging it here, but I think the chemical reaction is that we start to relax. We start to breathe deeper and calm down and just notice. Have you ever had an experience where you think, before you do the experience, you think, I'm gonna die. And then you do the experience and you didn't die, and you're like, oh, I didn't die, right? If you can take that experience and minimize it so that when you're in your partnership with your peer processing partner, there's a little bit of that energy, like you're revealing stuff about yourself. You know, at first, today we're gonna do some really light versions of it to actually really uplift everybody and have a really lovely experience. But as you practice this and you do it over time, I've healed sexual abuse, I've healed insanity, I've gone to some deep and dark places with this. And so, you know, the closer you get to that other human being in terms of safety, knowing they're holding confidentiality, knowing they're not judging you, knowing that they're actually here for you when it's your turn to talk, and you're gonna give it right back when it's their turn to talk, that is a really powerful healing relationship. That's a partnership that really carries you a distance. So the chemical reaction is the reaction of relaxing and breathing and landing and then integrating that it's safe to be with another human being. So that's why when you're doing it alone in your basement, you can move energy. There's lots of ways to move energy, and we teach a whole bunch of them. But this particular technique is about having another human being that you're developing a relationship with that allows you to be you and talk about anything you want to in your turn. It's like finally you get a turn. Oh my gosh, it's my turn? Really? Like I've got like, what, an hour to talk? Oh my gosh, it's so exciting. So I don't know that answer to the chemical reaction, but I'm feeling into it, and I can tell that there's definite chemistry going on, and it's in the direction of, you know, creating safety. Go ahead.
I can read a book and change.
Yeah.
Mentally,
But-
hold on.
Yes, but when I have somebody with me that I'm doing,
Yeah.
learning with,
Yeah,
it makes it harder for me to deny it to myself.
there you go.
Because the witness witnessed it.
And you got to witness yourself being witnessed.
Right. So
Yeah.
there is a shift in the way I cognize my thoughts and feelings when I'm being watched.
Yeah,
Because it kind of, it makes it so that I can't deny what's actually
Exactly.
going on to myself.
yeah,
Because, just because there's somebody else saw it.
exactly. And back to.
So I think there's a kind of a, I don't know, a support.
Totally. And back to the book, so one of the things in my personal practice that I do with clients is I recognize that we all learn first mentally. So imagine that Spirit is speaking to us pretty much all the time, and it's coming through our thoughts. A lot of times when people are newly attuning to the voice of Spirit inside of them, they dismiss it because they think, well, that's just me. I'm just making it up. because it all comes through our thoughts. And of course it has to, because, you know, this is the system. But Spirit, you know, inspires us with a thought, an idea, a picture, whatever. You know, you got inspired to call Emily, and it's why you're here, right? And you know enough to answer that call with action. So a lot of times when people are newly learning how to relate to Spirit, they ignore those things, thinking all kinds of stuff like, oh yeah, whatever, you know, that's just me. And so then, once the thoughts come in, and a lot of thoughts, you know, a lot comes in, we're bombarded all the time, then, you know, some of those things come in with feeling for us. And when there's feeling connection to the idea or inspiration, then a lot of times we will put that into some action. We'll make a call, we'll take a step, we'll risk something, and then we start to bring it from mental. So reading a book is often very mental, and then we go take it down into emotional, and sometimes reading a book can do that with us too, we'll feel it. And then it's gotta go into our nervous system. We have to actually bring the healing all the way through to the body system. The nervous system is where, when it lands, when Gary talks in his work about getting a clunk, that's what he's talking about. I just realized he probably doesn't even know that. But it's gotta go all the way into your nervous system to actually integrate. And that's when healing really gets to happen. Okay? All right, so hold on, close your eyes, let's breathe. Saying a lot of stuff here. I want you just to let yourself kind of be in the swirl of all of this information. And breathe in and out through your nose. And expand your belly on every inhalation. And contract your belly on every exhalation, and just let yourself be with all of what's being said and how it affects you. Okay, come back gently. How are you doing, babe? Pretty tired, huh?
I have been going on not very much sleep each night.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I slept really well last night with my CPAP on.
Yeah.
And when I woke up, it wasn't time to wake up for me.
Oh, I get it. So you're still kind of in that energy.
So every time I begin to focus, then I'm.
Yeah, I understand. Well, when we get to the process, it'll probably help you to, you know, come through. And thank you for showing up. I'm really glad. Yeah. I'm sorry. I understand the sleepless
Yeah.
nights. That's not the easiest thing. All right. How are you doing, my dear?
Great.
Yeah. What are
Yeah.
you thinking about all of this?
That a lot of this is related to how I want to heal my daughter. I know I'm supposed to be
Yes.
doing this for myself.
Oh,
but
no. Believe me, I
this
get
is
it.
a huge part of it. And
Yeah.
I almost was wondering if I could set up a personal
Yes.
trauma healing with you and
Yes.
bring her with.
Of
because
course.
There's so many things that I'm thinking about when you were talking about the mother-daughter
Mhm.
connection that you have at the very beginning.
Mhm. I can teach you
You
how
know?
to do that technique with her.
Well, we have that, but I was wondering, like, when she was very first born, she was, as soon as she came out, she was whisked away to the NICU. So I didn't have that first part.
Oh, yeah. How long was she in the NICU?
For 2 weeks.
No, that's so sad.
I mean, I got to hold her and stuff, but that first initial, like.
Of course.
It's like that first trauma, you know?
Oh,
And then,
yeah.
of course, trauma from last year, so I was like, there's so much of this that I can't
Yeah.
wait to integrate with
Yeah.
her.
Yes, I definitely do
work that way with people, so
Okay. Oh,
it's
that's something
wonderful.
to
How old is she now?
11.
Oh, perfect time, because she's just coming into her power.
Mhm.
So you want her to come in a healthy way.
Yes.
So you don't have to go through traumatic teenagers.
Right, exactly.
Because here's what's interesting, toddlers and teenagers correlate.
Yes.
And so it's a good thing to actually support that healing.
Yes.
Good girl, excellent. Yeah, so it's perfect that you're here for you, and you are a mother that wants your child, your daughter, to also be healing.
Mhm.
So of course, yeah, good job. How are you doing, my dear?
I'm
Melissa?
scared.
Because, first thing that pops into your mind.
I'm afraid I'm gonna offend you.
Oh, please. In what way? Let me just say this so that you can understand.
Okay.
I've been through a lot of really dark healing places.
Wow.
And I'm just finding out now in the last year and a half, I was kidnapped at the age of 8 by some
Wow.
pretty scary people. So I haven't got any memories of what happened to me. I have a few, but they're kind of like showing me that something did happen, and I'm like, ooh, okay, here we go. And I have a lot of
Right.
support, and I have a lot of healing under my belt, so I'm approaching it with, a real faith walk with God.
Wow.
But, so I don't think you would be able to offend me. So just so you know, I've been a lot of places, and I've helped a lot of people through a lot of things that have really caused suffering. So I think you'll be okay.
Okay.
But thank you for voicing that, so that you don't have to be in that in your mind.
Is it okay if I see the other part that I'm
Yeah,
going to?
please.
So, it's so weird. I feel so serene
Mhm.
and tranquil all at the same time.
That's great. That's
You
wonderful.
know, and I feel all this energy coming out of my hands,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
this
yeah.
love energy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Mhm.
I just feel like I don't want to give up on anyone or myself.
Yeah.
And I feel like a flower.
You look like a flower. You look like a little bunny bee.
I just wanted to be raw with how exactly I felt.
Yeah,
so
no, I
that's-
love it.
It's just
And,
the
and,
flow of me.
and you're new to me, although I
Right.
get that you get me, but I'm all about creating safety.
I really like you a lot.
I thank you so much.
A lot.
So I'm all about creating safety.
Okay.
And so people have permission when I'm working with them to be their truth.
I feel that.
Yeah, to be really present with whatever's going on with themselves, and to be able to know that there's a way through. And so I'm welcoming all of you.
I want to stand in my raw truth.
There you go. Welcome.
That feels healthy
That's
to
welcome.
me.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Lori.
Yes. Julie, I'm inviting you to share. So if you want to tell me what you're thinking about everything I've said so far.
Oh, I finding it fascinating and informative and learning a lot.
Good.
I'm just in a space of receiving right
Oh,
now.
very good. Excellent. And I'm just checking in. I'm assuming that Stefan's not with us right now, right?
No, she's right here. Stephanie.
Oh, Stefan. Hi, honey.
Hello.
I love you so much. I'm so happy. Oh, good, honey. How are you? What are you thinking about everything I'm saying?
I spaced out for a little while, but
Okay.
before I spaced out, I could agree.
Yeah.
That I could really some of what you said. I definitely could have put it into practice even yesterday.
Yeah, I got it. Yep,
Yeah.
it's going to be a tool you can use for the rest of your life as long as you need it. That's the
Yeah,
gift of
definitely.
it. It's very good. All right, babes, I'm really glad you're there too. I'm so happy. Oh my gosh, it's great. All right, darling, so now we're going to move right into the process then. And we're going to rock and roll. Now, what I need to do with you, Julie, is email you the cheat sheet. Okay. So that you guys can either just look at it on your emails, and if you would forward it also to your boy, that would be great. And, or, if you can print it, that would be awesome too. I pull out my iPad. To go to my email to be able to do that. But while I do that, I'm gonna pass out to these lovely folks. Michelle, do you have your paper with you?
I don't.
Okay, well, I didn't know who would and who wouldn't, so I actually put them in page. Hello, baby girl, come back to us, my sweet. Hello, Rita. Poor darling. Rita? I know, here, it's okay, don't be embarrassed. We understand, here you go, honey. So this is for your, Movement to Mastery notebook. That
Oh,
way you
okay.
can keep it in
Oh,
there.
thank
And this is
you.
just so that you can put it in whatever notebook you want.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah,
That's
and I
good
think
stuff.
there is maybe a clipboard around, I mean, I'm using mine. Oh, it's out there, but, you
That's
know,
fine.
okay.
I'll
well,
deal with it.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Or maybe one of those, yeah, all right. All right, Julie, so, yeah, you guys can read over it, and then we're gonna read it out loud, but go ahead and read over it while I get this to Julie and Stefan.
Thank you, Lori.
You're welcome. Happy to support you to have this. Okay.
How you doing? Going back, yeah?
It's hard.
I seem to be going deeper.
Would you like to get a drink of water? or- Okay.
Yep. Nobody's judging you, babe, we love you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to,
Proud of you, Rita.
yes, we are proud
I've
of
been in
you.
a situation just like you, and all you wanna do is stay home, and you were true to your agreements, and that's one thing that I'm like, my huge goal for this year is to work on
Mhm.
those agreements, so I commend you.
Mhm.
Thank you for being my inspiration on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
That was my very first real commitment and it continued to be for a year and a half.
Yeah.
It continues off and on, but
Mhm.
to make mine and other people's times, important.
Mm-hmm.
And keep
Yes.
my commitments.
That's exactly what I'm working on, so thank you.
Yes. And I personally totally get it. I know how much it is for you, because you drive a distance, and I know you working on being on time, and so my heart is always so full whenever I get to play with you and see you. I just love you. Okay, I found it, Julie. Now I can email it to you.
Okay, Lori, I'm gonna go ahead and text you on your phone, my email address.
Thank you, honey. Good.
Okay, thank you. I just texted you.
Okay, great. I see it, and I'm gonna go ahead and send this now. Okay, and this will be. Okay, Julie, it's going now, so let me know when you get it, okay, honey?
Okay. Okay, I'm looking now.
Okay, I just sent it.
Okay, Lori, I just received it and I am forwarding over to Stefan here.
Perfect.
It's loading. I haven't
Yeah.
that's coming through.
And then when you both have it, then just read over it.
I'm going to forward it to you now. That's Title 94. Okay. Okay, Lori, we're going to take a moment to review this. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you betcha, honey. Okay, so I know that there's a lot to read here. We're gonna actually do some reading out loud as well. So if you're not complete, don't worry, we're gonna cover all of this. And so we're gonna take turns, whoever wants to read, we're gonna take turns so that, and my only request is that we read, whoever's reading at the time, read slowly. And, you know, like really lets us actually take in the information and loud enough for everybody to hear. Okay? So, Rita, will it help you to read or will it be more difficult? Rita? Will it help you to read or will it be more difficult?
I was thinking about that and I'm honestly not sure.
Why don't you start and try it, and if it's
Okay.
too hard, let me know. I don't want you to strain.
Okay.
Okay, start from the top and I'll
Okay.
let you do the foundation, the peer processing based on, and the foundational
Okay.
information.
Peer processing based on co-counseling, also known as re-evaluation counseling. Foundational information. The following are natural forms of discharge, along with rapid animated talking and all forms of behavior release.
Physical release.
Physical release.
Mhm.
See, promises. Coughing, burping, farting,
I
etc.
had to throw that in.
I like that you
I
did.
thought that was funny.
Well,
Because that is a form of release,
It
right?
is true.
Okay, and just a little bit slower, Rita.
Okay,
Okay.
crying discharges all forms of sadness and joy. Laughing discharges all forms of happiness and embarrassment.
And everybody has had both of those experiences, right? Where
Mhm.
you're crying because you're so you're so full of joy, and you're crying because you're so full of sorrow, and laughing embarrassed and happy.
Mhm.
That's familiar with everybody?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
I'm sorry.
You're doing okay.
Wow.
You're
my
doing okay.
mind is not even there.
Oh, that's why I'm supporting you, love.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Beginner's basics.
Wait, no, you're on
Oh,
shaking.
you're right.
On shaking. Number three.
Shaking.
Mm-hmm.
Discharges all forms of fear, stuck and held in the cellular system.
So let's talk about shaking.
Ah.
Yeah. So I really only had a few sessions where I actually was shaking and discharging that. But I do have permission to share this from Gary. I did a session on Gary once where the entire session he was in a fetal position shaking out of control. And it was such deep cellular release. It was so powerful. And so if you ever have, you know, that start up in you, it starts generally in the jawline. In fact, let's all do that right now. Just let yourself just feel, like just let your jaw go a little slack and feel like a quiver right there in your jaw. You can feel it. And so for the most part, we can almost always tap into that because we have plenty of fear in our bodies. And so, but when you're actually in a session and you're actually experiencing that, you can just go with it by literally not tensing up, like just relaxing into it and focusing on the tremor that's going on and not pushing it. It's a real delicate balance because you don't want to force anything, but you don't want to suppress anything either. Okay. All right, number 4, Rita.
Okay. Sweating. Discharges terror, cold sweats, and rage, hot sweats.
Has everybody experienced both? Okay.
Sometimes at the same time.
Really?
Okay.
Wow.
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 Ooh.
That's
Those
pretty
moments.
big. Yeah.
Never experienced it.
Either or
Either.
really? Okay.
Mhm.
Well, okay.
I remember exactly when I experienced that. That's a
Wow.
crazy emotional feeling. For sure.
Really? Wow. That's a big one. How about you, Rita? Have you experienced cold sweats or hot sweats?
Mm-hmm.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you go through menopause, you definitely have.
Well,
Definitely, but.
That is definitely a form of discharge, but have you ever experienced the rage that comes with hot sweats?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
And how about the terror that comes with cold
So
sweats?
you are in a rage and then you kind of slow down, but your whole body is.
It's still
Yeah, oh, yeah.
exuding energy,
Yeah.
and you have
The
too,
cold
Michelle.
sweats
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
Oh, yeah, both ways, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Julie? Have you experienced both cold sweats for terror and hot sweats for rage?
Yeah, that's excuse me, that's interesting. Mostly cold sweat.
Okay, terror, got it, yeah. Well, it's all there. How about you, Stefan?
Stephen has
Okay, that's fine, no worries. Okay, Rita, number 5 there.
Okay. Yawning. Discharges long-held, deep-seated, or chronic distress that has rooted in the physical system.
Now, yawning is an interesting one because people, you know, want to know, well, wait a minute, if I'm listening to somebody and I start yawning, you know, isn't it because I'm bored? And that's true too, but here's the reality. If we're listening to somebody for a period of time without interacting, that's why I thought it might help you to actually be talking because you're
Mhm.
listening for a long time. And your system's so tired that it's hard for it to stay with the situation. So by you engaging, you know, I'm hoping that helps you to be able to be here a little bit more. But when we're involved in a conversation with somebody that is the one that's doing all the talking, if it goes on for long enough, we start getting there's discomfort that starts happening in the body. And it's not just mental, you know, we might be able to track them and follow what they're saying, but at some point, we might start wanting to yawn because it's like starting to feel like, I need to get involved here, you know, I need a turn, basically, right? And so, but in a session, I did this work since 1980, And I've only had one session in all of this time where I actually yawned in the entire hour that I was going. One yawn was starting before the one before it was ending. So it was just nonstop yawning, really deep yawning. It was really powerful.
That happened to me in Rapid Eye.
Did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my Rapid Eye tech said, good, you're resetting every time you do that. So I just think, wow, okay,
It's
I'm
really
resetting.
good. Yeah, you're releasing, and yeah, that's
Wow.
wonderful. Who is your Rapid Eye tech?
Megan,
Oh,
Silicon.
love, 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 love. We actually drove to our training together from here. It's really fun. So yeah, yawning is a big one. Now yawning and sweating and shaking are very often deeper releases, and they don't happen very frequently. Typically, the first ones are rapid animated talking. You know, you'll notice sometimes just socially, like if you're excited about stuff. The other night at Movement to Mastery, I could hardly contain myself. I was all over the place. I
You
was
were,
like,
you had so much energy.
I was like trying to reel it in, and Gary actually had to tell me to shut up. I was like, I'm trying.
Oh,
It was like
love
intense.
Their energy was super intense, and I loved it.
It was funny.
Awesome.
And Gary was laughing, except I was interrupting him so much. It was like, shut up, let me do my thing, girl.
You could feel this.
Yeah, it was really a lot of just excitement, really. And so that's usually the first level of
Probably
releases.
because it was a full moon.
Oh, maybe that too, but I had just done lovely work. I did a genie game on Donaton, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
got to be with Julie and do some support there. And, you know, I just love my work. And so when I get filled with the energy of all of that God-given service, it's like, and then I was at Movement to Mastery, and
Right.
I'm gonna do 30 days to peak performance, and I'm like so excited about that. I'm like coming up to it going, oh, I'm so over it. And so anyway, I had a lot of energy, so rapid animated talking. Then the next level often will be either crying or laughing. Typically, if there's a lot of history that needs to be released, it will be crying when we get to those moments. But laughing is also, especially if it's embarrassing, something that will pop in right away. So that's typically where people hang out a lot, is laughing or crying, if they even get to discharge. So just so you know, discharge isn't automatic right away. Discharge is a function of safety. We cannot risk beyond our level of safety. We have to feel safe enough to even emote. That's why a whole lot of people are walking around all stuffed down, you know, and suppressed, because they're not feeling very safe in their personal lives or in their world. And so they're just, you know, stuffing it down. And then sadly what happens is then something, you know, triggers and they blow. And it's really sad because people don't want to do that. They just don't have resources, or they don't have a recourse for how to deal with it all. One of the things I wanted to bring up in the EQ information is that emotional intelligence quotient work focuses on 4 areas, and it's in 2 categories. So there's the self, and then there's the social. So the first component of the focus in EQ on self is self-awareness, very first level. So that's why particularly people that are very shut down from awareness of feelings, that's the first focus, is just to notice, oh, I'm feeling something right now. Oh, wow, it's really, really intense. Like, I don't know what to do with it. The second component of that category of self is self-management. And so a lot of people try to do EQ from their mental, from their head. You know, I'm gonna do like, what is that called? Like, when you change your behaviors. You know, you're watching for a behavior that you do that you don't wanna do, and you try to replace it. And that is a system. Say it again, honey?
Behavior modification.
Thank you. You read my mind, and I was looking for the words, so that's exactly right. And bottom line, that is definitely a system that can work. I just find that to be a more challenging direction to go in, because if you still have all that emotion and you're working really hard to reel it in, that's a lot more work than just going and emoting and releasing it, and then the gift of releasing emotion appropriately is that you then have a clearer mind automatically, a much more grounded and present body experience, more relaxed, and a spiritual connection that feels like you are accessing. So emotional release is like the easy route to having balance. Although, a lot of people don't have that, they don't even know about it. So they're doing the best they can with behavior mod. And so basically that's the first part of the EQ formula is self-awareness and then self-management. Then the second category of EQ is social. So then it's social awareness and, hold on, let me grab my glasses here. And then it's relationship management. So that's a very key piece, because once we get a little bit of our self taken care of, like, okay, I have a lot of feelings right now, I need to call somebody and see if I can get, a trade going so I can move this energy. So now I've cleared my energy, so now I'm fully able to manage the energy again. And then I'm gonna go and meet my mom for lunch. Let's do a lighter weight one. That's a 500-pounder. Let's
Yeah.
go to my,
Woo!
I'm going to
Cousin.
one of my really good friends
Lot of
that
layers.
I feel safe with,
Yeah.
okay. So we're going to a friend, and we're having lunch, and then we're tuning in over there. So now I'm aware of her. And I am able to assess the situation and work with the relationship in the moment on what needs to happen between us. And that's ultimately the goal, is that if I'm aware of myself and I'm managing my energy emotionally, and I'm able to bring balance back to myself, which also relates to saying peace, grace, all those lovely energies, right? Calm, serenity. Now, when I'm with somebody, I can be with them. And if they're in need, I can support them in an appropriate way that isn't me self-sacrificing for their sake. I can maintain a boundary and a balance and support them. And so that's ultimately the goal. How do we be in the world with each other? We learn, first of all, how to handle ourselves so that we're not putting that on anybody else. I like to tell people I'm really high maintenance and I'm really self-sufficient. It's a good combination, because I am so aware of all my needs. Oh my gosh, because I dealt with chronic illness for 14 years and I almost died. And so I had to really learn how to take care of my body, include the body if you want to be here, And so now I'm like really, I eat organic, I eat pasture raised, I am very conscious, very attentive to all of my needs. I bring all my stuff with me, my water, my food, blah, 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 blah. A lot of work. And I don't make you responsible for doing that for me. I do that for myself. I make sure I have my needs met so that my need doesn't seep into your, now you have to do something for me. Except this morning when I needed to learn the technology, and you guys were lovely. But I had already arranged with Dennis to teach me, so I already knew that I was gonna get walked through that.
But you're consciously aware
Yeah,
of
I'm
your
a-
body needs and you give
Yeah.
yourself that.
I take care of my needs, and I didn't used to. I didn't used to have permission to even have needs. And that's the case for a lot of people. We get so dismissed that we start to put ourselves so far aside that we don't even acknowledge that I want something or I need something, but it's still going on inside, and that's part of what creates all of that chaos inside, or mental confusion, or emotional upheaval. And so really learning to be in this experience fully, attentively, honoring and honorably, so that we are actually taken care of and not needy, then we can be with people without sucking on them.
Ah.
Yeah, very important if you want to be in the world
Yes.
in any kind of way that works, right? And so that's a really important component of all of this emotional management. So now, coming back to I know I'm throwing a lot of info out there, so
I
if you
love
have,
it.
okay, good.
I'm a-
Delicious.
I'm
Oh,
a
good.
sponge.
Oh, good,
Give it to me,
okay.
baby.
So any questions, any, comments,
I
that's
have a
great.
comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
My brother, of course, he's a boy, so crying is not allowed.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
And
crazy.
yeah.
so, if he gets into any kind of emotional expression, any emotional expression, he can't do it because it's,
Except for rage, he's allowed rage.
he'll do this.
Yeah,
He'll shake, but it's automatic.
yeah,
If, instead of crying, he'll just start
Yeah.
to do,
Right.
you know,
yeah,
like that.
Yeah.
So, it's hard to read what his emotions are
oh,
because,
actually, now you will be able to read that. So he's shaking instead of crying, so he's discharging fear. He's so terrified of expressing his vulnerability that all he can do is shake.
yeah, it's okay for him to be mad though. So
Yeah,
he
so
can
that's
shake in rage and that's okay.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of his only safety,
I get
is
it.
to be in rage.
I get it,
Yeah.
I get
Cause he
it.
can't cry.
I know, it's sad.
Yeah,
It's hard to watch.
I get it now, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, who wants to read Beginner's Basics? Julie, you and Stefan can read too, just saying.
Okay,
Um,
read it.
You want to read now?
Oh, do I?
I will. if
Yeah,
you prefer.
okay, Ellie will read now. If you want to read another one, pick one that you want to read and let me know when we're there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Ellie.
Beginner's basic. As you develop your partnerships for seasonings.
Sessioning.
We thought of that too. I
See,
really
we're
thought
gonna
of
season
that.
you
now.
You're not alone.
Your setup,
Yeah.
your setup will set the tone for safety. Number one, find a partner you feel safe to share confidential, personal information with.
That's
Info
pretty
with.
key, crucial. Because if you don't feel safe with that person, you're not gonna get to go as deep as you need to.
Right, exactly.
And you have to know and you have to communicate, this is confidential, right? And you have to trust that. Because otherwise, you cannot go where you need to go.
Can I just, if circumstances just happen the way that they do in the moment, like they do all the time, and I just get partnered with someone that I really don't feel safe with, but that's all that's available, can I just consciously say, okay, I'm just gonna throw myself into this because I'm worth it, and I wanna use this opportunity to, go through myself internally, I wanna change, so I'll just throw myself into this moment and just give myself a chance, and even though I'm afraid, does that work? Can that
No.
work?
And here's why.
Okay, do you know what I mean?
I do.
Okay.
Okay, because a lot of
Right,
people do
right,
that
yeah.
because they need and they want so much.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Okay, a lot of people do that
Okay.
because they need and
Right.
want so much, and it looks like they don't have options, and so they will accept or take or even sell out to what they, almost like the crumbs they get,
Right.
right? And what happens is that ends up being a lesson, not a blessing,
Oh.
because then the safety factor, okay, now I'm gonna go into another part of all of this. So, there is a little girl inside or a little boy inside that is still waiting for nurturing parenting. And so as an adult, we're learning to reparent that innocence within, okay? And so creating safety with any situation, whether it's in peer processing with your partner or in the world anywhere, is for that child inside. And the child inside of us is the genius within us, who is the creative component that calls forth from the universe our needs being met.
She speaks the language.
She is the hookup with God, basically. And so if we are throwing ourselves into a situation, even though I don't feel safe, I'm just gonna make the best of it, there are probably circumstances where you absolutely have to do that, but get out of the pattern of it.
Okay.
Because you want very much to learn that when you stand your ground and say, not safe enough, not really gonna do this here, you might go ahead and do a portion of something or a degree of something or a very surface level of something, but you don't wanna throw yourself all in. If you don't feel safe, you go as far as you can go safely, and then you draw your boundary. And then you thank very much and adios, you move on. Because when you can then start saying no in every way that you need to, the universe is listening, and so is your inner child, and then things are brought to you that now you can honestly say yes to. That's the point of this. So you're developing a faith walk with the divine, that you can actually trust that the divine is gonna bring you what you actually need.
The person you're supposed to connect with.
Yep, the right partners, the right situations, the right everything, and you never have to sell out, and you never have to, walk into a situation that you totally do not feel safe when you have other options. Now, obviously, there are situations where you do not have other options, and you do the best you can, but you're in the dialogue with God, and you're making your way as aware and as consciously as you can, so that you keep getting guided through so you can get out of that situation. Right, Julie? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay, so, you're welcome. All right, so now, let me go back to what, let's see here. All right, so finding a partner. Now, finding a partner is a little tricky. Okay, well, go ahead, read the second one, honey.
Okay. Number 2, try out various partners to find a mutual match for safety and workability.
Very key. So a lot of times people start off with people they know, people they like, because they're comfortable with that.
Right.
And that's a great place to start. But then you might find out sometimes that, oh, wait a minute, I have a lot of really deep wounded pain I need to release. And at first you're doing very surface level stuff, I'll give you some exercises to do today, and you'll be able to do them with anybody in the room, because you're just kind of touching the surface with it. But as you get closer to dropping in deeper, you might need an hour each way, and the person you're working with might only need 15 minutes, of release. And so you need to find the right need level match, is a good way to say it. So that you can actually, because this is an exchange of energy, this is a trade. We're doing turns. There is a person that's gonna listen, and a person that's gonna talk, and then they're gonna switch, so that they get to be both roles. And it's imperative that there's equal time and that there's the right amount of time. Oh, sweetheart, I love you, and I'm so sorry. Will it help to stand up? Yeah.
Very stable.
Oh, I'm so, well, stand behind a chair and hold on. Don't fall down.
I am listening.
I know you are, and I know you're working it, and I know it's really difficult. And I just want you to not hurt yourself with thoughts. Just know we're not judging you, so don't judge yourself, okay?
That's right, we love you, we're
Yeah.
here for you in any
That's
way
right.
that we can be.
Yeah.
We totally have unconditional love for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so number 3.
Number 3, set up regular weekly sessions or a workable system to create consistency.
Now, here's why that's important. A lot of times people say, I'll just call somebody when I need to. No, you won't.
Right.
That's right.
You never do.
Notorious for that.
When you're in need, that is the least opportune moment to reach out for help. Because you're not in your right mind, you're in your need.
Right.
So if you have a regular weekly session set up on Thursdays at 3 with this person, even if on Monday you hit the wall and you're just like, ah, you can know that, oh, good, I have a session on Thursday.
Yeah.
And that can temper the tide, so you don't have to go off, on a rampage, and you can just like pace yourself and get there. Or you can call somebody else up and say, hey, are you in a position to do a quick trade? So regular weekly sessions, I recommend. I don't demand, I just really recommend, so you can actually get really down into the healing. Okay, next one.
Number 4, negotiate total time available for both partners.
Hi, honey.
Doing
Okay,
equal
negotiate.
time for each.
Yep. Now, here's why this is important. So, you're doing a partnership. Now, most partnerships, there's usually a giver and a taker. People, because we're still dealing with our wounded history, people that are used to giving all the time usually hook up with people that are used to taking all the time. And that creates a type of relationship that has its own balance, but at some point, it gets very unhealthy
One
and
gets drained and one
imbalanced.
gets addicted.
Because,
Yeah.
you know, I was in that relationship with somebody for a period of time, a woman that was a friend, and she was always right, and I was always like, you know, learning, like, you know, oh, I'm so, you know, enamored. But as I started to develop my own power, it got really, really dicey, because she wasn't getting off of her, she wasn't evolving her vulnerability. I was getting more strong, and it threw the balance off.
Wow.
And it got really intense. For a while, we were like, it wasn't good. And, you know, we've come through it, but it was hard. So in this wonderful process, we learn to give and receive. So when I'm listening, I'm giving, and you're receiving when you're talking. And then when your turn is up, and then we do our trade, now I'm receiving and you're giving. Because what you're giving is attention. And what I'm receiving is I get to release, I get to express, and I get to have attention. And what I've loved about this process, I've been doing this process as co-counseling since 1980. I've learned how to listen and not put on people my expectations, my projections. I've learned to be with somebody and actually allow them to be where they're at. And I've learned to take my turn. So it used to be that it was all about you, and I would self-sacrifice all the time. And I never could get my laundry done, because, you know, if you were in trouble, I'd drop my life and go run and take care of you, until I got to get really clear about reality here. And now I'm pretty clear about boundaries, and I'm really vocal about saying no, thank you. You know, gently and kindly when I can, but, you know, I'm definitely really about mutual, two-way street. We're working together on our journeys, you know. You are not here to take care of me, and I am not here to take care of you. We are here to support and serve each other as we serve and support ourselves, bottom line. And that's what this one is about, this one you just read.
Beautiful.
Equal partnership, equal turns, equal time. Okay, go ahead.
Number
Japan
five.
doesn't want to take classes.
Say it again.
I'm sure I made it up in my head somewhere on the way over here, thinking that you and someone else had planned a trip to Japan.
Wow,
And so, I don't know.
it's just coming in the dream state you're
Yeah,
in.
when you were gonna read, it,
Popped in.
you know, sometimes you take your glasses off even
Yeah.
and try to read. And anyway.
Yeah,
so
it popped right
I made a
in.
silly comment.
No, it's not silly. You know, I'm appreciating every input from you, because I get how hard you're working to be here. And I just want you to know that you are safe to be exactly where you're at.
I love that, and who I am,
Yeah.
and how I
Yes.
am.
Yeah.
We love who you
And
are
it was-
too.
From the moment we started, I felt it was a very safe place
Yes,
to
it
be.
is.
Absolutely.
Yes, it is. And I adore you, so everything you want to say, honey. Okay, yeah. And feel all those feelings. Okay, sweetheart.
Number 5.
Wait. Oh, I want to say one more thing about doing equal time. So now, oh, actually, it'll get said. Okay, go ahead, number 5.
Number 5, use a timer, set it for 5 to 15 minutes before time's up for each turn, as a signal to begin wrapping up.
So let me speak to that. So the first thing is about doing equal time. So let's say you have a regular weekly session with somebody, and, you know, the longer you go, because you're doing both turns, so the longer you go, obviously the more time you need as a total amount of time, and that means you're gonna go deeper. So if at the beginning, you don't wanna take 2 hours to get both of your turns in, maybe you wanna do a half-hour total, then you each get 15 minutes. And so then you set your timer for 10 minutes, so that it gives you, or even 12 minutes, so that it goes off to let you know it's time to start wrapping up, so that in the next 3 minutes, you are switching. Okay, go ahead.
So could you set it up for, if you're having a dialogue with somebody, do you speak for 10 minutes, they speak for 10 minutes? If you feel like it's not complete,
Then
do
you,
it again. You speak for 10 minutes, they speak for 10 minutes.
You
and
can
technically
if you
three.
have that agreement beforehand.
Okay.
You can't do it in the moment, because typically when you schedule a time with somebody,
Right.
let's say you're scheduling for a half hour,
Mhm.
and the 10 minutes is not your total time, there's 5 minutes of coming back up and out.
Okay.
But let's say you do 15 minutes each, and let's say that other person says, okay, I can schedule a half hour. And then you're not complete, and you're like, can we go longer? But they've already scheduled their time.
Okay.
So you do have to set it up beforehand, and if you're gonna do that, if you have a sense that what you are about to really move into
Mhm.
is a little bigger issue than just, something kind of light, then you need to probably set up the amount of time beforehand.
So if I'm having a conversation, if I'm doing this dialogue with, like my sister or something, and, I have to tell her up front that this is only going to be a
Half hour.
40 minutes
Yeah,
conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's that.
Mhm.
When normally we could just talk forever. But-
Right,
Okay.
or,
It's just setting structure.
or it's 40 minutes altogether, so, and you're gonna have a whole, if you're doing it with your sister, you're gonna have a whole conversation
Uh-huh.
saying, I'm learning this technique, I'd like to share it with you, are you open to considering it? You wanna do all the setup so
Right.
that there's safety for her,
Okay.
because you don't wanna just throw her into this and say, well, guess what, we're doing this.
I'm processing.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna do something to you.
Right, exactly.
Scary, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, and I do recommend, even though this is a really simple process, you can take this sheet, you can make copies, you can pass it out, you can teach people, but I do recommend that people actually attend a class at some point.
Right, of course.
Just because the information I have is, how
Way
many,
beyond
how
anything
many
I could
years
do.
so 80 to 90 to 2002,
It's 30,
30-some years, right?
well, 38 years.
Yeah.
I was born in 79, so I'm 39, so yeah.
Okay, 38 years, okay. So I've got all of this life experience along with the information.
Yeah.
And I would love anybody who's learning to do this process to get the full benefit. And I'm really happy that I'm now starting to realize I can do reviewers.
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't mention, for the, Rita, you don't know this either.
Mhm.
At 1 o'clock, we will have more people showing up because they will be paying the $37, so the full day is $67. The reviewers are paying $37 for 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And we will be working with them too, because I'm gonna be teaching additional techniques from now on, every time I teach this, so that people can be developing a fuller sensibility about what this process is really available to do, to accomplish. Because there's way more to it than just this basic stuff.
Mhm.
But that's okay. So there will be more people coming in, and so anytime you wanna come back with her,
Yes, please.
okay, and your daughter, I mean, honestly, kids can do it too.
Okay.
And so, it's really a benefit to have as many people in your world doing it as possible, so you have lots of resources for trade.
Okay.
At one point in my life, I had 6 partners, because I was going through a lot at that time. I've been through some pretty serious stuff. I had a psychotic break at the age of 23, had to fight my way back to sanity.
Right.
And I'm empathic, so, my life really shattered me and I had to come back from it.
Mhm.
And so bottom line, I spent the first 3 years that I learned this process crying every day. I did this every day for 3 years.
Wow.
And I cried every day for 3 years, and I didn't know I'd ever stop. And when I finally got to the end of that round, I was like a different person.
Mhm.
It was
Wow.
like, wow, thank you.
Release.
Yeah, and then twice more in this amount of time, I then did sessions daily for a year and a half, and then daily for a year, and those were years apart. But both of those times I was dealing with deeper issues and stuff that was surfacing that was really big for me. And so that's why you wanna find a partner that is in the same need level that you are, because if you're really going through big stuff, healing, clearing, and mending, you want somebody that can do that with you at the same level. So I had one time, both of those times I had partners that could do every day, because they were going through as much stuff in their healing as I was in mine. But if you don't have that with somebody, if you have a variety of people you feel safe with and you can tap into, you might be able to do 3 people like a couple of times a week. each. So if you need to do daily, you might find a variety of people that could do either once a week or twice a week or whatever, and cover your bases. But you've got to really manage your own need. So you want to find the right people. That's another reason I'm gonna start doing reviewers, because I want people to come back and see who all is learning and who all is available to consider as partners, so that people can actually start to, tap into each other when they can, as they need to. Okay. Next.
Lori,
Yes, love.
do I need to manage my own needs so I can be a good, unconditional love foundation for everyone?
Yes, because otherwise, if your needs are not handled, you can be all the unconditional love that you are, because you are, but your needs will also filter in,
Right.
and that will then, let's see, what's the right word here? It's like it's like being a clear channel versus a channel that's coming through a filter.
It
Right.
doesn't allow you to be,
Fully who you are.
yeah, and
Yeah.
present in the moment.
Yeah, fully.
So
you
I
know.
can love people even better by
Oh.
having my own needs met.
Oh.
And being a strong
Oh,
foundation.
yes, feel that for a minute, feel that.
Yeah.
Close your eyes and feel,
That's so empowering.
oh, yeah, just
To
feel.
give myself permission.
Yes, to actually
to love
have.
myself,
Yes.
and through that,
Yes.
I can love others unconditionally
Yes.
through so much
Yes.
power.
Yeah.
Praise God.
Yeah, absolutely, right on.
Ah,
That is the source of
Wow.
your own power. Well, God is source of all supply, but okay, let me say it this way. I got this about 3 years ago. The greatest gift, now is everybody here okay with the terminology of God? I know people have different beliefs, and I just wanna make sure. Rita, are you
Yes,
okay
ma'am.
with the word God?
Mhm.
Okay. And Julie and Stefan, are you okay with the words God?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. So about 3 years ago, I got this information that came through that the greatest gift that God gave me was me.
Yes.
And I went, what? Like, really? And of course, right? And then I got it, that the greatest gift I give back to God is developing the me that I came to be, that I was born to be. That is like, okay, I'm gonna make this the best possibility I can do. So all that unconditional love for you, from you, that's God loving through you.
No.
Yeah. And then you don't have to work it out here. It just comes off of you like,
Flows.
yes, it's just energy, it's grace, it's goodness. It's
Thank
truth
you,
and
Lord.
beauty. Yeah, exciting, huh?
Mhm.
Ooh, let's give her some of that. So Julie, one of the things I do, so Gary does the clapping out loud, and I love that too,
Oh,
but
kitty
I
power.
tend to do Tibetan applause, which is just putting your hands up to your sides and just wiggling your fingers. And then now I'm also including the, what is it called, the hearing impaired applause, but sign language applause. And do you know what the sign language applause is, Julie and Stefan?
No, we don't, Lori.
Okay, so can you see me? Oh, I forgot, you can see me. This is the sign language applause. So you put your arms up, and it's not just wiggling your fingers. The fingers only, without wiggling your hands, is Tibetan, and this is sign language. Isn't that cool?
That is, it
I
feels
love
good.
both of those.
Feels good.
It
Oh,
feels so
yeah, Lori.
good, yeah. Okay, all right, so here we go with the next one.
Okay,
All right.
number 6.
Yeah.
Determine who needs to go first as the talker. Based
Oh,
on-
wait, I gotta go back to 5. So now, if you do 15 minutes each, you don't need a lot of time to come up and out. So setting your alarm for 12 minutes, then you set it again for 3 minutes so that you know you've got 3 minutes to come back, okay? But if you're doing an hour each, you're gonna go deeper. You wanna set your alarm for 45 minutes so that you've got a full 15 minutes, then you have to set it again for 15, so you've got a full 15 minutes to bring yourself all the way back. Because when you're in discharge, you are in right brain. You are all the way into emotional depth, and you don't just bounce right back out of it.
No.
It's like deep sea diving. You have to come up at a pace that you can do it without giving yourself the bends.
Right.
Okay, so does everybody get that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Next. Go ahead, Ellen.
Number 6. Determine who needs to go first as the talker, based on degree of need. each has most need goes first.
So that's a really different reality. So in general, people tend to think, I'm gonna take my turn first because I'm like, you know, in this moment, more present, or more powerful, or more in control. But here's the challenge in peer processing, because you're doing a listening and attention giving and talking trade. If somebody is in so much need that they can't even hear you, they have to move through their energy first to get present to be able to give you a turn. So whoever's in the most need, now the challenge comes when you're both in a lot of need. But you still, whoever's in the most need. And then they talk first, and the other one listens. Did you want to say something, Julie?
Oh, I think we can.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine, no worries. So you just want to be really conscious that you actually allow the person who's in the most need to go first, okay? All right. All right, now, who wants to read next? Who wants to read the talker?
Michelle will.
Okay, Michelle.
The talker directs their own session. They
Innately.
innately know where they wanted to go or need to go.
Yep. Now, I want to say something to that, because again, in typical therapy, there's a facilitator or a therapist, actually, or even in facilitation, or even in coaching, and they're the ones that know. And then the client or the patient or the person coming for support and help, they're in that position of needing, the knowing of this person that's in power.
So that, do what you need to do.
Yes, exactly. And it's like going to a doctor, give me the pill that you think I need, where, when you're doing this system, you are in charge of your own, directing your own journey. You may not even know where to go when you start, but there's a system. You'll learn the system. And so the talker is absolutely in control of their own direction. And it's a little challenging at first because we've been trained to not know what we know. And so we don't always have permission to know what we know. And then the person listening is usually expecting they're supposed to give advice, or they're supposed to interject, or they're supposed to direct the show, or whatever, and their job is just to be quiet and pay attention and listen. So the talker is in charge, they get to direct. They may not consciously know where they need to go, but their system does. That's the cool part. Okay.
Okay, share what you need from your partner. What works best for you as like how they respond to you, like or just silence, or move a little bit closer, or move a little bit farther.
Exactly. Now, initially, you may not know what you need from your partner because you're just starting for the first time today. And so you're going to be imagining, okay, since you're here in person, because you can do this on the phone. So if you're on the phone, here's how I like it. I like to know the person's still with me. And so occasionally an aha lets me know they're listening. And then when I actually move into real discharge, when I start crying or laughing, they can laugh with me, but if I'm crying, I want silence because I don't want the distraction that pulls me out of my discharge. But in person, you might want somebody to sit knee to knee, or you might want them to sit across the room. And so you don't know yet until you start, but as soon as you do know, you can say, could you do this? Could you do that? Or could you not do this or that? So for a little while, you're going to be just figuring it out, and that's okay. You don't have to know. And this speaks to what you were asking. You don't have to know for anybody else. You're in the learning curve, and you're discovering it's like a treasure hunt, like that doesn't feel as good as I thought it might. Okay, I'm going to change that up. Yeah, don't do that anymore. Or, you know what, could you do more of that? So that you can actually invoke and invite, trying on things. It's like playing, like when you were a kid and you're playing dress up, I'm going to be a queen. Okay, no, I'll be a peasant girl. So you're playing with possibilities until you actually get a clue. Okay, go ahead.
Start with new and good.
Okay, so now I'm gonna bounce you down to the bottom and I'm gonna read this, the goal and steps. So, the goal of this work is to express and release emotionally charged energy by discharging until cleared, round after round. Moving energy emotionally results in mental clarity, emotional stability, physical relaxation, and spiritual connection. That is a lot of good that comes out of just releasing emotional charged energy. So that is the ultimate goal, is that you're gonna move those feelings through so that they're not stuffing and stopping and sabotaging you in life. And it's important to allow them to clear round by round, because you're not gonna get it all done in one session. In one session, you might get a little bit done, and the next time you just kind of build on that, and it's accumulative. Now here are the steps, the 4 phases of this process. Number 1 is the setup, and we already talked about that. That was beginner's basic. That's in the setup. Number 2 is the new and good. Hey Rita, I'm
Mhm.
bringing you back for this. This is important, so
Okay.
tune into this part. This is at the bottom. It says goals and steps.
Right.
Okay? So number 1 is the setup, and we talked about that in beginner's basics. And that's where you are, finding your partner, you're asking, are you open to doing a session? So when you're on the phone and you're really, trying to set up a session, you're asking 2 questions. Write these down if you want to. One is, do you have time to do a trade, a pair processing trade? Or can we set up a time? And the second question is, do you have energy to do the trade?
That's a good one,
It's very important,
yes.
because sometimes we just start talking without even checking in over there, and they can't listen, because they're going through something and they're not fully present of mind. And we wonder why we don't feel satisfied.
Right?
So that is part of the setup. Okay, the new and good, when you're doing your talking, so once you've actually told your partner what you think you want or need in the session from their responses, then you begin every session with a new and good, which essentially is something that's new in your life that feels good. It's really simple. Can be a small thing, can be a big thing. But you always start with the new and good, because especially if you're going into deep, release, that something big is up, you want to balance that, because when we're up against big stuff, we have a tendency to believe the story of the big stuff. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die, this is so scary, what do I do? There's no release, there's no solution, there's no hope, I'm never gonna get through this. We have a tendency to believe those kind of stories we're telling ourselves, that we're making up about it. So a new and good is bringing balance to the fact that, guess what? That issue you're dealing with, it's not the whole picture of your life. Yep, it's up, and you're dealing with it, but guess what? Even the tiniest new and good is a counterbalance. So sometimes when I was in it deep, the only thing I could think of new and good was, we're talking, I get to move energy, hallelujah. I'm happy. Now I'm going to jump right in.
Right.
But just enough to actually remind myself, the story that's running in my head that I'm telling myself is not the whole truth.
That's true.
Yeah, it always is. So it's really good. Okay, so then the third part, the third step is that you are sharing your story, you're talking, you're enjoying, taking a turn, you're getting your attention, and then sometimes that moves into discharge. And I say sometimes because it doesn't always. You don't always just jump right into tears or laughter or shaking, sweating, yawning. Sometimes the whole session is done in just talking. And so if you are in good news, if everything going on in your life, in your world is happy, then your talking, your sharing is all about celebration. And you can spend the whole time just, bragging and celebrating and having fun and being happy, and that's fine. Now, if you are definitely wanting to work through something and you're starting to move into that, you will find yourself in a moment having something come out of your mouth that will suddenly bring up emotion. It'll be usually out of left field, like you won't realize that's gonna do it. And then you can move into discharge. And that's a whole learning curve, and I'm gonna do more with that when we do the afternoon.
I'm quite surprised that you don't have an issue with, I don't know, gloopy things.
What's a
Yeah.
gloopy thing?
Like eggs that are running, you know, that, I do.
Right, like
Like
physical
that.
gloopy things,
Mhm,
like, yeah,
right.
yeah. Well, that is actually part of when I say the physical release up here at the top. I
Mhm.
didn't mention pain, but all forms of physical release, so you've got stuff going on in a shoulder, let's say, or in a back. You know, any time that there's any energy moving out of your physical system, that's a form of discharge.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so then after you have shared and maybe even moved into discharge, your final step of this process is coming up and out. And that's why you set your timer, because you know, if you go into any kind of emotional release, you are in your right brain, and in order to listen and give attention to another person and be fully present, you have to get back into a left brain. And that's a switch.
Mm.
That's not an instantaneous switch, that's coming up from the deep dive, and you want to not give yourself the bends. So you give yourself time, and so on your up and out, you talk about things that are not related to your discharge. So often it's left brain things, like, I saw a movie that was really funny, or I'm gonna have this for dinner, or there are 10 stop signs between my house and my job. And so you're talking about other topics that move you out of feeling full release. Yeah. So you want to be very much into that neutral zone. So you're coming back and you're looking around and you're actually starting to, bring yourself fully present to trade or to drive home or to go on to the next part of your day. Okay, that's an up and out. All right, so go back to Ellie now and read the next one.
Next, after the good.
Michelle, sorry, I got that wrong.
We know what you meant.
Okay,
After the
good.
good and new, then you go next, tell your story of the current upset you intend to work through.
Yep, yep.
4, when you get to charge emotional energy, allow a discharge.
And allow is the operative word,
Mhm.
because it's really challenging at first to actually move into. Feelings are visible, they're vulnerable, we feel goofy, we feel awkward, we don't really wanna cry in front of other people. There's a lot of stuff that goes on with that. That's why you don't get to discharge immediately when you're starting usually, because you have to keep building into your system a safety level that it's okay to go there here with this person. Okay, so you allow discharge when you get to the charged emotional energy. Okay, go on.
If you have no current upset, continue talking about the celebrations, explorations, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. 6. When the timer buzzer begins, begin your up and out. The left brain dialogue to bring it. So what I'm seeing is you're creating a cycle. First it's good news, good and new, then now you're gonna go through the discharge. Now you wanna kinda go back to the
Mhm.
good and new.
It's a full circle,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Well, and it doesn't have to be new and good at the
Right.
end, it just has to be back present.
Back present.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And number 7, look around, ground, get completely present before trading terms. To pay full attention to your partner.
Mm-hmm. It's critically important that you get completely present, because that's another component of feelings, is that it puts you in an altered state. And so you want to bring yourself back to, so we're talking brain waves now. So beta brainwave is walking around in the world, everyday life, we're talking, we're interacting, and that's, our brain is cycling at, let me remember, let's see, I think it's 7 to 14 or 14 to 21 cycles per second, I can't remember the exact number. it's been a while since I've looked at that. But then the next brainwave state down would be the alpha, and then I think that one is the 7 to 14. I don't remember these. And then the next one down is theta. So you keep going deeper, 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 and your brainwave states brainwaves are slowing down the cycling. So theta is a much deeper state of kind of going in, and that's like 4 to 7 cycles per second, I think. And then you get to delta, which is sleep state, when you're actually asleep, and that's brain waves cycling at 1 to 4 cycles per second. Am I right, or do you?
Yeah.
No. Okay, good. And so when you're starting, you know, and you're just saying, let's do this, and let's partner, and here's what I need, and here's, okay, good, you're in beta. And then you start talking, and then if you hit discharge, you're slipping down into more of a slower brainwave state, because now you're hitting emotion. And so then you, in order to come all the way back to be fully present, you have to bring yourself back up. It's literally like deep sea diving, and back up into a beta state, so that you're really here and really with. And that way.
Beta, you're conscious.
Conscious.
Alpha, you're not really. I mean,
Well, you're semi.
You're cognitive, kind of,
Yeah.
in your head, in
But
your present
you're
still,
actually,
but
you're definitely a deeper level in, and that will include the emotional stuff. But yeah, you definitely want to come all the way back to beta, all the way back up. Okay.
Is alpha both at the same time?
Is alpha what?
Is alpha like both
It's a
conscious and
degree,
subconscious
it's
all
a
at the same
degree
time?
of.
it's like a waking sleep.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so-
So it's like a dream state,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not really conscious of what's going on out here, you're conscious of what's going on in here.
Okay.
But you're still halfway conscious of what's
That's
out
right.
here, you can still hear stuff.
So it's both at the same time?
yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay.
In theta and delta, you don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
And especially delta, you're out cold, you are not conscious of what you're conscious
And
of.
in theta, it's really interesting, because
At
I
all.
just did theta healing training.
Uh-huh.
And so you're actually conscious, but you're conscious at a different level
In delta?
in theta.
Oh, yeah, in
Yeah,
theta,
theta.
yeah.
In
But
delta, you're
no.
asleep.
Yeah.
You're asleep.
Michelle,
Okay.
remember when you and I were doing that, when we were staring into each other's eyes?
Oh, yeah.
That was like the state that I was in. Like,
Uh-huh.
It wasn't like the complete out,
Yeah.
but
Mhm.
we were focusing on each other for so long. It
Yeah.
was like 15 minutes, I think.
Wow.
And, that's where, like, I was still conscious, but I wasn't conscious, so that's where my brain level was when you
Yeah.
and I were doing that.
Mhm.
That was pretty intense.
Yeah, and it's just your brainwave slowing down.
That's all it
Yeah.
is.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Is all
That's
it
why,
is.
that's
all
why
it
in,
is.
yeah, that's why in meditation, that's really what it's about.
Wow.
It's, you know, getting still is about letting your brain waves slow down.
I still know that I'm God.
Yeah,
Mhm.
totally.
Wow.
All right, last one, or continue on.
I did my part. Look around, ground, get completely present before trading terms, to pay full attention to your partner.
Thank you, you did do it. I just wanted to reiterate it because it's such an important piece right there. All right, we have a listener talk. Now, there's a few people that haven't read yet. Do you want to read? Or Julie, do you want to read? Nobody has to, I'm just asking. Okay,
I think someone else read that.
okay, Melissa is volunteering.
I'll let her go.
Did you say you want somebody else to read, or you want to?
Oh, I think I'll let someone else read it. That's better.
Okay, Melissa's gonna read now, okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Listener pays full attention without interfering with talkers, discharge or direction.
And here's the key words in that sentence: without interfering.
Mm-hmm.
So in a typical conversation, when we are with a friend, we're talking back and forth, and people often jump in and add to, or redirect it back to them, or interrupt, and nobody's really fully attentively listening, and that's the difference here. So this is not about an exchange of energy. This is like your turn, and then it's my turn.
Right.
Okay.
Number 1, begin session by asking talker what they need to feel comfortable and or safe. If talker forgets to do this.
Mhm. Now, the talker may remember, and so you don't have to do that piece, but if they don't remember, then you just ask them, what do you need? To see, you know, Gare? At 1 o'clock, then the rest of the people come and we do the additional techniques.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I love
Yeah.
the system now.
I remember, I thought you was a good way to do it.
I'm really excited. I'm happy.
Have a good day, guys.
You
Thank
too.
you,
I
Gary.
see her.
Number 2, listen attentively as a witness without commenting, advising, interrupting, etc.
Now, as a witness is the key words there, because what you're doing is you're observing, and that's one of the things I'm gonna teach later today, so that you are tuning into what you're observing, what you want to be witnessing.
And it's okay to take notes at that time?
Yeah, that'll be good,
Okay.
yeah, okay. All right,
Just- I don't remember otherwise.
yeah. Go ahead, Hank.
Number 3, focus is on talker. Taking their turn as listener pays total attention. This is not a conversation.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay.
It's really
Yeah,
I
important.
needed this so.
Right?
So good, so good, yeah. And so out of doing this since 1980, I teach everybody I ever talk to how to do this, because it's so irritating now for me to be with somebody who keeps interrupting me while I'm trying to talk. And so, you know, I've learned how to be gentle and say, shut the fuck up. Just kidding.
That's so loving, Lori. I love you. You're so beautiful
So
and
nice.
gorgeous.
Right?
Oh, thank you God for this woman.
Wasn't that funny?
I love a baby. Totally
I
speak
just
my
have to
language.
throw that stuff out once in a while, just for the sheer comic
Right?
relief,
Totally.
right?
Right.
Well, that's how I relate, so.
Yeah,
Love
and so,
you.
you know, it's really a little bit awkward because people in the world don't know this, but there are really lovely ways of saying, you know, would you be willing to just let me finish, or, you know, can I talk without interruption? You know, there's ways to say it, but I do it with everybody because at this stage, it's so not satisfying to be engaged in conversation where somebody's, you know, taking. And it's like, I want to turn. So, yeah.
That's
So
So
that's
loving.
why
Yeah.
this isn't a conversation.
It's not a conversation.
You're taking a turn, and if
Yeah,
they don't want you interjecting your stuff into their
exactly,
thing. So,
exactly. Nobody
You wanna
does.
express. Right.
Okay,
Yeah, that's very important.
yeah.
And it does spill over into your life then.
That's true.
And then you get to have the conversation with everybody in your world that teaches people how to be present
Mhm.
and attentive, which everybody needs.
Right.
That's true.
Okay.
Number 4,
Mhm.
when noticing something you want to contribute, wait for talker to pause, asking their permission.
So here's what happens when you're first learning to really listen attentively. You're like listening and you know, we're used to the interjections. And so then you get excited because you have something really brilliant, you want to contribute, and you want to be showing off and bragging, and look at me, I'm so cool. And then you have to keep waiting, and you have to keep waiting.
And you're not listening.
And you're not
waiting
listening,
for your
yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so by recognizing that it's not your job to add anything to their process, because oftentimes when we add to their process, we derail their track.
All right.
And then they are now into our interjection instead of where they were going. Now, if you absolutely feel like you are gonna contribute to something, you wait for them to absolutely stop talking in a moment. And then you ask, and this is how I ask, are you open to something right now, or do you wanna keep going where you're at? Write that down. Are you open to something I'm getting for you at this time, or do you wanna keep going where you're at?
Oh, wow.
Are you open?
To something that I'm getting for you right now, or do you want to keep going on the track you're on or where you're at?
When would that ever be appropriate?
It's really not initially, but eventually, as you get more well-versed together, and you start to be able to tune into, like sometimes people talk the entire way through their turn without even a breath or a pause,
Mhm.
so it wouldn't be appropriate there at all.
Right.
Sometimes they're they get stuck, and they're like just sitting there in silence, not knowing what to say or do.
So when they get stuck, then maybe you could say.
That's a pause, and then you can ask, you know,
Okay.
is this a place where I can? And then there's another place, and, okay, it's at the end, okay. Continue on, Melissa.
Number 6?
Mhm. 5.
5. If talker is open to what you want to offer, pose it as a question for talker to consider.
And I really want you to hear the languaging in that. Because oftentimes,
Right.
we're all so wounded in so many ways that we are trying to prove ourselves in the world. We want to know we're okay. We want to fit in, we want to belong, and so when we get a hit about something, we want to contribute it, but sometimes we're contributing it from a place of running over them. You know, we're just like throwing up all over them with our brilliance, and it's like, well, that doesn't really work. And so the reality then is, we ask it in a way that says, are you open to considering something?
So
Because
it's not
that-
a trying to fix the stuckness.
Oh, we are not
It's
about
not a
fixing
try
at
to
all.
fix it.
There's no fixing in this equation.
available.
Fixing goes on the shelf with God. God does the fixing.
Right.
Yeah.
We do the asking. Does this work for you?
Right.
Do you want to consider this? Is this something, because I got a hit about this, you know, I thought maybe, you know, if you want to consider this, that this might work, or you might, you know, I got this hit. So it's really, it's so respectful.
Yes.
It's so honoring the dignity and the, hold on, there's a word,
Integrity?
hold on. The brilliance of each one. So, yeah, the essence, but brilliance is more the word, because it's all about, we walk around in the world pretending to ourselves, no, not pretending, believing, limiting beliefs about ourselves not being enough, a lot of times. And so by literally honoring each of us, each person with, you know, do you want to consider this? Are you open to this? Is this a time that this would serve you? Should I just listen? Should I just be quiet? You are literally respecting space. You are teaching them they have permission to have boundaries. You are giving them the dignity of their own,
Process.
Yeah, hold on. Jimmy's calling in, I just didn't want to be interrupted. The dignity of their own choices, the dignity of their own knowing, because we don't even know we know. And then as they get in touch with the fact that we're really respecting them, we're really honoring them, we're really listening to them, we're really paying attention to them wherever they want to go, they start to feel like, oh, wow, this is delicious, this feels good. I can have this. It's like a healing that is, it just goes so beyond words. So it's really powerful. You can pop in here if you want to, baby, anytime. So that is why everything is cloaked in the energy of asking. Would you consider, is this a good time? Do you want to stay where you're at? That is like saying, I recognize you. I recognize the essence of your soul. So now the word essence does come in here, Julie, thank you for that. I recognize we all have a path with God. We are all on our very own path with God, and we are not responsible for anybody else getting home to heaven. And we are all really on our way, and we just have to self-discover that God has our back, and that we can fully trust that we are going to be carried forward by learning to tune in here, into the self, into the being that we came to be, the gift that God gave us to be, the me that each one is. Okay? Okay. Ellie, you had a question?
Until we get stronger in the process.
Yeah.
Is it a good idea just to write down what we are?
Yes.
Open, or what we're feeling
And thinking
then-
to contribute?
And
Yeah.
then when it becomes our time, can we ask them?
Actually, nope. there'll be a place. Writing down is a great thing.
Okay.
If you need to, so that you can, like, just even a little keyword.
So it's not stuck in here, it's
Yeah,
stuck in here.
so that you can
you're
get
not-
back out here to listen.
Okay.
Yeah, so just a quick note that says, oh, bring this up and see if that'll serve or support. That's a great idea. Okay, and then go on, Melissa, because then we'll get to the rest of your answer.
Okay.
Mhm.
Be fully present for your partner. Give them all of the attention you want back when it's your turn.
Can you feel that?
Yes.
Can you feel the toddler inside that is just dying for attention? I mean, kids are 24/7, 365. They're not like it's your turn. It's like, hello, I'm here, and I expect it's all mine, right? It's all about me. And so when you are being fully present for your partner, you are giving them all the attention you have in that time frame for them. It's their turn. You are filling their cup, and you don't have to say a word. All you have to do is fully attentively be present with them, for them. That is the most exquisite part of this process. You don't have to fix, you don't have to speak, you can breathe, but you don't have to do anything more than, like, I am here, and this is a mental communication, I am here for you.
That can be exquisite.
Isn't it? It's so delicious. Okay, continue on.
Number 7.
Mhm.
Never interrupt discharge. Always follow the lead, excuse me, always follow the lead of their ebb and flow.
And that is in caps and bolded because it is imperative you understand, if somebody starts to cry, or you can laugh with them, that's one that works okay. But if they're starting to cry, you are still breathing and paying attention and just holding space for them. And you do not whisper a word. You do not do anything to distract them in any way whatsoever. Okay. And number 8.
Number 8, if talker invites listener, I
There should
want-
be a comma after invites.
Okay. If talker invites, listener may offer intuitive hits and awarenesses that may serve understanding, not criticism.
So this is the second part of your answer, Ellie.
Okay.
So you write down the little ahas you're getting for them that might contribute, and then you wait till this end point when they're now getting ready to start coming up and out. As they're starting their up and out, you ask then, because they're not in, all of their energy discharging now, they're starting to do left brain. You let them know, I had got some hits for you, I just want to know if you're open to hearing them. And if they're not, you don't share them. You give them to yourself. They're probably pertinent for you too, because it's all a projection. But if they are, then that's a good time for you to give those. And again, from the respectful place of asking if they want to consider. And you never tell anybody anything about how they get to be. So, excellent. All right then. So that's it. That's the process. There will be more training then as we start the afternoon. But I'm so happy. So much fun.
She's happy dancing in her chair.
Say what?
I say you're happy dancing in your chair.
That's right, darling. Okay, so now here's what we're gonna do for the next 20 minutes, and then we're gonna do lunch.
Okay.
But we're doing a working lunch, so we're gonna basically be integrating with the other group of people coming in, so I've got some activities I'm gonna channel from the source. So until then, though, pair up,
Can I go use the restroom?
use the bathroom, and then zip right back, because we're gonna do a pair up and do a quick little trial.
Okay.
To
Sounds
give
good.
it experience. Okie dokie, honey bunnies, happy, 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 happy.
Birthday! Love energy. Okay.
Lori, do you have an extra pair of processing paper. I can't find mine from the last time.
You're gonna love
or the
me.
last time.
You ready?
Yeah.
She
Oh, yeah,
stole
she's got
Coach
a
this
job.
girl,
Oh
man.
my god.
For your
God.
notebook.
Woo!
Mary,
You gotta
do you,
go.
do you have your paper? 'Cause I-
Yes, and I believe I even have mine in.
one of these? Okay, you're the best girl, look at you. And now you're giving me money, in the way that we love to give me money.
Oh, yeah, you want money?
37, right?
Yes, but you know how to give it to me.
Lori, you're the most beautiful, innocent soul. So loving. And you're teaching us. It's just so pure.
Oh, I love you so much, I love you so much. I get it, I let it in, it makes my heart soar. Thank you, my darling. I accept this money with God's grace. It's awesome.
I'm gonna brag about Sarah.
You better.
She
Better
did,
brag about Sarah.
She did readings at the psychic fair last night.
Oh, that's awesome.
She did super good and healed a lot of people.
I bet you did, and guess what, Sarah?
Aw.
Birthday card for you, girlie. I had it, I just hadn't written in it for your birthday party. And so, I've gotta give you the little card now that you gotta read so that you can hear how much I love you.
Yay.
Mhm. I'm so glad Irving's saying he'll do breath.
I know. He's
I'm
really
so-
been struggling, but he's really committed at the same time.
Oh, good boy. All right, wait, she's gotta give me love.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, here's love.
Okay, spirits,
And
here's money.
Thank you.
Candy
It's
from
all
the
good.
I'll pay for it.
Sure, if there's a white chocolate.
Okay, I don't know, I'm just going
I love it. All right, let's just take a break.
Okay.
We'll do the practice.
Because
Yeah,
I
we're
gotta
just on a break until 1. Yeah, we got a good break. Okay, I want
Thank you,
to-
Lori.
Huh?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Read it out loud, I want to hear it.
Okay, Sarah, I celebrate you. Your strength of spirit, your love of life, your spark ignites your laugh, your laugh delights, your powerful presence commands respect. You get so much more than most detect. For many reasons, here and more, I honor you, Sarah, my sister friend.
Sweet.
All right, read
That's
the other
for
part.
Dad.
Oh, really? Read
Yes,
on.
okay. Celebrate life, do your own thing, enjoy the fun good times can bring. Call a friend, have a chat, try a bit of this or that, keep it simple, make it great. It's your day, celebrate. I love it.
And that one
That's
line
so
that says,
beautiful.
isn't that fun?
Uh-huh.
And that one line that says, you get so much more than most detect.
Yes.
Intuitively.
Yes, I totally felt that.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it was such an example of it last night because I doubt myself and it's so like I could see myself like subconsciously sabotaging. Like, oh, I could just not go, I could make myself sick, you know, like all of these things. But then I get there and every single person that came was
Blown away.
and
Very good.
perfect. And I got emails and they took my card. So, and a lot of them went to tears and a lot of them it
Very
was their
good.
first time. And most of them that were mediumship were just so beautiful. And all the other ones, it really just came back to everyone just is working so hard but not loving themselves. So
Oh, so good.
it was just beautiful and
That was so good.
it was a lot of fun. So.
Oh, so it's 67.
And then next week is,
Oh, breath. Breath is gonna be 65.
okay, so 130,
How much is it? 142.
thank you.
Thank you. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, so it was really good, and I felt like I had a lot of control over it too, because I'm like, okay, Spirit, I'll have some people, and then they come, then I'm like, okay, I'm done, and then they'd stop, and then at the end of the night, I was like, okay, one more, and it was Sharon Ann, and she brought her friend, and
good.
she was the last one that I read, and I was like, oh my God, so it was just perfectly lined up, and I got to see so many of my other friends that were there as readers, so, and Mary came and assisted me.
Yes, so
And I saw
sweet.
Stephanie.
Yes.
And Stephanie, yeah, Stephanie was there
Oh.
too.
Happy
So it was
day.
just amazing. There were so many people lined up at the door, like the whole door was crowded, and Angelo came and said hi, and I got to read for his friend, and
Oh, happy day.
I know Angelo's like, not her, no, I know her. And the lady's like, what?
Oh, how
But, so I
happy.
got to read for his friend, and so
Oh,
it was
honey.
good though, and so I've just been like, yay, and trying to let it in, because that's the
Okay.
hardest part.
You keep breathing. And then here's what I want you to see mentally, if you want to try this, it's like, I rock, or I'm boss, or I am it, or anything you
Yes,
want.
I rock it.
There you go, girlie. Hey, Jules.
Absolutely.
And Stefan, we're taking a bit of a break. I just realized I hadn't really come back and let you know that piece, so, all right, we're, yeah. So, we're,
Depends, but.
Yeah,
for, like,
it's on,
everyone I
right?
know, I just work with them.
Yes,
What
I'm wondering,
is, like, available
we'll
for
take a
them.
break too.
yes, yeah, and then, yeah, and then at 1 o'clock, more people will be arriving, and I'm gonna do a working lunch, so you can get your lunch together if you want to. And then the working lunch is basically gonna be, I wanna integrate both groups, so I'm gonna give people exercises to do together. I would love you to be able to be a part of that for real, like, to interact with people. So I'm gonna probably set up some people with you both, by phone, and maybe it would be good to have Stefan on his phone with somebody, and you on your phone with somebody, that way you guys can each do your own thing.
Okay,
Cause I love to do it in person.
when should we prepare for that one time?
So 1 o'clock, so it's 1:45 right now, so 1 o'clock, people should start arriving. And that's when we're gonna do, from 1 to 2, we're gonna do this working lunch. It may not be a full hour, I may do it like a half hour or something. Wait, hold on, okay. And so then, yeah, and then we're gonna start doing the practices together. So you guys should also be thinking about if you want to work together, because we're gonna start doing this process, or if you would like to work with somebody here, okay? So that you can actually get in tune. And Tiffany Bach is also gonna be coming on at 1, and she's in Florida, and so I think there would even be a way to work with her, because she really loved you. And so Julie, you know, maybe by phone, you guys could do it together that way too, so be tuned in.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that, and I wonder, you know, about approximately 3 o'clock where I'm staying right now, the host here, the house is accepting company.
Oh,
So
okay.
I may not have much privacy, but from 1 to 3, I've got it.
Okay, great, great.
That works
Thank you,
out.
thank you, that'll be helpful. At 2 o'clock, I'm gonna start doing more training, so then what might need to happen is, cause then after that, probably about the time you're gonna be invaded, is when we're gonna start doing the practice for a couple of hours. So is there, any rooms there that you could go into and have privacy or not?
Probably the only place I could go and have privacy is my car, so I might not be able to practice as long as everyone else because
Yeah, of course.
it's like 32 degrees right now.
Oh, dear God.
So, yeah, so, but I can definitely, I can definitely participate as much as I can.
Well, here's what I think will be important then, is that during the lunch part, from 1 to 2 or 1 to 1:30, whatever I decide, that you hook up with whoever you want to actually do some practices with, and then you schedule it for when you go back home. So you can do it by phone. So that way you definitely get the practice in for both of you, okay?
That sounds fantastic.
All right, honey.
So we'll do that from 1 to 2, you said?
Yeah, 1 to 2 is what I'm thinking is our working lunch, but I may cut it shorter if it feels like we don't need to go that long.
Okay.
Okay, it may be 1 to
So
1:30.
Are you gonna hang up and then
Nope.
call me back then?
Nope, I'm
Or
gonna
leave
leave,
me on?
I'm gonna leave you on. Well, should I hang up and call you back, or what do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Save my battery a little bit? And that way, and I'm gonna plug it in right now too. Okay, all right, love. I'll jump it, we'll got back on at 1 in 10 minutes. Okay, bye.
It is silver.
What's the date on it?
1964.
All right,
It kept
good.
coming out and it was super light compared to the other ones. So she's like, oh my God, you have to keep that. But then this one right here, ooh. And she looked it up and it was like a 15th century coin, so it could, I was just on the parking lot outside
Okay,
the restaurant.
Wow, so if it's real, it's like, full,
Bathroom.
it's a tourist and it's,
Yeah.
But even if it's a tourist, that's a full.
Oh, did everybody fill out the, oh, Rita,
Yeah.
good.
And I was just telling her yesterday.
I need to
that
plug
I
this
take
puppy in.
points and I always find a
Yeah,
comment
I
on
do that too.
when we didn't.
All right.
Yeah,
So I got-
and that is real silver.
Yeah, it's really cool, both of them.
And I think
So-
it's anything, it's anything from 1960
Maybe different book, that one.
older.
That's messed up. By the lamp there is one.
Oh, here's one. Okay.
But I think my favorite part of the whole thing last night was being able to see how much manifests.
All right, I'll leave that there.
Like, 'cause we.
Okay, you can use this one here, cause, I just have a really funny
Pulled it up
cord
and we were
that,
gonna go get
is
something, and
big.
I was like, no.
Oh, you have that.
Because there's some
Panel
there,
that I can
yeah.
just put on.
Right.
We've got a perfect spot right by the window where I could just put the sign. We got right where we wanted the plugs for electricity and.
You know, and that's amazing.
All right, all right. You know how to do them in, at type.
Okay. You want
That's what I
mine?
want.
Full of,
Oh.
Just let it
full
go.
appreciation.
It's
My
so
full,
amazing.
you're worth every penny.
But
This,
crazy artists
it
and,
feels so good. My husband lost his job a week ago, about 10 days ago.
Aria, my daughter, she's.
Of 9 years. And he only has 6 years left to go.
For retirement? How rude is that?
Isn't that the story?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that exactly, we thought, oh, it won't happen to us, 'cause it's a smaller companies, they like you, they've been doing their
Like I
work
got
all
validation
this
too,
time,
'cause I
and
went
it's
to the
been
bathroom
good.
one of the days that I didn't
It just got a whole ton more work, and he was
went to the
working
bathroom and I heard her bragging to her
10
daughter
to
about
12
Lady.
hour
She's
days,
so
6
good.
days a
She's all
week,
these things and
since
validating all this
October.
stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah.
And so 2
People
days ago,
brag about me while they're not
the
there.
manager came up and said, "You make me
So,
do
but it
that."
brings up a lot, like I could recognize a lot in different patterns.
It was maybe in the 9 years, because they accumulate over the years.
Yeah.
Once you reach a certain point, too bad they're sad, you know, and you might have made them all then, I don't know. But Ken said it was accumulative. It didn't ever wash away and start again,
It's
Yeah.
good,
right?
and it really
It's horrible.
helps me to see
That's
how
what
much I
they do
really
now.
can help
He's
people.
looking, and he's trying to look non-conventional things, you
Yes.
know?
Yes,
Because it'll be non-conventional probably though, will not be,
yeah,
unless he does minimum wage for Walmart or,
yeah.
and those would be extremely hard on him.
Oh,
He's protected his back. He's known that he needed to
Once I did
protect
it, and it's a
himself
lot of it's like this work too,
because
like the whole
he needed to
process
be
and
good
it's like once I can
so
get it
that he
energetically, it's like,
Yeah.
well,
would
you
help
don't
me.
have to do
Yes.
this, it's not
And,
like meditation is really hard for me at first. But then once I got it, it's like instantly I can
He
just
came out of the
snap
bedroom and he
grounding.
wasn't-
Can you walk with me
Once I
while we
did
go to
it,
the bathroom,
it's
because I
so
gotta
easy
be
to
back
snap
here by
into
1.
And just so
Yeah.
many
Right.
different things,
Today
the
he
more I'm
was
open to, the
walking
more I'm
down
gonna
the
have.
hallway.
Like when I was resistant, not believing I didn't have any huge ability, I wouldn't, but as soon as like, oh, okay, then it would keep coming up more. And like animals, I've always known I've had a connection with animals, and that's usually the first ones that I get. Like my first reading was a lady whose dog had passed. And she, you know, was super emotional about it too. But it's just things like that, that it's like, the things that I know, it easily would come to me, the things I resist, it doesn't, until I respect, so that's, so just being like, so
Get out of your own way.
yeah, some people ask me what to do, I'm like, "Oh, everything, I don't know, I can't really put it in.
Depends on what you need.
Yeah, see whatever each person comes up with, so.
Cool.
It's really awesome, and I love to see the different variety of people too that are drawn to me, and then a lot of them, like the girl with the dog, like, she was looking for a pet psychic, and the other girl wasn't there, so one of the girls was like, oh, Sarah is, so she brought her over, and it was like a perfect one to start the session
Open all your channels, yeah.
It was awesome. And then I even mentioned my dog that passed over, Rascal, and she's like, oh my god, I have a cat named Rascal. I was like, oh, that's so cool. And just like little phrases that I get, you know, to use, then I don't think much of it, but to them it means something.
Yeah.
And it's just like, so if you just listen and say what comes up, it really isn't that hard. And so I think that's why my most out is because I feel like it's so easy and I know that everyone can do it, then I'm just like, why
are you guys asking me when you already know, you
Yeah.
can already do it?
Yeah.
So it makes me like even Jeremy asked me too, he was like, Jeremy, what can I tell you? You're like the most present and centered and open person.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know, all of us have such a hard time accepting it for ourselves.
Right.
That we need to see it from someone else and just get the validation. Cause most of the time, anytime I have a reading, it's just validating.
Yeah, I mean, even when I know, like, so I ask you for a reading about
Mhm.
certain things that I'm thinking of right now, but my soul already knows the answer to it, and I'm just not listening to myself, because that's what we do. So it's good to hear it from another person and get that insight. Which, because it's not somebody, it's, I can't, get readings from somebody that I have a super deep level connection with, like, because then they tend to, shift it to what they feel like my message is about, you know, cause they love me, kind of thing. So, that's why I like to have somebody that, even though you and I have an emotional connection, it's not, you don't know my whole
involved in
Yeah.
everything.
Right.
Yeah, it's like I'm not really invested.
Yeah, you're the channel that's being open to finally listen to what I'm actually saying.
And anytime I do give readings to people, I always question that too. Like anything
What,
that
time
comes
to
up,
what?
like, oh, is that really
I was
coming
gonna
from
run.
spirit, or is that my
I
own?
need to get myself some
What I'm
fruit.
feeling and what I'm
Fruit.
thinking. And I was super resistant to channeling because my first teacher was like,
Oh.
it's not, you know, something that
Oh
you
my
should do. So I was
There you go,
resistant
sweetie.
towards it. But once I
Thank
did, it
you.
was just,
Nice to meet you, Alice, you leave.
so much information, and a lot of it, it's not, like, it doesn't really stick with there, so I'll give you a reading it, you can't really remember after,
Yeah,
like, what
yeah.
it is.
Because you're always going through dreams, well, and you're open, so you're just going to channel for it.
Rolling instead of like sticking and analyze all this, which is what my brain does.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I enjoy it too, because I don't have to think, I just can be like, oh, well, I'm seeing this, and oh, I'm hearing this. and,
Yeah.
But it is good to get validation, cause I doubt myself all the time.
Right.
Cause that's really, like, I had to get to a point where I was like, oh, it really is, because I would get validation and be like, oh, yeah, it is, and it's not, like, oh, okay, I'm not just.
How's Movement to Mastery going?
Pretty good.
Now, are you
That's
doing
called the
Movement to
foundation,
Mastery?
and he uses it to,
Probably.
because he got the
No,
card,
neither, that's what I
focus on your
thought.
foundation, do something nice
So,
for
yeah.
someone else, and he says, oh, that's
Well-
interesting, because my foundation is working for homeless people.
Yeah, they're kinda doing
And
a
it's called the
That's
foundation.
pretty awesome.
And I was like,
different kind of 30 days right
Because
now,
I was
aren't
like,
they?
I feel like that's what you do, is you focus
They're
on
gonna do
everyone else,
30
and you
days
need to accept it in
to
yourself. And with him, he was the lady that produced the.
peak
he-
performance.
He's my
But
Yeah.
really good friend, so.
I've seen some of them posting online on Facebook,
It was good.
you know,
The
videos.
most, like, spirit comes out
And
with when
so,
you just like.
I just was
but
curious as to
feel
if that
when
was
I'm
an
starting to
assignment.
panic, like one girl wanted to do a mediumship with her grandma, and at first, like, I
It's
just
something
walked,
that
there
you
was nothing,
do
I was like, "Oh,
during
I can't say
the
anything," but I was
And
like,
you feel like
no,
you have
come.
to, after a while, I guess.
Pinnacles.
You would have to.
Oh.
Pinnacles
She's
is when you do
expecting
that.
something of me, so I have to do
In
another
Pinnacles,
What is
you
blank?
create a presentation
Mhm.
and present it in front of the
But,
room.
but that isn't what they're
That's
doing
what I thought
now.
too. I was like,
No.
okay, well,
Because
what,
these
you know,
girls
what if
are-
I can't feel anything, and I was like, no, it's just
Like,
in my head,
Emily.
going to your heart.
Uh-huh.
As soon as I did, I could feel that, you know, she was
What's her
seeing
name?
the message.
M. Luxley.
So it really
Uh-huh.
is just
Okay,
trust.
she's been doing,
That's
I
what
don't know, 30 days,
Fine.
she,
You're gonna
a
do
spring,
next.
and she does a
And someone
video
gave me a
online.
message, she's like,
It's
"You're
really
gonna
beautiful.
marry
Okay.
the psychic."
And,
Mary the psychic.
what's the other girl? I never thought she'd actually get into Movement to Mastery.
I married a sister.
I don't know, it's like face, very thin.
Well,
Has
it's kinda
been,
confusing the way that the setup
if
was.
anybody would get that pow
What was this at?
They
sign,
did it
that would be
at
her.
the library
Cause
in
she's
Jordan.
so
So what was it, the veranda or the,
very
Yeah,
shy.
I saw something on it
like,
Anyway,
Yeah,
she's
well,
I
been
saw
doing
something on it
videos on YouTube,
this morning.
and so I kinda started following both of those.
Huh. You don't remember
yeah,
her
'cause he
name?
went, I think he went to the gym show and then he came to the psychic fair.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
That's what it was.
Oh.
Yeah, 'cause at the Mountain America, they were doing the gym fair. And that's the place that I did my first,
You picked a good
was
basket.
there, which was really good too, even then.
These
And
aren't
I've
always
never
so
really
good.
been practicing, like,
You know,
I never had done readings,
Cause
I never
some
received
don't know
readings.
what a good
I did my
blackberry looks
certification
like.
in crystal healing, and that was when I really realized that I could take so much information outside of me, but I had no idea who I was. And so I really just started the journey of trying to
And
figure out how I worked and what my gifts were.
I used to pick
Which is
raspberries
really
all
hard
the
because I
time.
felt like
I have a
everyone
friend,
else knew.
That's how I felt.
appliances, there's like have the orange and raspberries.
And I'm just like
Yeah.
slugging my way through life right now.
And I picked raspberries.
But I know that I know.
I would just start,
But I know.
I just would rub
But
the,
I know what my gifts
the
are. I just
raspberry on the
keep
bottom.
telling myself
And if
that
it fell off, I picked it, right?
Well, and it's like, and even when you know, it's like, okay,
it'd
but
go
how
right
do
into
you-
my
Yeah,
basket.
what do you do with it? And how
Um,
do you express it?
Yeah.
You often got some orange ones in there.
And then that was another thing that I had an
They
issue
had
with too, is
variety,
being so sensitive and
spike.
such an empath with my crystal healing teachers. Like everything she said, I was just like,
It is
yeah,
nice if you
this
can
is
have
what it is,
all
this is
really
okay.
ripe
Like, so I was so dedicated to just that that I blocked myself from
But-
things until I realized
You know
like,
what?
I can have
I just
healing.
The other ones are
Do,
just
you
as
know, what works
beneficial
for me,
nutrient
so
wise.
That's
They
something
have
that I
all the
really
same things in
That's
them.
true.
So,
is,
I mean, it might taste nasty. I don't know why she would complain. It's
which
just
I
the color,
have,
but
like, a
they
very
probably taste the
wide-
same.
No, they're a little bit, not as sweet.
Want some cheese?
I ate
It's
some.
1:00. Woohoo! Woo! All right, got a caller. Got a caller. So, let me just see here if my phone is charging good. Good in the hood. All right.
It was funny this morning, because I was just on Facebook, and I'm part of this group where they like do online readings and stuff, and there was this one guy in another country, I think exactly where it is, and I've always been
All right,
drawn
let me
to
grab
it.
my food.
It's weird, 'cause I'm not known.
You're fine. You're fine.
So today she's like, oh, you know, I'd like to be just a reading on my gifts or whatever, and even with that, he said the exact same, oh, I see a dream, you know, crazy, and everything,
All right. Baby!
I knew that.
Yes, Rena. Okay. But sit on this side, because we're still in the here.
Awesome. Yeah. Yes.
Things are weird over there.
I love this. I think it's so much fun. Oh, here's another fun one. I'm gonna walk around and do this.
Say what to me?
Oh, that is so fun. I love this guy with his wings. That is way too cute. Oh my gosh. Adorable.
Another stepping into my dream.
How adorable. Wilbur with wings. That makes perfect sense.
Does anyone want anything in my shirt?
All right.
I can't wait to get mine winged.
Do you want anything?
No, darling, thank you so much.
Do you guys want anything for my shirt? I got it from the vending machine.
It fell out?
Well, no, I put mine in there, but they were only like 25 cents for a shirt.
Are you serious?
And I'm like, well, they're small, but still, I haven't seen that like in forever.
Darling, I'm getting started.
I'm sorry,
That's okay,
sweetheart.
you're
I
doing just
apologize.
fine, no worries. Okay, here's how we're gonna start, my darlings. So this is our lunch, hello.
Can I do this here?
Yes, of course.
I just felt really alone over
Yeah,
there.
no, it's all good. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do for our working lunch. We're going to eat together, but I want to integrate both groups. Because some of us have been here for the day, and others are just coming in, and I want everybody to feel welcome and connected. So what we're
Do we
gonna,
want to put a table in the middle and go around?
yeah, we're gonna probably do, let's do, I don't know if I want a would a
If we
table be
did
better?
2 tables and make a square, we'll fit all around.
Okay,
We can
let's do
look
that.
in the eye and-
Does that feel good?
Yeah.
All right, so people who can do that, do that. Okay, I'm checking in with Julie. Hi, Julie, I'm sorry, I called you and then I didn't put it on speaker. Wait, what are we doing?
Sorry,
That's okay, so we're gonna do this working lunch, so you can be eating
I had candy
while,
for
you know,
lunch.
we're doing this, and what I'm gonna do is we're setting up some tables here, and what we're gonna do is basically some exercises to integrate both groups of people. The people that are just coming in, who have already done this training, and I'm gonna teach additional techniques, and then, the people that have been here all day. So you guys can continue on, eating and being, and we're just getting all set up.
Sorry.
Say it again? Okay, good. Right. Thank you so much. Woo-hoo.
Michelle and Zen making it happen. Oh, yeah, girl.
Let's bring it over this way so that they can see us, because we've got people on live streaming. And I want them to be a part of this too, so we're good here. All right? Yeah. Get it over square. There we go. Is that gonna be enough for all of us?
I have two tablecloths.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
We'll go this way.
Oh, we got another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will.
We'll squeeze in. Okay, let's grab those smaller chairs. Oh, Rita, open it up. Rita, open it all the way around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
I want you to be like you
All right,
around me because
good enough. All right, grab a chair, grab your lunch.
Michelle, were you sitting right here?
Well, I was, but I can go on the
I'll go right over here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like married. Not married.
With that, like, did that, and like, with my personality, like,
It's hard to do that.
I know, and I just, you know, dig in my dirt, not house you.
I got it.
Woo-hoo.
it didn't sound like that.
That's what I want. I know. I was.
I'm so excited.
I totally want to share, so if you see anything over here that you want.
All right, awesome.
I will totally eat your food for you because I didn't stop to get some.
Okay, people who just arrived, were you able to bring your paperwork?
Whose water is this?
Because if you didn't, I have these, and if you brought your paperwork, but you don't have a page protector, I have page protectors for you. So who needs the whole thing? That's yours? Emily, do you need the whole thing?
you like sourdough bread?
There's a.
I think I have a page
Alright.
protector. Does it need one?
I'm gonna give you a page protector if you want
Alright,
one.
I'll let you. Yeah, I'll take it. I don't know where it is in here. Oh, it's right here.
Okay, then, I'll just give you this.
Oh my gosh.
That way, you guys can always have it in your notebook.
Unorganized.
Here you go, baby.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, does everybody else have their papers then?
Oh,
yes. Okay.
sorry.
All right. All right.
I just had this book for like 2 decades. I've never read it.
So just so you all know, Julie and Stefan and maybe even Tiffany are on live. Let me just make sure Tiffany's actually on.
Hi, Tiff. Hi, Tiffany. And Julie and Stefan.
Yep. So let's see if Tiffany's on yet. Tiffany.
Chicken?
Oh, yeah, Michelle.
Come on.
Pumpkin seed.
Girls got some love going on here.
Yeah. I know, that's really good.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right, yeah. Hey, you like sourdough bread?
Oh, my God.
Nico!
I was hoping I'd see you. Oh, we gotta get a short. We gotta get a share first, girl. Did you bring food? I did.
I meant like for me.
So I just
Yeah.
really
But,
aware of
you
it
know,
and
it's
trying to-
Good.
I just buy
I'll
like
take
four.
one of the cheese.
Good.
Yeah, my tummy is not doing good.
Terrific force. And then the lid came up.
Nico,
Right in the head.
Nico, do you have your peer processing paperwork from us then?
Uh-huh.
Do you have a page protector?
The what?
A page protector?
I don't.
I'll give you one.
Aw.
I want you to be able to have that nice.
Thank you, Aunt Nico.
People never do that.
Not much. I have no veggies in my house. Oh,
That's for cars, like
Can you go, my girlie?
Mary loves.
Oh, Mary.
Hit my head on, I went to dip and there was a big metal pole. I didn't even see. Yeah.
Okay, Julie and Stefan, I'm waiting to hear back from there's Tiffany, let's see what she says. Hi, she was booted off.
Oh, so they say hi again?
No, she was booted off of,
Is it on?
yeah, so,
Freak, it's so hot.
okay, so we're on it.
Just you, baby.
I know, it's like the weather kept aside, weather wants to, I was frozen all day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Crystal penises, that's really hilarious.
That's funny.
She goes all over the world. She's a purple amethyst. She has this huge purple amethyst that she can stand in.
I want that.
Oh, that's amazing. I know.
Yeah, I really needed to go to that too, cause I want beads for another mullet.
So is it fixed?
You can go online and get a haunted.
Okay, let me just ask her.
I had one at
Okay.
home, it's more, I don't know if one that does the energy, I find it really overwhelming.
Right. Tell me if it's working.
It's really high vibration. and
It's just
a
so
lot
many
of people.
crystals.
Yeah. I watched this
And
really cool thing
I don't
last
have
night.
On, okay, yay, okay, good.
So that did work?
So now we can, hi Tiffany.
Hi!
And hi Julie.
Hi, Julie.
And hi Stefan.
Hi,
Stefan.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know you, Stefan, but hi.
And she says, hello team. That is from Tiffany. Okay, so here's a thought, because I have Julie and Stefan on my phone. Would anybody like to bring Tiffany on their phone so we can actually hear from her too? I don't know.
I will, where do you need?
Okay, so I've got, you know, Julie and Stefan on this phone. So if anybody else wants to get Tiffany Bach on their phone, then we can hear from them as well as them seeing us. Yeah, that'd be, so we're interactive.
Tell her I'm calling her.
Well, I've got two of them on, and so
Thanks,
somebody else
Nico.
needs to, yeah.
Jen's calling Tiffany.
All right, so here's what we're doing for, we'll wait till, I'm so excited, you guys. I have to just clean up a little bit of a mess. It's not a really big deal, it's actually funny. But the other night at Movement to Mastery, I was so excited I could not contain myself. I've already apologized for the people that were here this morning. And it was like, I literally was beside myself with joy. And I couldn't stop, I couldn't reel it in. And so Gary actually said, shut up. I was like, I'm trying.
I thought you were adorable.
Yeah.
We loved it. We loved it.
I apologized to him later, he laughed, and was like, I know I was interrupting his flow, and it's like, it's,
You usually have pretty good insight, so are you asking for clarification that most of us are wanting
Oh, that part,
anyway?
that part wasn't the issue. It was when he was trying to direct and I was still chatting, and he was saying, okay, people, be quiet, and I was still chatting. And he kept saying,
And he's like,
"Shut up."
"I'm
And he finally had to say, shut up.
Who's talking over there?
I'm trying.
I always look really innocent.
So funny.
And then you just said like,
Oh,
not
yeah.
me.
And then
Was
the
it
next
me?
time, we looked over at our little group, I was like going, we're not talking. It's not us.
He did the Cheech and Chong Merry Elephant.
I know, that's what's funny about it, right?
I've never seen
Glass.
any of these.
Yeah, they
had to sit down.
Hi,
Yeah. I know it. They're all babies.
Very few of us.
Okay, so now we've got people on the phone, so we want to include them, so we want to also be a little attentive to anything that they want to input to. So here's what I want to do for this working lunch, because some of us have been here all day, and some are just arriving, and I want to integrate both groups. Because I don't want anyone to feel awkward with each other, or left out, or not included, right? So I'd love to make this about peer processing. I mean, we've got a ton of stuff we can all share, right? But let's talk about what you like about the process so far if you've been practicing, or anything that you learned today that you would like to say something about. And let's just kind of go around the table and take a turn, so everybody gets, their voices get heard, and we get to really kind of get more insights from each other. Is that good? Mm-hmm. All right. And Julie, you and Stefan, we're gonna include you guys too, and Tiffany, you as well, okay, honeys? Okay. And just all you need to do is when, why don't we just start someplace and then we'll go all the way around, and then do you guys, Stephanie and, Stefan and Julie, do you want to go towards the end, or would you rather go towards the beginning?
I think, towards the end is fine.
Towards the beginning, or towards the end?
Towards the beginning.
Okay, great. All right, and then Tiffany, would you like to go towards the beginning or towards the end?
Maybe towards the end.
Okay, great.
I'm like watching you guys live, but it's like being on the live internet versus phone is like two different speeds.
I know, it's crazy. I'm so happy we get to do it though. Okay, you go towards,
so she's
we'll do
watching
you at the end. Yeah.
Feedback loops coming in.
Yeah.
Is
All right.
Stefan Julie's son?
Mm-hmm.
The one
All
with the
right.
cool shoes.
They were the ones that did
Right?
Yeah, yeah. Jim has been
DJ
watching.
extraordinaire. Yeah,
Yeah.
DJ extraordinaire.
Okay, so Julie, I'm gonna let you start then. And then Stefan, do you wanna go towards the beginning or towards the end?
We do have a guy.
Hold on, I need you to say it loud.
I guess towards the end.
Okay, I'll have you go with Tiffany at the end then. All right, darling. So Julie, I'm gonna start with you unless you want somebody to start and then you can go. Okay, so then, who would like to start? All right, Sarah, and then we'll just go around this way.
Okay.
All right, and then Julie, when you're ready to go, just pop in your mouth and say, I'd like to go next, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Sarah?
Okay, what I love about peer processing is it becomes so much more natural, and I feel myself really being drawn to it. Like, it's becoming just a part of my natural, wanting to process.
Mm-hmm.
And something that I really noticed today is, especially after last night, being in so much energy and channeling so much information, when I don't talk about it, like, it's really energy that's inside of me. And then when I do finally talk about it, it comes out like animated, like,
Yeah.
so not only, like, I've used it, I feel like, more for negative things, but now I feel like I need to really step into be using it for positive as well. And
Nice.
seeing the benefit in that.
That's
Because,
awesome.
yeah, so it's been really great, and so I feel like with the denser energy, it's, the most helpful in the moment to get out of
Yeah.
everything that I'm stuck in. Whereas like with the higher energy, it's like really just being able to talk and to be celebrated and to let
Yes.
myself get it, because I feel like if I don't say it, I'm just running all of the things in my head the
Yeah.
whole time anyways.
Yeah.
So it just helps me get really clear on what's going inside of my head, because I have 10 million things going on.
Wait, do you wanna do this? Or do you wanna do this? Or do you wanna do this? Do whatever you want.
Fingers are
We have questions.
So has everyone in here taken peer processing already?
No.
Well, but,
Okay, I haven't
but-
either.
but you guys are new, but you are taking it today, but everybody else that just arrived, yes.
Oh, I see.
So that's why
Okay.
I'm setting it up so that people who have now taken it, like you guys can do it next time, can come in the afternoon
for $37 and get the additional techniques that I'm gonna keep teaching, because there's a lot more to it than just what I teach in
I see.
basic.
I see.
I love you, Rita, you make me laugh.
Don't we? Oh, so loved.
I haven't laughed in a while, so.
All right, who's next? Should we go around, or do we wanna, do you wanna just say,
You wanna
I'm
go your
next?
way?
Okay, we'll go with you.
I don't mind going if you want us to go around.
We'll just, okay. You go.
Well, since I'm just in between. So I have only actually practiced it once outside, which I know you're like, you should do it every day.
No, nobody's doing that to you.
So, I am excited to practice it more.
Yeah.
The one thing I really, really like about it is actually being the listener. Because I'm very talkative, if you haven't noticed. And in my past life, I heard that. In my past life, I really like giving advice, and what I've learned is most people actually don't want your advice. Like, most people really need to work things out on their own through talking.
Yeah.
And so I love the format of not being able to respond and just holding the space for them, because it's a really good practice for me in learning how to not talk, not give my opinion, not give advice, and just let them process.
I love that.
So yeah, so we did do FaceTime, which was kind of weird, cause it's like, you can't look at the eyes, and it's like you're either looking at their picture or, so that was a little bit weird. And then Holly and I just played around, we didn't really do per processing, but I had her just talk to me.
Yeah, yeah.
So she could see if she felt heard just over the phone.
Nice.
And so that kind of worked, just like the
Yeah.
And I think with her, she just knows I'm listening anyway, even if I'm silent. So we're just kind of playing around with that right now, like, can we really do this over the phone? Cause so many people are in Salt Lake, I'm like, if I'm doing this every day, it's gotta be able to be over a phone.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, that's basically the main thing I really, really love, is being a listener.
That's awesome for you. I'm really happy with what you're sharing.
So, yeah.
Love you,
Wow, yeah, I'm just noticing that.
Say hi to Tiffany and Julie and Stephanie.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get the, yeah, order.
I'm on it, Lori.
Okay. And so, Melissa, we're gonna do another table. And so Mary, or Michelle, I think, let's go this way. We're gonna probably add another table right there.
What do they have?
So we can include other people. You want to?
Oh, and I was gonna say.
We're gonna add another table.
Yeah. Lori, we're just gonna order our food.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just Mexican, is it good Mexican?
So I have a question about that. Can I just say that this time?
Oh my gosh, I'm like.
Just let me just need to take it's easier with my husband because he doesn't.
Yeah, me.
Right.
Hey guys,
So-
you need to,
So I
they're right there.
feel better, but I
Now they're coming back. Making it go.
Well, it's because it's not even. Like, you're just talking and unloading on her. It's not an even exchange. So like, if,
Oh, yeah,
you
you're
know,
right.
if you have friends that always want to talk to you about their problems, but then they never hold space for yours, like, that's what I also love is an equal. Like, you get this time, you get this time. What kind of Mexican is it? Like American I'm doing a share.
I think.
Well, I just want, I have to, I don't just say that I should share or down.
perfect height.
I love it.
I just want to see what you
I know Sarah's just writing me like
If you can just add to this order.
I just want to look at the
Maybe we
menu.
could slide down or something.
Yeah, let's slide down.
Like this.
So are you getting?
We're ordering our
You got a scoochie mamuchi.
Thank you.
We got a scoochie
Mamuchi people. We gotta spread out. Let's go. Let's go.
Actually, no, because what I want is to leave a little room in case anybody else shows up.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Just in
Lord.
case.
I was trying to make the party happen.
It's
still happening.
Maybe you guys could scoot a little bit down.
Yeah. Thanks, Crystal. I commend work that Rita. Okay, everybody, I want to commend Rita because she's just like this light that I just wasn't like prepared for, and I'm so thankful that she exists and that she's here, and God is calling me to just love her in this moment and express that. And I'm so thankful to have you next to me.
You're welcome.
That's all right, Bill.
I'm like, let's go.
I'm happy.
Because the dance part starts round 1, so we're like, let's go.
I'm so glad you guys came. So I'll tell you what we're doing,
Okay.
because we're integrating both groups, the group that was here this morning, all the way through, and the group that's just arriving. And I want to make sure everybody feels included, that we're one big group now. And so we're just starting to go around the table. Sarah's gone and Emily's gone. And we're gonna just share anything you wanna share about our experience of peer processing so far, or any questions, not questions and answers, because we're gonna do that later, but anything that you really feel drawn to share about your experience of it so far.
Okay.
All right, so it's Jody's
Yeah,
turn.
I'll go.
Mhm.
So I feel like it fosters connection a
Mhm.
lot for me, and like there's something really powerful about just being able to go and go and go and talk and not wait for someone to, you know, not worry that they're gonna interrupt or not listen. I mean, that freedom is just,
Yeah.
wow. I haven't done it a lot. I haven't practiced a lot, but I get to do more.
Yeah, but another reason why I wanted to offer this is because it's hard to get started. It's a new process, and it's a vulnerable experience. And so by having this occasionally, I mean, I'd love to do it monthly, but we've got a lot on the calendar. But by doing it occasionally, then people can keep coming back and keep getting some
Right.
practice and getting to know who else is doing it, so you can actually hook up with other people.
Yeah.
Not sexually, but people.
Yeah.
Lord, you're so funny.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Joni, you have to let it in.
Yeah. Okay.
No, you have to eye contact.
Oh, okay.
Let us love you.
Okay.
Yay,
Where's that from?
All right, this one is the Tibetan applause. This one is the sign language.
Okay, so which one are we doing?
And then all three.
Anything, yeah.
We're doing Gary's, and then we're doing this. And then when you want to do it, anytime you want to.
And then Michelle has her.
And that's the autistic tantrum.
The orangutan is what it looks like.
Julie, I'm just checking in. Do you want to go yet? Okay, it's Julie's turn and then Jonathan. Okay, Julie first and then Jonathan. All right, Julie, we're all listening. Trish, we're all listening. Julie and Stefan are on.
Hi, Julie.
And Tiffany Bach is on Zen's.
Oh, hi, Tiffany.
All right. We really are. Yeah.
And I'm excited to explore this set of tools because the two things that stand out are permission and time. Those are two things, you know, that often under such a fast-paced experience and environment that to have the time, the permission and the time to be able to really be present in conversation with another, like doing, you know, both ends of the talking and the listening. That's, it seems like a gift. And so I'm really excited to try this. I think it's going to have some really powerful benefits.
Awesome.
All right, thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome. I'm happy to include you. All right, Julie, love you dearly. We're giving you applause.
Love you, Julie.
All right, Jonathan.
So the peer processing, I'm noticing how it's good to start just talking about your life and your story. And it's kind of funny just by sharing that, you start noticing going deeper. And
Exactly.
And then even things come after, it's like, oh yeah, that happened. And it's like, yeah, probably I still have stuff to do that.
I've got more work to do,
Yeah,
right?
than I thought.
Yeah, that's awesome, honey. Thank you.
Let it in. Yay, Jay!
He gets the Tibetan applause. I did peer processing with Renee Shaw, so I did the awakening with her, and we were in our breakthroughs together, and so that was just a really, she was my mom in
Yeah.
my breakthrough, and so it's just been really good to have her support. So we've done several peer processing sessions together, and so I just feel like she really understands me, and her and I actually met a long time before this work. Like, I didn't even introduce her to this, and she didn't introduce me. We just
Met here.
found each other again here. So we have a long time connection, and so that's been fun to reconnect with her, and I'd like to bring her back around here a little bit more. So yeah, I don't really have much to say.
How
you know, now-
have your peer processing sessions gone?
I've only done like maybe 4 with her, and they were actually really deep, you know. So, I mean, empowerment dialogue is kind of a deeper, you know, a deeper level of that. So, yeah.
But it's a great little technique for when you don't have a lot of time and you just need to rush energy quickly.
Yeah.
Yep. Great.
Yeah. I think Seth does it with me all the time. I probably just need to close my mouth so he can talk now. We haven't done it intentionally, you know, and Melissa too, so anyway, I need to be quiet and let you do it now.
I'm taking it all in. It's all good. I'm like, who's Melissa?
So, I'm a talker, so I gotta.
do like Kelly and Melissa, whatever y'all wanna call me.
Now, I'm gonna call you out on that.
Yep. Okay.
I'm gonna call you out.
Okay.
Call her out.
All right.
Someone's
I love
taking my
y'all.
place.
I love y'all very, very much. I love y'all very, very much. But when you call me Melissa, I'm gonna stand here and I'm gonna say I love you. And my name's Kellyanne.
Right.
Why? Because
Oh,
God has
thank
called
you.
me to be Kellyanne.
Thank you.
Not Melissa.
Cool.
And I say this with my truth, and I say this with my love, and I say it with unconditional love.
Here
towards
you go, girl, own it.
Welcome back, Kellyanne.
Then. Okay. Okay. I gotta walk in my truth.
Right, that's awesome.
Rise up.
Okay.
All right, so now we're gonna give her some love.
Awesome.
I already gave you a bunch of those.
I know. It's all good for you. Thank you guys for that.
Thank you for letting us know that. That's really important.
I need a walker.
Michelle.
I haven't done it. And
Okay.
so, I'm going to really be open to this, cause I have a brother that's a rager and I wanna do this with him. Because there's nobody on the planet that's safe with that,
Is it possible?
except me, as far as him.
Wait, hold on,
There's
hold
no
on,
way he
hold
could
on.
even do that.
Hold on, there's side talk going on and I want us all to really give her attention. That's all right, honey. Go ahead.
Okay, so I haven't done this process really before, and I have a brother that's a rager, and I want to create the safety for him to be able to release some of that energy, because it's overflowing in his
Yeah.
life and wrecking everything. And so I can see the value, but I just wanna be coached with the technique. And I'm a total know-it-all, so I feel like an idiot if I'm stupid and don't know something. Then, so please just coach me gently and let me know, cause I'm open, I'm willing, I'm just letting you know, I want the feedback, I
Yeah.
want the coaching,
Yeah.
cause I wanna get over my stuff fast.
Of course.
I've been dragging it around a long time, so.
Yeah, and we talked the other night at Movement Mastery. From that conversation and from what you're learning today, do you feel a shift coming in terms of the paradigm that you were holding, that if I don't know how to fix it or make it work, or I don't know the technique really well, then I can't practice it? Do you feel a shift on that?
What I want is because I know I have a tone of voice thing that comes out, and I'm not even aware of it.
Yeah.
Until the people are like, you know, and then it's too late. Then I've already done
Hey,
it. So,
bitch.
yeah, so I would like, you know,
Yeah.
to be able to become conscious of it in a way that I recognize it in the moment. Because
Yeah.
if I can see what's triggering it,
Mhm.
then maybe I can
Start doing something about it.
start, but I'm not even aware until I'm already,
Yeah.
you know.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
I don't even know there's a trigger until I'm blowing up.
Yeah,
Right.
got it.
And it's not your fault. I just want you to know upfront, it's not your fault. I get it, I know, I've had this a long time, and I really want to fix this bad, because I don't have that intention.
Right.
It's not my intention, it's something I inherited, and so I can hear the witchy voice, you know who it is, but how did I get that? I don't know. It just shows up and people are like, who's that? And I'm like, I don't know.
Okay.
You know?
So, with that said then, given that what you were telling me the other night was that you haven't practiced because you don't know what you're doing with this particular process,
Right.
do you feel like you have more information, more knowledge based on today so far that will let you start to practice?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, and I wanna learn how to create safety for other people, cause that's not a gift I was given.
Yeah, I got it.
So I
Yes,
wanna
it
be
is.
able to give that gift.
Yes, it is.
I feel bad.
I disagree.
Okay, now hold on a second, so Julie?
Yes.
Are you listening to what Michelle is saying?
Yes.
And do you hear her request for support whenever her tone of voice or her energy comes out in a way that doesn't feel safe and loving and supportive?
Yes.
Are you willing to support her by just, do you have a signal? So Gary teaches us coaching relationships, and I don't know if everybody's gotten that piece yet, but it's this really simple thing where with anybody in your life, you just say, this is my signal that I would love you to give me anytime that I am crossing a line or, you know, running over you in any way whatsoever, or anything that you feel I'm off in some way, and then you give them your signal, and then they give you theirs back, and then you have a really easy, mutually supportive system for letting each other know, ooh, that didn't feel so good. So mine, and you're all welcome to use this, mine is Lore, and that grabs my attention right now, and then I like tune in, and check to see what am I doing that isn't working right now for that person. So I would love all of us to start thinking about a signal that we feel safe with to give other people, so that we can say, hey, if you give me this signal, I'll know I'm doing the thing that I don't wanna be doing, but I'm not really aware that I'm doing
Right,
it.
and it has to be a signal.
Yeah.
Because you can't interrupt
Yeah.
what's going on. They have to become aware of it as it's happening
Yeah.
to them.
Mhm.
Cause I'm not even aware of it
Yeah.
till after. So
Alright.
if you're giving me a signal right as it's happening, then I'm like, okay, where is this coming from? It gives me a handle.
That's right.
That's what you
Awesome.
were telling me to do this?
Yes, and so for me, it's this.
Okay.
Michelle,
Okay.
how I want to hear that is.
Okay, so Julie,
instead-
are you
know what I'm
seeing
saying?
her do that on the live stream?
No, it's really glitchy, so I actually don't have live stream.
So just pat
Oh,
your
okay.
chest with your hand a little bit.
So pat your chest with, right over your heart with
And
your
it's
hand a little bit.
Michelle, how I'd like to hear you say that is
Okay.
this,
So
so
those are
that
her
I'm
words.
corrected right
Yeah.
there.
Michelle, how I'd like to hear you say that is, and then you give her that feedback on how you want to hear it.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, great. And just so you guys know, I don't expect just because you're hearing this right now, you're gonna be like doing it, because all of this is practice. And so you're gonna start wherever you are, like maybe Michelle runs over you and you forget her signal. And then you're thinking, bitch. And so then, and then that's your signal.
And then you get own that projection.
And then you're like, and then pull out your paperwork, right? And you're going, when I'm doing this, I feel, so bottom line, all of this is practice. That's the gift of this work, is that we are all in this together. I mean, oh my gosh, the cleanup conversations that I used to have all the time.
Turn north on South 300 West toward 9120.
I'm sorry.
You're so
There's an invisible person here.
So give yourselves permission and give each other permission to basically be mess-making machines all the way through, including the Barry, you know, the big boy that's learning how to be with everybody.
Gary Berry.
Oh my God. I guess so, it just came out of my mouth.
His signal, I know what his signal is. It's Gare,
Yeah.
just like you.
Actually,
Gare.
is it that?
It's Gare.
Oh,
yeah.
that's- I
And
didn't realize it.
Gare, it's the same tone.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
the same
If you don't
abbreviation of
go,
name.
you know,
That's what I
Garrett,
said too.
but you
Gare,
do
that's
that
not
low
working for
thing,
me,
Yeah.
or
then
I'm
his shell, he softens.
Okay, all right, so you all know Gary's signal now.
Garrett.
If
Gare.
Gare.
It's not Gare.
It's Gare.
That
Yes,
is-
exactly.
That has to happen.
That's what I mean.
And can you imagine in any right now, when Gary is, and you probably don't wanna do it in front of the room.
Right.
Right.
Although what was happening the other night, I was in love with. Oh my gosh, I wanna hear that all the time. But you know, anytime you're with him privately and he starts to run over you, which he's been known to do from time to time, unawares, cause again, when we're in our doing this, the mechanism, we're not even aware.
Right.
And that's the point of this, is supporting awareness, bringing it to consciousness, so that we can actually really assist each other to get where we're going, okay? All right, so, yay, girly, we are so proud of you, so. Don't you
That
hurt
was
yourself.
awesome. That's loving.
Okay, good, good.
Why clap?
Present.
All right. Adorable.
Thank you.
I just got it for you, Michelle. Can I give you like a little, new practice, new skill? Okay. Silly. Just do silly as often as you can. And play with it as much as you can, cause that is a whole different frequency for you. Cause of course your life, you know, like many of our lives sucked. And so the fact that you are like really working out of that really serious kind of energy, silly will serve you.
Okay.
Okay. good,
All
good.
right.
All right, Zen.
I have an unreasonable request.
Let's hear it.
So, sometimes we do the things we don't do to remind ourselves why we don't do them. And so my energy's a bit off today. So, can everybody just take a deep breath? Because I'm having a hard time breathing, and I know it's me, but it would support me if everyone did the same thing.
Okay, so then if we're gonna do this, then remember, breathe in and out through your nose. Expand your belly on your inhalation. Contract your belly on your exhalation. Let's do that a bit, so that we all land.
So my signal is actually, you take your hand up here and you just go.
Nice.
Yeah, it's basically telling you to bring the energy.
Namaste.
I like that.
And so what do you like about peer processing?
So I love it. I do it a lot. I'm one of those people that I can feel my energy really easily, and I don't like that stuck feeling. So I like that it's a simple process. I really like what Emily said about.
Can you talk just a little bit louder so these little sweethearts can actually hear too? I'll move it closer to you.
I really like what Emily said about, I'm usually the person that gives advice in every situation, so I like that it's a format that I have to practice being quiet and listening, so it's helping me do that. I also really like the insights that I get during that process, but it teaches me to be grounded instead of just spinning.
I love it.
I also like what Sarah said about also needing to express the good things. Cause I've been getting that a lot in the last few workshops about, it anchors it in for me to be able to do that, so I really like, being able to do the brag part of it as well.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about the advanced version, cause
I
I
know,
haven't
me
heard
too.
that. And I'm really excited that my bestest twin flame is here and that she's learning this because, I know this is gonna be very helpful for her and her daughter.
Yeah.
I'm grateful that she's here with me.
It's very exciting.
And Tiffany too.
I'm adding all kinds of new movements to this. I'm doing whirls,
Jazz
dancing. It's all celebration.
That's awesome.
It is.
So, this is something I've been definitely needing. I used to think I was a really good listener, but I'm realizing that I am a rush for time listener, because I manage 180 employees. And so my day is constant all through the door, and I have 2 doors, so they're both coming at all angles at me. And so I sit, I'm listening, I'm fixing their problem, and I'm sending them out the door.
Wow.
Awesome, great job, go be productive, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
And so I hear them, I'm present, but my goal is listen, fix, bounce.
Yeah.
So that they can go off and be wonderful, you know?
Uh-huh.
And so I get this angst when I have to wait for my turn to speak. I was having an angst, which is maybe what you were feeling too. It was like, oh, let's just, come on. So I can get, you know, like, and it's something I need to slow down and be present, because I think during the day, I only have 8 hours and 180 employees who all need something at some point in time. So, and it carries over into my personal life, and so I'm like, what's your problem? Great, all right, fixed it. And sometimes it's like, just like what Emily says, they don't want you to fix the problem. You just need to hear it. I mean, I remember used to calling my mom, and she would try to fix it. And I'm like, Mom, just let me bitch, please, just let me bitch. You don't, and she's like, oh God, thank God. All right.
Yeah. No pressure.
No pressure.
Because I can't fix it.
Because I can't fix it, girl, you know, and so that's why I need this.
Yeah.
So I can remind myself to be present, it's okay to just listen and not fix it, and just be. So,
Literally.
Yeah.
And be with.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And just chill out.
Well, and in your situation, because your actual work demands a certain quick bounce, all of that, so then you get to learn along with all of this where the line is, where you can discern, do I need to do it that route or do I need to do it this way? Because you're gonna be working from one end of the spectrum to the other, and it's gonna take some practice so you can get really good at flow. Right? Because you obviously have the gift, it's just a matter of now integrating a new system so you can fully be present.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's awesome. Very exciting.
Thank you.
All I can think was, well, there's a no in your head. Maybe there's a no in your head, right?
Yeah, and it's so hard, because if it's just,
that's my
okay,
life,
if
yeah.
we just,
Sweaters are tearing. You would just pull it out, all it out of my office.
That's so funny.
Sorry, I was like internally cracking up the whole time. Singing like the no.
Does that mean you were listening?
I was totally listening.
So when we watch that video, that reverts me right back to work, and I'm like,
I get it.
I'm just listening. Girl, you got like 7 more minutes. You know?
Yeah.
So I gotta, it's crazy.
I'm kind of curious with what you're dealing with, and so is it possible that you could come up with a system to support them to start to tune into their own fix? Like maybe you
I
can
ask
work
them
on that.
questions to try to, when I think that because I don't like to tell them what to do, otherwise they just keep coming back to me.
Yeah.
And for me to fix it, so I set it up, and I had a mentor who taught me this.
Yeah.
He would never tell me the answer.
Right.
And I was like, Leo, just tell me so you can get
Yeah.
out of your office. And he was like, no, figure it out. And so I try to put that back on there,
Yeah.
but for a crunch of time,
Yeah.
there's some people who just don't get it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, tell them, get
Let's
out.
have another conversation about this at some point, because
Okay.
I have a clue.
Cool.
Okay,
Awesome.
who knows?
Thank
I mean,
you
it's worth
so
a
much.
shot, you know.
Totally.
answer to my prayer, by the way.
Awesome. Woo! You got 3 times. Yeah. So one of my favorite things about this process that I learned through doing it is, so I was telling them earlier today that one of the things in the world in terms of regular relationship people tend to do is gravitate, if you're a giver, gravitate toward a taker, or vice versa. And then you have this sort of semi-balance in the relationship because it's so equally imbalanced. But I had a particular relationship where I was the giver, the taker. I was always the one that didn't know, and she was always the one that had all the answers. And then as I developed power, the imbalance came in, and that became very exciting. And so bottom line, we don't want that.
There was no room for that.
It wasn't fun. And so bottom line, what this did for me was gave me equilibrium. Nobody, and I do mean nobody. I lived in a cult, it turned out. I didn't know going in, but you know, coming out, it was like, oh, what was that? And so bottom line, these were brilliant therapists. They were world-class therapists that started, the Center for Feeling Therapy that Gary loves to talk about. He got to go 3 summers in a row for a week. I lived there for 3 years. I saw the inside scoop. And so they were brilliant, and they could do therapy like nobody's business, but they were also running a very dangerous situation. So what I learned from that is nobody knows for me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nobody knows for me. No doctor, no mechanics, no dentist, no person, no man, sorry, Don. Not you, but you know, I'm just saying in general. No authority knows for any of us because we each have our path with God. Whatever you call that, divine, right? And so the gift of this is developing your own knowing, your own permission to own your own direction. And so it's given me the permission in the world to teach anybody I'm talking to that I get a turn. You know, that it's not just about, I do it with some skills, so I don't just say, shut up, bitch, you know, it's my I'm taking it.
I love you more, Lori. Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Don't let Gary know this part of me. But bottom line, it's given me that sense of give and take.
Right.
And so now I expect and I demand, well, I don't demand as much as I invite the universe to only bring me 2-way street relationships. I used to save lives back in the day when my mom was suicidal my whole life, and then I carried that over into facilitating. And right up until about 6 years ago when I got the gift of, yeah, everybody has a path with God. You don't know, girl. You know, step back, because God's got the view. You just have this little vantage point. And so I might be enabling or interrupting their God-given journey of eternal destiny because I think I know for you, which God knows. So bottom line, I've learned how to actually be here with you and recognize in you, you got your own, you know, guidance, your own journey, your own knowing, and all you need is the reminder and the permission to actually say hello to yourself. And that's what I love about this. That's my favorite part, is that it's both ways. I talk, you listen, and now we trade, and I listen and you talk. I'm not bigger than you, and you're not bigger than me. And it doesn't matter how many steps ahead I am, because I've been at this a bit longer than some of you, but not all of you. But the reality is I'm just as mess-making as anyone here, and I don't pretend to be less than the rest of all of us. So, love it. Happy about it.
Gorgeous, Lori, gorgeous.
Yes. Yes.
Just make one.
Yes.
So I feel like in my life it's a dichotomy. Either I'm the taker completely or I'm the giver completely. And so I'm not clear how to shift and merge that because they're patterns.
So here's what I suggest is you come back to every review you can and keep practicing in your life as you can so that you keep getting, because you've got to get your body memory, your cellular memory to have a different experience. Okay. So you can say it to your mind as much as you want, but until it goes from mental to emotional to nervous system, it's just a nice idea. So you just need a lot of practice.
Okay.
Giving and taking. And it's equal turn at the same time.
Yeah.
I know sometimes people do, let's do me today and you tomorrow, and that's okay, but if it goes like next week we'll do me, that's a little too far apart to have it be effective in what I'm describing, which is that we're
Right.
trading turns.
What if they haven't done peer processing and there's offense? If like they are
If they
being
haven't done it,
offended, if I'm like,
and you want them to do this with you,
oh,
you can give them the sheet and then bring them back the next time, because I was telling people today, you can teach this to anybody. I just invite you to please bring anybody you teach back, so, because I've been doing this since 1980, and I just have a lot of understanding around it, and I can answer a lot of questions that you may or may not be able to, and some of you can, but I appreciate being able to give this to
Yeah.
anybody, so, yeah.
okay.
Make a copy and pass it on, but keep them in the possibility of more training.
I just wanted to actually say thank you, because that's what I was thinking, was the part that you brought up about the share, the equal time. And I just wanted to reiterate that, it's really, really, really important.
Yeah.
Cause I've actually felt like the energy when it's not balanced, like if you get, if you say, oh, well, you can have your turn next time, it doesn't work, so it's really, really important to set that agreement ahead of time.
Yeah, because what happens is if you start to go that route where you're gonna take your turn later, resentments start and they're undercurrent and you don't even notice always. And then all of a sudden you're not safe with that person, now you don't wanna social with them. And it can get to the point where you don't wanna see them or talk to them. And so you want to, this relationship is healing relationship. This is not girlfriends going out for dinner. This is not a conversation where we interrupt each other nonstop. This is healing relationship, and you wanna keep it really clear and clean.
Well, I was just gonna say what you said.
Okay,
So
good.
Just, yeah, cause like Zen said, you can feel when it's not equal.
Yeah.
And it makes you not feel safe, and it makes you resist wanting to do it with them again.
Exactly.
It's like, well, then it's,
Yeah, so it's really imperative. And so if you're in a position like that with somebody, but they've already been trained, then you just bring them back to their paperwork and say, I just want us to really follow the formula. Thank you for honoring that with me, because I'm really wanting to get this. And if it's somebody that you have taught that they haven't been trained, say, you know, I'm noticing that there's some things that feel a little bit like they're not in balance. And so I'm inviting you to come back to the class with me the next time, or go to the class the next time, so you can get the full-blown training. That way you can kind of take the edge off of you. Okay. All right, again, Lori. See, silly? That's right, I own it. Your turn, baby.
Okay, well, I took 2 years of movement to mastery. Really learned a lot doing it that way, but I wouldn't recommend it. But if you want to, it's really, if you can afford it,
I'm
it's
on my
really a
third
nice
year.
thing. I just really wanted to graduate. But I didn't get peer processing either year, and
Which is really funny, by the way.
yeah. Well, I also didn't do Pinnacle's presentation yet. Either year.
You're on
So
your third year
I
too.
have to do this. Okay, so.
So great.
You're in good company. All I can say.
We like you around, so keep doing it. Keep doing all of it.
I honestly don't know a lot about peer processing.
What do you like about what you've heard so far today?
What I've read through it, and I've heard a friend talking about it, raving about it. And I thought, well, that'd be nice, but I don't have anybody to go over this with. I couldn't do this with my husband, you know?
Not yet.
So, the only place I could do this is with people here, and the only time I get together with people here is when I do Rise.
Yeah.
So, because nobody lives down in central Utah County, right?
Where is that at?
Orem.
And
Orem.
Emily
down
lives
there.
in Springfield.
That's
Emily lives in
in-
Springfield.
That's in
Oh,
Provo,
and
but
I have friends. Really fast, Rita, and I know this was mentioned earlier, we always peer process over the phone,
Yeah,
and it works.
that's the only way I ever
I've
do
always
it.
do it on the
never
phone.
done, okay, well,
That's the
hopefully
only
I'll
way I
learn how
ever
to
do
that.
it. Just so you know, it saves gas, it saves energy, it saves time.
Okay.
And especially when you're in need
In
and
our
you're in a
shirts.
hurry,
Okay.
it's like, I have actually done a quick 5-minute both ways, just to, I've got a meeting I'm going into and I'm ready to blow a bomb. And I
So-
just need to get.
For me, over the years,
That's really
this sounds like what I would call a rant. You know?
It can be, but it doesn't always go that way.
Okay.
Yeah,
But-
sometimes it's a
but,
celebration.
You know, and
Yeah.
if you're talking about my very best friend, we are totally okay with, please, can I just talk?
Yeah.
And I do it with my nephew as well.
Good.
You know, so, and he and I, very are balanced.
Good.
In one conversation, we both go, so.
So part of why I invite everybody to come back, to consider coming back, and I include you, is so that you see who is doing it. And then you can exchange phone numbers with people here that you feel, because we're gonna do some trades here. In fact, we're gonna wrap up pretty soon. And so bottom line, I want you to practice with a few different people here today to see if
Okay.
you find somebody that you feel safe and comfortable to try it on the phone with.
Okay.
So you can have some experience. Excellent. You feel good with that? Possibly?
I do.
Okay, just so you know, we all love you.
Yes, we do, Rita.
Love you. We do.
Good job, Rita. We love you. You're beautiful. Yes.
Beautiful. All right. Kellyanne.
Thank you so
That's
much for
right,
that.
that's right.
Wow. Thank you so much. I'm really scared to talk right now.
Okay, good for saying so.
But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Girl, rock on.
I work really, really hard to love whoever is around me. Like, that's all I wanna do, all the time. And I beg the universe to fill me up with safe energy. And sometimes it's weird, sometimes it doesn't flow how I want it to. But I want each and every one of you to know that I work really, really hard every moment so that I'm conscious to love you if you're around me. And I want to create a safe space for you in that moment and just heal you in whatever way that I can. And so through this peer processing today and the information that Lori has expressed and I've read, I've learned that I really need to love me unconditionally so that I can love you more powerfully, more unconditionally, because that's all that I care about. Like, I don't care about money. I really don't. I don't care about, you know, whatever the world's, you know, all I care about is being a Care Bear. That's all I want to do. When I was in 3rd grade, they asked everybody what they wanted to be when they grow up, and I raised my hand and I said, I want to love, and I want to be loved, and that's all that I want to do. And so, thank you. And I want all of you to know that I think of you randomly throughout the day, and when I do, I pray for you, and I hold you in my soul, and I try to hold you in healing energy, and that was really hard for me to express right now.
Great, can I coach you on a little tiny piece?
Yeah.
Can you say what you just said to Kellyanne? I want you to know Kellyanne. Okay, in your mind, then say it to yourself, and you say it in your mind.
Oh, man, don't cry.
No,
do cry.
Don't
cry. Welcome to Cryville. Welcome to Cryville. You are safe to cry here.
We jumped all over that.
Why not wearing makeup?
Neither do.
We're
I'm
like
kind of
crying
the person that's
cheerleaders
like,
over
I'm
here.
really, really scared to do this, but let's do it.
Yeah.
You know? Okay. Wait, what am I supposed to do? What's happening right now?
So you're saying to Kellyanne,
Okay.
because remember it starts with self-love, I pray for you. There's more, so it's just, let it flow wherever it goes.
Right, okay, so if I do this for me, I'm a better foundation for you.
That's
I can
right.
do that.
That's right.
That's more fuel
That's right.
for you guys,
That's
right?
right. That's
Because
right.
it's all
That's
about
right.
you for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Kellyanne, you gotta help me. I need
I
a
pray,
lot. I need a lot.
you pop into my mind randomly throughout the day.
Okay, Kellyanne.
You can do it,
Kellyanne.
you can do it with your eyes closed, because it'll be safe.
Yeah,
Touch your heart.
You won't be so distracted.
Kellyanne.
No, I'm
or
getting real about
self-conscious.
this. I'm not fucking around.
Okay.
Because I'm worth it.
Kellyanne.
Okay, I'm real.
Wait, hold on for a second.
Okay.
She was so afraid she was gonna offend me.
Yeah, I was.
Kellyanne, put your hands on your
Jill,
heart, it'll
this
ground
is
you.
my bitch
Okay.
game out.
Okay.
Calm your energy into reality.
Thank you for allowing me to experience this, by
Yeah.
the way. Okay. Care Bear, Kellyanne, I love you, and I think about you randomly throughout the day, and I pray for you. I hold you in healing energy. I hold you in unconditional love. I hold you in God's energy, in the universe's energy, and sparkly, glittery, beautiful love. And you're so amazing, and you're so gorgeous, and you're just a flutterby, and you're awesome, and you're like fucking Tinkerbell. Okay. And you have so much love for everyone. Namaste.
And you have so much love for me.
Kellyanne, you have so much love for me. Yeah, wow, you're just so gorgeous. Oh my gosh, you're so gorgeous. Oh my gosh, there's so much love in you. Wow, it's so potent. So much energy. You're like a beating heart on legs. Thank you.
Everybody knows about the moons of the past week.
Oh wow. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Love you.
All of you. Okay, so I have to just hug all of you right now.
Yeah. Okay, but when you do, then each person you hug, I want you hugging you as you are hugging them. Because really, here's the imbalance. You're so focused out externally that the energy that comes to us comes at us instead of this beautiful flow, which is what you want. So own you. Hug every person as if you are hugging you. Because that's where it needs to come back to, honey. And then we can get your love. Because your energy is so big, you're afraid to let it in.
Foundation.
Yes.
Does anyone see how gorgeous this woman is?
Yes.
She's so intelligent,
All the
she's so
time.
on fire, she's so
I am.
holistic,
Yeah.
she's so powerful. I don't even have an adjective or a word for you.
Awesome.
You're just like ageless.
Godly.
Remember that's
Okay.
Okay, we love you, darling. Awesome.
I'm hugging you. I'm hugging you. I'm hugging you. I'm doing this. Okay, I'm gonna imagine that you're me.
That's right, like Laura said.
I still feel your energy in me.
That's
like
right.
when I'm vibrating at a higher level
That's
from
right.
her,
Yeah.
from Kellyanne,
So
from your.
it's a gift from God, that's for sure. You just want her to get.
Gotta love Starlight.
We love it.
It's just to make it
That's right, Were you at my Wise Guys? I didn't get to come. I can't wait till I can get that, so I can show it, cause it's so fun.
I know.
Yes,
It's
it's
fun.
so
Who recorded
great.
it?
Yeah, my brother recorded it on his iPad, cause my iPad wouldn't work. Only we don't know how to get it from his to mine. We're clueless.
Can it do Google Drive?
We don't know how. We hear that's how you do it.
It's easy.
We
I can
literally
expect
know
you.
that.
If I can do it,
We
you
know
can do it.
nothing.
That something exists.
We're just impressed that he actually recorded it.
Like, I can probably help you because I'm clueless too, but I know how to do Google Drive.
Okay,
Well, and
good.
if they're both iPads.
They both
If you
iPads.
have AirDrop.
Oh, AirDrop. I have AirDrop. He has AirDrop. What do we do?
You
Just
just
AirDrop?
you
Thank you.
share
Keep
and then
putting
it
it
should
out.
pull out.
I know.
Yes.
Save, open, and lock.
Are
Each
you
of
more than
yours,
enough to
if you
give?
have it to contacts or open to everyone. And then you just push it and it'll send it.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna try that and see if it works. Otherwise, I'm calling.
So my baby and this best friend are Scorpios, they're born within 24 hours.
Oh, wow.
We didn't know each other.
Wow.
They constantly are talking about butts.
How cute is that?
They are so
How old are they?
10.
Oh.
They're so inappropriate. I'm like, it's so good neither one of you are in school yet because we would be getting called to the principal's office all the time.
Oh, that's so
In
cute.
school, oh.
Because they're both homeschooled.
Lori?
Yep, last year was the first year my kid was in school.
Wow.
And he didn't
Our
do
food
well,
is here in
so
1
he's
minute.
back home.
Go ahead.
So.
Grab
we're
it
gonna
when you
grab
do.
it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, we're off.
You're good. Yeah. So there's I love Despicable Me because I love Minions, I think they're adorable. And so I just saw Despicable Me 2, where the two little guys are talking to somebody, Ramsbottom, and the one says to the other, bottom. It's so cute, they're like, bottom.
That's like seriously how they are. They're so
cute.
funny. They're like
so cute.
And I just like listen to them. I like just kind of like they're so funny.
Oh, that's adorable.
But it is. It's the comedy. Like he'll say things to make people laugh. Like I watch him and I'm like, they're so funny.
Oh, that's adorable.
God
Okay, we're
bless
gonna go on,
Scorpios.
because
Yes.
Nico's turn.
Yes, I am going. So I have been so excited about this class, pure processing. I'm like, oh man, I have all this energy and it just like, shoo, goes everywhere. And since I have started learning to embrace my energies, it has allowed me to be a giver, okay? But give sincere at the max capacity, because it does start here. And I realized that my giving was so unsubstantial at
Oh,
the
okay.
beginning,
Okay.
because Nico didn't love Nico. And I loved myself, but I didn't accept myself in the beauty and magnificence of who I am.
Yes.
And as I express myself, it allows me to know that if I really want to give, I'm going to do it in the right style that person needs to feel. And Mary helped to teach me that as well, because I get that my style doesn't work for everybody. And,
5 love languages, right?
Yeah, and I only learned that from having the feedback when I do the pure processing. And once I can release my frustration or my pissiness or my bitchiness or my super critical self, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm over that one now, because I just embraced it for 15 minutes or 7 minutes or however long. And so it's really allowed me to say, okay, I'm over that now.
That's
Time to find Nico
awesome.
again. I'm back down to
Yes.
earth, and I'm going to enjoy this moment. So
love it.
it's been huge for me, and I think I'm fucking amazing.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. I felt that when you
Woo!
said it.
Yay! Rock on, rock on. Yes, you are. It just gets better and better, you know?
That's it.
It's so good, because the more that happens, the more everybody's frequency goes through the roof. It's awesome.
Well, it's a peaceful vibration. It's not Nico style vibration. It's just the vibration, and I get to accept everyone for where they're at, and I get to support them in that, and they're supporting me, and it's chilled me the heck out.
I'm so happy.
And also, I gotta add this. Me burping, which I'm a really good burper. Me crying, me laughing at really strange, odd things, me holding my face in a generic smile, even though I don't feel like smiling. All of that, all of my outward expressions, I got that I have work to do in here and release it. Why do I have to smile if I'm really not happy? Like, why do I have to pretend like I get it when I don't? Or why do I have to pretend like I like that person if they're really bugging me and I have an issue? So it's been amazing.
Right?
Yeah, it's like, oh, I got process.
Yeah.
Come right back here.
Yeah. Awesome, honey. I'm so proud of you. Yeah. Yay.
Right.
Mary.
Awesome.
So, I wanna say that it was interesting, because I've had
Hold
where-
on. Okay. Go ahead.
I've had in college classes where they start a class with, tell us a little bit
Oh.
about yourself.
Trisha.
She's gotta get something back there. Oh.
Sorry, Mary. Right.
Yeah, and
Oh,
like
okay.
the whole time, nobody's focused on what anyone's saying, because you're like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna say, what am I gonna say?
Right.
And I totally wasn't that way, like, and I kept noticing that I wasn't doing that, and that I was actually present and listening, and I was like, yeah, I'll figure out what I need to say.
So you mean
I
here
think
today,
that's
right
awesome.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Good girl.
Because normally I'm like sitting here like, what am I gonna say, what am I gonna say, oh my gosh, but I wasn't, I was just listening and being present.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then even like with her, what she said
Mm.
So it's really been helping me a lot, because before I shut myself off from everyone, so I wouldn't talk to anybody. And then I'd get home to my poor child, and he'd do one little, like, minor thing, and I'd be like,
Mm-hmm.
and then I realized I was doing that. Because I wasn't letting anything out anywhere, I was just holding it all in. And that was the only place where I felt like I was safe, I guess. And I was like, oh, well, that's kind of a bitch move to do that to my kid all the time. So then I stopped doing that, and I just kind of held it in always until it gets to a point where I can't hold it anymore.
That's right.
And then it's bad.
Yeah.
Then I blow up at work.
Oh, good golly. Yeah.
So learning this has been really good for me, and even when we first did it, and I was like, can we just not have them interrupt at all? And then once they didn't interrupt, I was like frustrated with why they weren't responding. So I've gotten better at that, and realizing that, because normally I feel like no one ever hears me.
Yeah.
So it's like to be able to gauge if they're hearing me.
Yeah.
I need to respond.
Yeah.
So now it's like I'm wanting to make sure that I'm saying something that's going to be a response. So now I can just talk and just be like, let it all out, not give a shit if anyone's understanding, or
Yeah.
you know, I'm like, oh, I get that. What about this? I'm like, no, I'm just talking. Talk.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I'm not I get there.
And so, out of curiosity, when you're just talking, and do you feel like you are emptying the wellspring of backlog of old energies?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm just kind of like, no, I don't know what to talk about.
Yeah. You
what
see,
else?
you can always talk about things from your life.
Mm-hmm.
So, 5-pounders,
Well, I've only done it with her.
Okay,
so.
good. So you guys can. Okay, good. Yeah.
So.
Husband, baby.
Yeah. There have been times where I'm like, I don't really know what to talk about now, and I'll just like kind of say nothing and wander around until I'm like, oh, I can talk about this.
Good. See, what I love about this is you are teaching yourself, you're training yourself to discover for yourself where you want to go. Because right now you don't know. You're new enough, and it's just foreign enough because you haven't had this kind of permission or attention safely in your past. So you're like, oh, well, now what, And that's kind of generally true for people that are brand new to it at some point, because they're wondering if they're doing it right, or if anybody's really listening, or even cares. And so all of that's going on without really being cognizant of it a lot of times. So you are actually expressing for the whole group phases that people go through. And so the fact that you're like kind of like, well, okay, let's see, I'm going to talk about whatever, and then you come to it, perfect. You're like doing it. Really good girl.
Because if you even call Sarah up and be like, I don't know what the issue is, but I'm gonna fucking talk.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
I know that there's something bugging me, but I don't know what it is.
Oh, good. It's so good. And with that too, you can always just go into your body and talk about the experience you're feeling. So I'm tense,
Well, that's usually what it is. If I'm like,
And where it
feeling
is.
like I don't want to do anything. I just want to be in bed all day. Like thinking about going out annoys me. And and why?
Thinking of her processing annoys you.
Yes.
all of it, right? Because at some point, it's all annoying, right?
Yeah, I won't even tell her, like, I felt like I don't want to call and talk to you, so that's why I'm calling.
I don't want to talk to you, that's why I'm calling you.
I love you, you're such a girl.
I'm like, I don't want to talk.
Awesome, Mary.
Need to hear that. Okay, so we have Stefan and Tiffany. So, Stefan, would you like to go first or last? Okay. Tiffany, are you okay to go next?
I sure am.
Let's have it. Let's hear you, baby.
Go Florida.
Okay. Hi, guys.
Gee,
Hi,
I never wanted.
So, since I've been back home from Utah the last few days, it's been quite the eye-opening and heart-opening. So I've done 2 processes this myself, and I've been recording myself so I can hear, because for me with teaching students, and obviously myself, to like hear myself and to see myself go through my emotions and my complete and utter range right now has been actually a really powerful tool for me. I get to hear like the weaknesses, I get to hear my strengths, and then I get to see like the, I guess I could say kind of like the reflection. Like right now, I'm having very intense experiences with my mom. So I get to see like the traits that like kind of like boomerang back to me, but they're really not me. But I'm learning how to, like how you're saying, with how you give me couple of my new skills. Was to like before I speak was to take a deep breath, be present, look around, you know, and then speak. So I'm trying to like work on getting slower because I know I'm fast, and I know my messages aren't always clear. So for me right now, I don't know, I feel like I'm witnessing so many different dimensions of myself.
That's awesome.
And how like
let yourself feel that, honey.
like how many years that I have been completely manipulated. Like since I've been home in the last 2.5 days, my youngest daughter has been in a car accident, was hit by 2 cars. Thank God she's okay and alive, amen. And I found out my dad had stage 4 skin cancer. So I'm trying to work through, God forbid, like the loss of my family, you know, and where I stand with myself right now. Am I strong enough within my foundation to continue to carry on, which I feel I can and will? And also being attacked all at the same time.
Yeah.
And yet observing it, living in it, feeding it, witnessing it, and then breathing, and then sitting back and like, you know what I mean? Watching myself like attack myself.
So I have a question for you. I have a question for you. So you've got some big circumstances up, and so, and I know you've just gotten back again. So, do you have some people set up for yourself to do phone peer processing yet?
I talked to a couple of friends in the team. No, I don't have like a set date or time.
Okay, I really want to support that possibility for you, because whenever we have big stuff up, that's when you want to do more frequently than less frequently. So those are the periods of time in my life that I was doing daily for a stretch. And so if you don't have somebody that you can do daily with, or even a few times a week, try to get a couple or 3 people. And you can do this by phone, and you see the people that are here, and you know people in Movement to Mastery. And so we've got a group of people here that you know that you could reach out to and say, hey, can we set up like a regular weekly thing? Because here's why weekly matters. When you are doing weekly, your system starts to calm down. Because it realizes you're gonna actually get your turn coming up on this day at this time. And you need all the stabilizing support you can get right now, so that you don't have to work so hard to keep your foundation. And so you've got a couple of really big things that are hitting you hard. And so I'd love to just encourage you to try to set up before the end of this class here today, 2 or 3 sessions with somebody, two or 3 people here for this week for a phone session, so that you actually have things that you're looking forward to, that you know you're gonna actually get some support. Do you think you can consider that?
Absolutely.
Great, okay. There's some people raising their hands that are open to that idea. Can I see who would be open? So I'm just gonna list names. So we've got Kellyanne, Nico, Mary, Sarah, Emily, Jonathan, Trisha, and so you've got some people to choose from. Okay?
Here for you, girl.
Yeah, and so you just need to, you know, get some phone numbers here. And so we'll make sure that happens before the end of the day, okay?
Thank you.
All right, love. God bless you. We are praying with you and for you. We're giving you some love.
Love you, Tiffany!
Okay, Stefan, your turn, my dear. And we're wrapping up time, so I'm gonna have you keep it to what you're learning today from peer processing that you like.
Alright,
Stefan, that was so awesome.
the average woman speaks around 20,000 plus words a day.
Man,
Man speaks around 7,000.
wow.
Yeah.
If those were calories burned.
I'm not being pregnant. Just remind her, hey, I'm probably used up myself.
That's gonna get you a date, honey.
You're so adorable. So I have a question for you because you, like you mentioned, there's some confusion about the peer processing, and we're gonna go into the next phase of this here. So I want you asking questions when you feel them, because the next part of what we're gonna be doing is gonna be teaching a few more of the techniques that I wanted to bring to people that have already done this at the basic level. And so you guys are gonna get the benefit that are new, are gonna get the benefit of this additional training. And then every time that I offer another one of these where there's a review, you're gonna keep getting more additional training. So it's really a whole program of adding to your toolkit of healing techniques. So, I love you, Stefan, and ask your questions when they come up, okay?
Okay.
All right, darling, we're gonna give you some love now. Woo!
Nico actually helped or brought this up to my attention. So I've noticed my children, and I've known for a while that we create our own illnesses, our own sicknesses, like you said, we're our own divine. But what's really interesting is I've noticed since I did this process, what you talked about, the different emotional discharges, I'm noticing it in them. Like I no longer worry about them being really sick, except for when I got in my stuff the other day. But most of the time I recognize that it's just emotional discharge.
Yes.
And I'm welcoming it and I'm grateful for it.
That's
So thank
awesome,
you.
honey. Very good. Nice. So I'm gonna invite everybody to listen really attentively. This is your practice now because I wanna give you these techniques. And I've got somebody who has literally a half hour left available to get what we're giving today, and I want her to get as much as she can. So we're not gonna do a lot of interaction right here, but there will be some, but I'm gonna keep it really tight, okay? Because I also want you guys to go off and get some practice. So, one of the first things I wanna teach is the difference between gossip and peer processing.
Oh, thank God.
Correct.
And you might want, yes, you can, yes. And you might want to either.
I don't see why not.
You can either record or write, because it's really, really good info.
You all right with this staying at the table?
Yeah, what do you guys think? Can we just stay here?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
until.
I like that we're all facing
Yeah,
each other.
until we're
Yeah.
ready to go off and pair up, and then we'll change it up, but for right now, it's easy. Yeah.
Just really fast, does anybody remember how to use my voice recorder?
Remember what?
Like that.
You got it? Okay, good.
Does anybody know if you can record while someone's on the phone?
Yes, it's called, I have an app called Tape the Call, and it's a free app, and you just go and download that, and then I can tape both ways.
I'll just send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Right?
Is that okay there? Good, okay, all right. All right, so just for information's sake, today is Saturday, March 23rd, 2019. This is Lori Acevedo teaching some more additional techniques. I'm not calling them advanced techniques anymore because they're additional. And so we can include our growth in the journey of learning peer processing. So the difference between gossip and peer processing. We talked a little bit about it in Movement to Mastery because honestly people do get confused because you might have an issue with somebody that's in the group, let's say, and you're not ready to go do the projections process because sometimes if something comes up between us and it's very vulnerable for us and it's very awkward for us, we don't want to just go start that conversation because we don't know how. So we will turn to our peer processing partner to move some energy so that we don't have this big charged energy coming at this person, right? But then it does get a little confusing because you're talking about them to your peer processing partner. Now, one of the key components of this is that you have complete confidentiality. You have that agreement in place, and you ask for that each time. I just want to know, I want to remind us, I want to be really safe that we are both holding complete confidentiality. That whatever gets spoken here does not go anywhere else. Because otherwise I don't feel safe to do what I need to move the energy, because that's what it is. I'm doing this conversation to move my energy about this situation or this person. Now, in the world where people don't have the skill sets to have the conversations that heal, the gossiping piece really is an attempt, ineffective as it is, to be able to move some energy so that we can get back to whatever caring we had between us. But because it's so ineffective, it doesn't actually support healing, it causes more of a rift. Because now we've got this charged energy running with this friend that now we're kind of bouncing it back and forth, and usually in a conversation, when there's a lot of interaction and interjection and interruption, then, you know, I say something bad about somebody and then this person knows them too, so they add to it, and now we're going downward fast. We're spiraling downward into an abyss that now we don't like that person, and we don't want to talk to them, and we don't want to have anything to, now we're avoiding them, and it's really a mess, right? So in peer processing, the ultimate goal is to completely clear charged energy. Because we do not want to walk around in the world full of all kinds of upsets. Eventually those upsets turn into dis-eases. We don't want that. We want to leave this planet well and strong. We want to be able to deliver the contribution we were born to give in a way that we don't have to get decrepit and, you know, all of that horrible stuff that people assume has to do with age. It has to do with the healing that doesn't get to happen, and then people start to shut down, cut off their life force and their circulation and all of that. So in the peer processing process, then you go to the process with the intention to clear your charged energy about whomever, whatever, so that you can get beyond the charged energy to a place where you feel peace again, where you feel compassion again, where you feel love again, where you can actually go and have a conversation with that person without wanting to rip their face off. Because the reason we have issue with anybody, this is really interesting. We are multidimensional beings. We know so much more than we admit and allow ourselves to embrace. And so when we are with somebody and they are not being in their highest nobility, I love those words from there, we can feel that, and we either dumb down to their, I like to say it this way, dim down to their level, or we want to raise them up, but if they're not raising, we get frustrated, all of that. And so our feedback is, I want you to be your best. I get who you are.
I want you to show up, shine, you know? Come on, let's play at the highest level we can. And the reality is, if we don't have those skills to invoke and invite that, then we just go off in our little minds and our little stories about them, because they're doing this, that, or the other. And then we want to move that energy, because we don't want that inside. And so then you have two options, three. Here's one more. But one is that you can move your energy so you don't have to have that filter as you look at them. You can see through whatever their sweetheart request actually is. So you can actually invite like a three-way mediation call, so you get back to heart connection. Or you go gossip and then make it worse. Or you get help, you go heal your energy however you can, or you go get help to have the conversation. So there's ways to do it, and it's choice. So I love to do this in my genie games, and those of you who have done my genie games with me, you know this place. I always end on, after the genie has given the wishes, and you put the lamp back for the next traveler, and you're walking along your path with God, and then you come to the crossroads, and there's don't want and do want tracks. Every single choice you face is don't want, do want tracks. Every single time. You are standing at a crossroads. Am I gonna practice my skills, or am I gonna shut down and sell out? Am I gonna actually do compassion and communication and skillfully communicate, or am I gonna act out and, basically diss this situation in person? So that's the difference in gossip and peer processing. People that are gossiping just don't know how to do it in an effective way. They're affected by something. They don't know what to do with that. They don't want to be in the effect of that. They're looking for some kind of agreement, so they don't feel alone with that. And so they're talking smack because they don't have the skills yet to go and clear their energy. That's all it is. So bottom line, when you do peer processing, if you're consciously clear, I'm doing this, dissing, this bad-mouthing, this venting, this, ripping them a new one, so I can get beyond that place, so I can get back to love, so I can get back to compassion, so I can get back to support, so I can get back to my heart, for me, with everybody, and right now with them. Okay? Hold on, I got Sarah and then Jill.
Oh.
Go ahead, Sarah.
So just what comes up for me is like being so sensitive to energy. Like I feel like I am pretty good at being able to tell, like, because most of the time in judgment or critical, it's something inside of them that reminds me of something inside of me.
Exactly.
And so coming from a place of judgment or critical, or coming from a place of I'm so open and sensitive that I'm taking your energy on, that I just need to process it to let it out. And it's not necessarily coming from critical or judgmental, just picking up and being able to process it. But also, there's something else I was going to say. Being able to really get back to, like you're saying, because I feel like most of the time it is coming for judgmental or critical, it's because I'm comparing that to myself and questioning either, well, oh, how do I show up like that, or how do I not show up like that, and how can I help them or help myself get to that place where we're able to really both support each other and move forward. But a lot of the times I feel like it comes back to self-critical and comparing them to me.
And you bring up a really good point, and I want to speak to that, because for a while, and it's going to be a long while for some of us, every session we do, every peer processing, every empowerment dialogue, every breakthrough, when you get to that, it's all about us. It's really about the fact that we didn't get our needs met, we've been hurt, we've been mad, and we are basically acting out in various ways. Not because we're bad or wrong, but because we're wounded. Right. And so when I work with clients, how I work is healing history, and then and then being fully present in the moment, right now, so that we can assess what's the direction I need to go in right now. And then the other leg of this journey is fulfilling destiny. And we can't fulfill destiny until we heal enough history that we can literally, not be charged energy.
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah.
Slowly.
Which part of it?
We can't fulfill.
We can't fulfill our destiny until we heal our history enough to be fully present.
Like slowly.
Let us write it.
We can't fulfill our
Okay,
destiny.
we cannot fulfill our destiny
Thank you.
until we heal our history enough so that we can be fully present. So most of us walking around on the planet are so full of hurt and hate that we're not even talking to anybody, we're not really with anybody, we're all reflection of reaction. And so that's why the first part of the work is let's go do our, personal healing work. It's all about me. I mean, honestly, I was talking about the Toddler's Creed earlier, and I just got it right now, so I'm saying this, we're all toddlers still. We're really all still, tantruming inside, and need to do it effectively. In this process, you can do it effectively because you finally get the attention that you didn't get as that toddler, that is just right here for us, and then tantrum away, babes. Go full bore, get on your bed and kick and scream. And let it rip as often as you can so that you can actually clear the decks and get to the other side of, peace lives within this movement of energy. Yes, oh wait, hold on. Now it's Joni and then it's Jonathan.
I'm good, I got it, my question answered.
Great. What was your question? Oh, and then.
It had to do with being critical and gossiping versus speaking, owning my power in peer processing. Like gossiping is just a cut down, they're so this or they're so
Exactly.
that. But I guess I do have a question. Is there a place for that in peer processing?
Yes. In peer processing, go for it.
Okay.
Cut them to shreds. Move that energy. Get it
Okay,
out of
okay.
your system. But think of it this way. You're doing that to heal it.
Right.
In gossip, generally, you're doing that to put them down.
Right.
And that's the difference. It's really intention.
Okay.
This is gonna sound really weird, but this is true. Facilitation is manipulation with a different intention.
Oh.
Manipulation is literally an attempt to get what I want at your expense. Facilitation is to make sure that you get to heal
Right.
as much as I can serve.
Can you say that again
Yeah.
slowly?
Facilitation
Is manipulation.
is basically a flip side coin to the coin of manipulation. The skill sets are very similar, the intention is what's different. So the intention often in manipulation is I'm gonna take advantage of you because I am in need, and I don't care about you because I am in need. And I'll do whatever it takes to take care of myself at your expense if I have to. And facilitation is the flip side of that. I'm here to serve and support you, but the way I'm holding it now is to own your own true facilitator self. I'm not here to carry you. I'm not here to strap you on my back and make sure you cross the finish line. I'm here to teach you how to serve yourself, to be your own facilitator. So that you can, walk your own path with God, honey. Okay? So, the same thing with gossip and processing. It's all intent.
Okay.
If your intention is, I hate that person right now, they did this to me, I want to rip them a new one because I don't like them anymore. And that's literally as far as you're taking it, like you just wanna loop around in that charged energy. That, if you went from that process to then talking to somebody else about it, and then somebody else about it, and just keep going from that energy about just hating them and just wanting to talk smack about them behind their back, that's gossip.
Right.
But if you're going to the peer processing and you're venting and you're ripping them a new one, and your total goal is that I wanna get through this, I wanna get past this, I wanna get to the other side of this so that I can be free again from this angst I'm in, because I'm carrying this hurt and hate. That's peer processing. Okay, okay, now I have
Thank you,
Jonathan.
Jody, for asking that
Yeah. So Zen and then Jonathan, right? Okay.
So my
And-
question was actually, can you just clarify what she said, cause I feel like I really wanna get it.
Yeah.
But it went over my head.
What Sarah said.
Yeah,
All right, Sarah, come back to what you said.
about the critical versus the,
Oh, they're critical, cause, let me see. I can feel energetically when I'm being critical or judgmental versus I'm open energetically and I'm just without subconsciously taking on all of your energy. And so it's like, I might not know what's going on, but I can feel it and I'm holding it inside. So whether it's just releasing that or coming from critical or judgmental, it feels like it's usually coming from a comparison of myself. Like it comes from, oh, they're acting this way, so do I act that way or why do I not act that way? But even in that, I feel like it's really rooted in, well, how can I get to a place of understanding on that and how can I assist them in getting to that? Because it all, I feel like anytime it is judgmental or critical, it's coming from me. And
Feeling what? Feeling
like,
what?
Anything that I feel judgmental or critical in anyone else, I always am comparing it to myself.
In what way?
Like, let's say,
Like the other day in class, like that,
I don't know what.
when Kendra spoke out. And I was like, it was only one sentence, and you were like, shut up, bitch.
No, because that I feel like is more from my inner child.
That's what
Like, so, yeah, like, so, like, more critical, like.
But here's the question I'm really asking. So when you're noticing your energy is coming from the critical place, what is it you're actually criticizing yourself for?
For either acting like they're acting or not acting like they're acting.
So you compare that you're either better or worse than them?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
trying to figure out, well, why is what they're doing bothering me so bad?
Okay.
Is it that I feel like I do that, or is it feel like I want to do that and I'm not able to, so then
Yeah.
it's affecting me? Because I
Okay.
feel like if it was something that they're doing, if it wasn't connected to me, it shouldn't affect me.
Okay.
Can I
So-
interject right here, cause this is important?
Hold on. So here's what I get for you. When we do the work today, I'm gonna still do the high notes, you know, I want to do that. But I want you to play with the possibility of, doing a bunch of peer processing on comparing. Like just literally, you know, I compare and I don't, and sometimes I come out on top and sometimes I come out on bottom. And just let all of your words just flow and not think and just, see, here's, is anybody here a writer? Yeah, okay. So do you know how to write without editing as you write?
Yeah.
Stream of
That's what,
consciousness.
that's what you have to do in
Automatic
peer
writing.
processing.
Yeah.
Any kind of writing where you're not thinking, you just, it's just coming out.
Stream of
And so
consciousness.
that's the best peer processing, because then you're not in your head about it, you're actually tapping into your subconscious flow.
Yeah.
And you need to get it out of your system so that you can get beyond it, so that's something you'll consider?
Yeah, and it reminds me of, like, I think last Connected Breath I mentioned how my mind's constantly analyzing everything.
Yeah.
And I feel like it goes back to that, is it coming back to safety?
It's
Like, I
always
have-
coming back to
it's
safety.
just trying to
Yeah.
figure out what's going on, so
So
I feel like
then-
that would be perfect.
So then, in fact, make a note if you don't mind, would you be willing to then do a peer processing class on coming back to safety, all the ways that you are aware that you are constantly working it to come back to safety. That's really the issue. You're like a hamster on the wheel with that energy. And that's why you have to keep comparing. It's not really about comparing, it's about scrambling to find safety in a continuum. Okay, now you were gonna add something.
Okay, so in a family dynamics, let's say mom is pissed off with dad and because he holds the purse strings or something, she's not expressing. The kids are gonna start to become the relief valve for her shoved energy.
Yeah.
It's not even theirs, but they're.
I'm gonna coach you, you're saying beautiful stuff and I wanna hear it and I want you to be lighter.
Okay.
Good girl.
Okay.
Yes, good girl.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Didn't know you could do that, Michelle. We're buddies, so.
Yeah, it's okay, you can coach me, I want this, So that's what happens, is you're really releasing the energy that your mother is withholding.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You keep releasing this and dad comes and beats you up
Yeah.
instead of mom. but it really isn't your issue, it's her shoved stuff.
Yeah.
You gotta recognize when it's your stuff.
Actually, and you get to that by literally starting anywhere you can. So you start a session, you're talking about mom and dad, and you vent about them, and then you get down to your stuff, okay? Now, what I'd love you to do, if you'd be willing to, is You're so cute. So every time you talk, I would love to see you, if you're willing, do this. Okay. Oh, you're so cute. What an energetic difference. Yeah. So I think whenever we're together, if you're okay, I will support you to keep being silly, because we want to anchor it into your system. Because when you said, I don't know what I'm doing the other, so that you can start to have a comparing, this is a different type of comparison. Within yourself, you'll be able to feel, oh, that's how that feels. Oh, and this is how this feels. So you can start to gauge, like, oh, yeah, this one's way nicer, I like it, okay?
Okay.
Because you've got wisdom, babe. We just want to be able to hear it with this really loving delivery. Okay? Thank you.
I will try it.
You know you will.
I will do it.
You will do.
I will do it.
You will practice. Practice is a whole different word.
There we go.
There we go, darling. Okay, now, we're back to, wait, we already talked to you, right? So we're, Jan, you already went?
I just want to clarify one more
And
thing,
then
and then
Jonathan.
it's definitely Jonathan's turn. So you said comparing isn't about being bad and wrong, it's about scrambling for safety.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in her case, where she's comparing herself to others.
Yeah, I do that too.
In that okay, in her case, where she's comparing one part of her behavior to a different part of her behavior, it's about getting a sensibility of where the energetics are more peaceful and where they're more difficult. Okay, thank you. Your turn.
Okay. As you're talking about this, remind me on the concept and philosophy from Nietzsche, talking about eternal return. And it's just this idea, imagine that demon will come to you and say, every single decision that you made in your life, every single happy, sad moments, everything that happened in your life would just repeat itself again and again and again. Would you blast the demon or curse the demon?
Depends on where you're at.
From doing that. So it's kind of showing the importance of your choices and importance of this work and the importance of actually wanting to do the change. Because if that's gonna, the pain and the suffering that could happen after the gossip, imagine now you're gonna have to come back and live the same thing again.
Exactly. It just gets worse and goes on, yeah.
And then if you choose to actually change it, then would you mind living that life again?
You just have much wisdom. Adorable. Okay, Joni, and then Emily, and then Tricia.
So this is connected to what I was saying. I'm realizing that in communicating, I feel so guilty if I talk about someone behind their back, that I keep everything in. And because I feel like I'm betraying them, you know, and then and I'm also, like, I have blocks to actually talking to that person.
Sure.
But that's my goal.
Yeah.
That, to me, that's integrity.
Yeah.
But, so I realize how I am protecting everyone around but me.
Exactly.
And, but I really like feeling that integrity. I like having that intention, you know, that I'm not gonna be bad-mouthing, and that's just important to me.
Yes, and so let me help you stretch that, expand your paradigm, so you can include you.
Okay.
You know, because you get to be included in healing. Because if you don't ever move any of your energy, people have an idea, and I understand where it comes from, that they don't want to say anything negative because they don't want to call that energy in. And what they don't realize is that energy is going on inside you.
Right, okay.
And so if you at least express and release it, now you have emptied more of the wellspring.
So I can be there for them
in a real way. Yeah. And the thing is we're teaching you tools so you can move your energy safely, effectively, compassionately, and ruthlessly. I love Gary's terminology about ruthless compassion.
Yeah.
You know, telling the truth. I mean, all of those projection processes he just taught you guys, they're terrifying at first. Like, you have to actually tell somebody what you're judging them for. It's like, are you kidding? But the reality is that we're judging each other all the time anyway, only we're not telling the truth about it.
And so we don't give each other the benefit of our love, which is our feedback. Feedback is love. Feedback is, I know who you really are, and I want to support you to be that.
And recognizing
So
that
this
in
little
yourself.
piece is out right now, and I just want to say, I'm noticing it, and I notice it in me, and when I'm doing that, this is how I'm feeling, and so, you know, I want you to be, you know, beyond that. That's what it really is, and so,
Okay.
so let yourself know
Okay.
that it's wonderful to be integrous, and you want to include yourself in that integrity, which means wholeness. Wholeness, integrity,
Okay.
and wholeness come from the same root word. And so, you know, instead of just having it all looping around inside of you in your illnesses,
Yeah.
okay, you want to start to get it out of your system so that you can start to heal and really contribute.
That's where the permission.
That's where the permission comes in.
All right.
And again, it comes back to intention. Your intention is to move your judgments. So in Theta Healing, which I just did a whole bunch of training in last year, one of the things I'm thinking about doing, but I'm not certain what I'm gonna actually do my 30 days on, but I'm just telling you right now, I'm so thrilled I'm doing it, I'm so excited. I'm thinking about doing 30 days of Theta Healing on all my resentments, regrets, and, you know, those kinds of energies that honestly we don't generally go to because they're kind of buried. They're a
Yeah.
little bit in this, you know, I kind of ignore that person, so now I haven't talked to him for years, and so I want to go dig all those out and see where that ends up leading me, because, you know, it's in my system, right?
Yeah.
I mean, part of it's my weight, I'm sure. And so, you know, I'm just looking forward to seeing what life could be like on the other side of resentments and regrets.
Wow.
So, you know, play with possibilities that you could actually start to free yourself,
Okay.
free yourself.
All right.
All right, I know,
Love
it's
you, Lori.
exciting.
Love you, Joni.
Exciting. Yeah. All right, who's next? Emily and then Tricia.
Okay, this is two parts, cause I hear what she's saying. I'm really like into the 4 agreements, and so one of the main parts is being impeccable with your word and not speaking ill.
Yeah.
So my first part is, I'd really like to be clear on how you really make sure you move through the energy, because
Yes.
sometimes when I'm so pissed at somebody, I could spend the whole 15 minutes being like,
So then you probably need to do about an hour.
right?
So that you can actually do 45 minutes of and then come back to your heart. See, the goal is to get back to passion, to compassion. Yeah,
for
heart,
them.
for yourself, for every reflection of yourself out there. Because
Okay.
everyone out there is just a
Just
reflection of a
reflecting,
part
yeah.
of yourself. And so it really all comes back to self-love. And so bottom line, if you need to spend 15 minutes, you know, ranting about this idiot that isn't a savant, that you really need to be able to get clear with again, you need more than 15 minutes. You need to take as much time, but set it up ahead of time, because if you have a ton of energy on someone, that's when you set up a longer session.
Okay.
So you have plenty of room to go for it all out, and then here's the gift. This is something I adore about this process. This process came out of, I didn't tell you guys this, I just remembered, okay. So in 1950, there was a group of men that were friends that were way into, you know, their friendship, and one of the men had a bunch of deaths, a really important death, and he started to lose it, he started to drink, and he lost his wife, and he lost his family, and he lost his job, and he was about to, you know, he was so depressed, he was about to get suicidal. And so then one of the friends in that group was really into the new Jung and Freud and all of that new psychology stuff in 1950. So then he went to hang out with that friend, and he started crying. Now, this is 1950, and these guys had buzz cuts, and they were not into crying. And it didn't matter that he was reading Freud and Jung. It was like, hey, buck up, bud. You know, what are you doing? Shut up, stop. And he couldn't. He just kept crying, kept crying, kept crying. And then after he cried, he ended up going through all of those forms of discharge that I taught you about this morning. All of those come out of this experience where it innately came out. It organically is part of our system. This isn't somebody's idea that they put into a theory, that they put into a lab experiment. This is innate in our system. And so when they tapped into what we are, organically, naturally, it works every time. But here's the thing, you actually have to be able to go deep enough to let the discharge complete.
So that may not happen in a session, that's why I'm saying weekly, consistent, so that over time, you keep getting safer and safer and safer and safer, tell deeper and deeper and deeper truths. Get down to core places, so you can actually heal and shift your whole reality and become the you that you were born to be. Bottom line, okay? So lots and lots and lots of peer processing and empowerment dialogues and Gestalt framework. I mean, all of this stuff is a lot, I get it. But the reality is, oh my gosh, how long have you been suffering? How ready are you for healing? You know, your daughter, your children, you want this to stop. We want the pain, the suffering to stop. So do the work. You know, do tons of it until you are so clear that you can be me up there. Because honestly, I was way worse off than any of you. Well, maybe not you. I know your history. You trump me. Believe me. And you. But honestly, this literally is the result. I was so terrified in the world, I used to never look at anybody in the eye. I looked down at my feet or up at the ceiling anytime I had a conversation with anybody. I was terrified. I felt insane. I felt insane for years of my life. And so this is the result of nonstop inner work. I did this process since 1980. And it is one of the core foundational pieces of my inner work. And this will take you everywhere you need to go. I promise you, just do a bunch of it. Yes.
Wait,
okay.
Had a second part.
Yeah.
So, and maybe you answered it already, one thing I know about the old me, and I don't know if she'll continue, is that I'm very, very loyal.
Okay.
And so in my
Good.
past, when my friends talk to me about people, I instantly hate them and want to beat them up.
Okay, yeah.
And even after they've worked through their issue, I, like, my best friend in general, there's this one girl, like, I continue to, like,
Cater.
I don't like her, like,
Yeah.
and so that's kind of my
Your fear.
concern with being the listener of this,
Yeah.
especially if somebody
Has
is,
issue with somebody
has, in the group. Like, I almost don't want to be the one
Then here's what
listening
I would
to
like
it.
to invite you to consider. When that happens, somebody is venting about somebody in the group, then I want you to vent about that.
About them venting about them?
Yes, about your fear that you're gonna hate those other people now. I mean, everything you just said, go move that energy. Heal that history.
Okay.
So that, cause it's all energy.
Right.
So that you don't get stuck in a loop of an old pattern. It's just a belief system. So
Right.
just go and tackle that belief system. Okay, well, now I'm afraid I'm gonna hate them. I don't wanna have to go back and see them. Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? This is scary. I remember when I did this, and that'll take you to your history. And then you'll vent and cry about that history and what that felt like, and you just keep moving through the energy, babe, over and over and over again, okay? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
It's scary, I get it.
It's
So-
just so different from like
Everything
where
else.
I've been growing to too, which
Yeah.
is like not talking about people
I get
and
it.
not spreading that negativity
Right.
and feeling like anytime you do that, you're sending negative daggers to them.
I know,
I don't
I
love
know,
that.
I get that, I get that. And just so you know, that's happening anyway on the subconscious level.
Yeah, it's true.
And so again, and I know this takes some doing to hear it, because we've all been trained in that spirituality. And the reality is that's accurate when we are past the energy. You have to move the energy through. So if remember how Gary talks about if something sticks, then it's yours. And if you don't have any issue about that, it doesn't even
Right.
stick. So when you don't have issue about that, they can talk about anybody in the group they want to.
Right.
And you'll be fine.
So
Okay,
if
that's
I have
their energy.
issues because I
You've
have
got
issues with them.
Yeah, so that's why I said, work on your issues about
Okay.
that. Okay, so you get
Got it.
clearer, so you can hear anybody say anything about anybody. And from this perspective, not the gossipy place, but in here, so that you know, oh, they're moving their energy. Cause then you can see it clearly, they wanna get to the other side, they wanna heal. Okay, and we can keep talking about this, I
Well,
wanna
and I
make
like
sure
that
that.
about if it sticks, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like if it's triggering me, I need to look at that.
Yeah, you just keep, a new session on that?
Okay.
Yes, and then you.
I wanted to add, and then I'll add another question, that I may have answered myself. So, also.
Can you hold that thought for a second, cause I just realized, where's my phone? Okay, right in front of me, I get it. Okay, Julie?
Yes, hi, Lori.
Hi, I know it's a little bit after 3, and you said that about 3 o'clock things were gonna change on your end, and I just wanna check in.
How is it over there? What's happening over there? Are you guys still able to stay on the call, or what's happening, honey?
I think we're gonna have to pick up with this group later.
Okay, okay.
But it's really beneficial. Is there any other information that you'll be covering? Are you recording it so that you might be able to share it with me later?
No, but I know this information, so we will coordinate a session, okay?
Okay, great.
I love you both. But, and Stefan, are you still? Yeah. Oh, wait, say goodbye to everyone, honey.
Bye,
Bye.
I love you, Abundant Arches.
Oh,
wow.
Bye, Stefan.
We love you.
Bye,
Stefan. Love you so much.
Keep rocking those shoes.
I was just about to say that.
Out of curiosity, do you know what the weather's gonna be like in the next 2 days?
Exactly what it's thinking.
Okay, good. So you will be back tomorrow. So why don't we say hello to, tomorrow? I'm gonna be with Gary all day, but let's touch base, and then, cause I'd love to spend some of Monday with you if we can.
Absolutely.
Okay, honey. I love you dearly. Be blessed. Bye.
Thanks, girl. Thank you.
I love her. Love her.
She's super cute.
Okay, good girl. And you got plenty, right? And do you feel like I would, okay, okay. Okay, you guys, I need to call attention. So our dear Rita, who we adore, I adore, has been very, very sleep deprived. I mean, seriously sleep deprived with her CPAP and so oxygenating her brain, and was literally doing her utmost to not keep falling asleep in the first part of the day, and has done very well, very well, in spite of how challenging this is. So she needs to go home and actually sleep, if she can.
Take care of her needs.
Yes, really take care of herself. So here's what I'd like to do. Registration sheet, did everybody fill that out? Because I wanna make sure that I have all the information so I can read it. So I'll go around before we all leave, so I can make sure I know numbers and email addresses. Then I will, oh dear God, I will, let me think of when, sometime this week, when can I do this, Tuesday. I will Tuesday type that up, send that out to everybody, and then I would love you, is there anybody, close your eyes, everybody, close your eyes, don't anybody peek. Is there anybody in here without them looking that you feel safe with to set up a peer processing phone session? Okay, good, thank you. All right, open your eyes, good, all right, so I'll be in touch.
Okay.
All right, give me a squeeze.
Thank you.
Oh, I love you, baby girl, such a good one.
Thank you, guys.
Rita.
This has been
Rita.
Do you
Rita.
need any help, honey?
Sure.
Lori.
We can just take a picture of that list.
Oh, I love you, thank you so much, you're the best girl. Cause I'm the-
I have my
I was.
If everyone
I'm
has
doing
their
it.
camera,
If you guys are all
Yeah,
okay
yeah,
with
yeah.
this.
Will you just make sure before
Can I
you
get
do
it
it,
now?
that it's really readable, that you should bring it to me so I know I can read it,
Okay.
and that everybody in here is on there.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Is
So you want us
everyone
at the
okay with me
table?
taking a picture?
Well, I.
No,
Let's see.
Not of
Not
us,
us.
not of us,
No.
of the sheet.
Oh,
I wanted to take pictures of people, but I'll do that too. But I'm asking for a picture. No, if you don't want to, just turn your head.
I don't want to either.
If you wanna be in it, then
I'm
let's.
hiding too.
Or you can just cover your face.
Oh, I love how cute you are, Michelle. That's
my
adorable.
skill.
All right, thank you, all right.
Sorry,
Thank you, Rita. I love you, dearly.
Yeah,
proud of you
I'm
for
so
taking-
glad I could come.
Oh, me
Yes,
too.
we're glad too. I'm glad
And
I
you
did.
got stuff, right?
Yeah.
Especially right before my period. Rita was my grandmother's name, so I have an affinity. When I am not being attractive.
Sorry, was that, were you talking about the peer
Not
process?
a name I hear very often.
Yeah, that's okay.
Did you get me? No.
I was talking about taking it, like everyone had taken a
Yeah.
picture of this with their phone.
Oh,
That's what
good.
I meant. So I just took a picture of it for
Okay, there's a
myself.
few on here I can't read, so hold on. I know that one, and I got that one, and I got that one, and I got that one, and got that one, and got that one. Number, oh, it's you, Johnny. I can't read your
Email?
or your name. I got Nico, I need your phone number, Nico, and your email address on
Yep.
here.
Okay.
Okay, Tricia, Jonathan, J.H. Liano at Gmail, okay? And then Zenergy 7-8,
78.
oh, just 78 at Yahoo, okay. All right, I think
Sarah Taylor, 6'2", Heart and Soulful, Emily Wenham, Grandma UV2. Oh, make her come back, I can't read it. What does it say?
Rita?
Grandma, UV2.
Is that what it is? And that's A graph?
Yeah.
Okay, 222.
222.
And Celathina?
Celathina.
Celathina?
Celathina.
Okay, good. All right, good. And everybody's on here? Okay, good. And then would you put on this side how you paid or are paying? Just so I have that. Oh,
I can
gosh,
rewrite mine.
thank you. Stop them, make them stop.
Oh, are we done?
Well, for this
I wanna
part,
hear
we're,
Zen's
yeah, we
question.
will, but we've been talking about other stuff for a minute, so I
That's
don't know, is
okay.
that okay? All right, good. All right. But before you talk, can we get this piece, or should we wait till after? We'll wait till you do next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, softer.
Oh, sorry. Better if I don't say anything.
No, we want you to practice. We need you to
Okay.
practice. Yeah,
support you in this.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Sweet.
Because we want you to get really good at this.
I'm not even triggered by it.
Thank you.
Because I'm such a nerd for that.
Well, you could.
Like, it doesn't even,
Yeah, I
doesn't
don't even hear
faze
it.
me.
Like, what you doing? That's so cute.
Oh my gosh, that was so amazing. Remember why I was to you.
Ladies, can I have your attention?
I'm
please?
sorry, Jen, I apologize,
Thank
it's
you.
so internal.
Okay, so, I wanted to speak to the, expressing the negativity and the daggers. So, it's what you said about intention. First of all, it's about intention, and then you can actually transmute that energy with either Ho'oponopono, or you can just, like in Reiki, it's a specific symbol.
What one?
Anything you say negative, you can just
No, I
transmute
mean,
it.
what symbol?
Oh, the Chokore, increased
Yeah,
power,
okay.
protecting devastation. Or actually, Hanjise Shonen, which is, it deletes it from all space
The
and
long,
time.
the big one?
Yeah, just say it, Hanjise Shonen, it transmutes it instantly through space and time.
Transmutes if you're having negative feelings towards them.
Well, after you've said it, just send that, cause that'll transmit that energy that you just put out.
Do you know how to spell that?
Oh,
So it's
after
just
the-
like, but-
H-O-N,
Thank you, baby.
H-O-N or
Okay.
I love you.
H-O-N, S-H-A, Zay, Z-E, S-H-O, N, I think it's N-E-N or N-U-N, I'm not sure.
It's
So you're talking
And,
about,
and what?
N-I.
N-I-N?
N-I-N, yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'll look at my old books and find it.
so you mean doing that after the peer processing to, okay.
It just transmits the energy. And
Okay.
Hey, Zen, I have never heard of what you're talking about with symbols and with Reiki. Will you maybe send a little link about when you
You have to
come
be
across that?
initiated
I,
into Reiki.
Oh, really?
I disagree.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
a
you
book
do?
that
I
I'll,
think the
yeah.
tech skills that are out there.
I
for
will
everyone.
send you a book that you can read up all about
Oh,
it and.
okay. So what is it called? Just symbols?
No, it's,
No,
it's
it's
Reiki.
Reiki. It's what
just
Reiki is.
yeah.
Reiki
Okay.
is,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Reiki symbols.
Like,
There
that's
are
cool.
Reiki
And I have
symbols.
seen them. I didn't know there was a correlation.
They
with
look like
emotion
kanji,
and
but they're not
stuff.
kanji.
They're probably hidden in the room somewhere still.
Well, some of them are. And then my second thing I wanted to say, I actually had a question for Lori. So when you said you looked down at your feet or up at the ceiling and you were terrified, so I've noticed that happens with me with certain people, and I heard somewhere along my journey that whatever we create, we're going to be reflected back to us. We're going to see our creations. And would you say that if that's what's happening, because I feel like that's what terrifies me is the reflection of the negativity that I've created, and that scares me. So what I got in that was just doing Ho'oponopono or the transmutation would clear that, because I don't want it to be there. Would you say that that's accurate?
I'm gonna add to that. Definitely, I agree that that will certainly support and help, and mostly that energetically will support and help. Because I'm so, what's the other one, say this? The depth to which I traveled to insanity, I had so much emotional clogged energy that I add that component because that's, like if we're gonna do density levels, so thought and energy is a certain frequency, and then emotionality is a deeper, bigger, more gross or denser frequency, and then physicality gets to the grossest, and I don't mean like, the density of it. So yes, and add moving energy, emotionally, because you want all the layers of yourself to get cleared out. So that's why it's not, you're not necessarily throwing negative daggers at them. You're actually doing a process of releasing negativity by throwing daggers at the negativity because, okay, let me say it this way. I have a certain belief with regard to spirituality. I believe that God is all, and that we are all related and connected and one with all. And in so much, even the shadow, even the darkest shadow, is a component of all. And so if we're looking at a spectrum, there's a range. And so to actually speak the verbiage of rage and hate and hurt is to include that end of the spectrum. That it's not actually saying, I cast you out, I'm sorry, I just don't go that route. I say, I see you.
Right.
I get you're there, and you are also, you have a sweetheart request, a sweetheart message. You want, so in my belief, and I could be way off here, so I don't put it on you, but I say, I believe every part of us wants to come home to the healing. There's not a dark shadow inside that doesn't want to be brought back to the light. That's just my belief. And I know that people have various beliefs, and that's okay with me, but that's how I hold it. And so when you're venting at whatever, and you're viciously, like, I hate you, and you want to destroy and cut and kill, you are literally giving that part of you voice so that it doesn't get left out. So it can also be included in the big picture of bringing it all back home to light, to healing, to oneness, to goodness. Because once you actually release that energy, I don't know if you've done enough peer processing yet to have this experience, but once you vent and vent and vent until you are spent, it shifts. It shifts. It shifts on every single level of your being. It shifts mentally. You come to clarity. It's like, wow, I didn't even realize that. In the emotionality, it's like there's peace. In the physicality, there's relaxation. The tension level just dissipates. In spirituality, there's connection. You come back, all the way back to communication, to compassion, to all of the positives we all want. But we're so afraid of all of the negatives that we're avoiding that we don't realize we're actually pushing it all away because it's all connected.
And strengthening it.
Yeah, and so
or
then
staying stuck in the dark.
and which strengthens it. So give yourself permission to play with possibilities that by moving it, because you're not holding it inside, you're actually venting, which is different from spewing. People in the world do a lot of spewing because they're not doing effective listening and sharing, and so they're just looping, gossiping and, venting and complaining and never ending. But venting with a targeted goal, I'm getting to the other side of this now. And you just go until you move that energy out. That's a whole different game, and there is a really clear result, okay? So if you will do that, and then come back and tell me what you got out of it, I will be thrilled to hear it. Just saying.
So I just wanted to add to that, because really that was my experience, like my frustration when I first stepped into the spiritual community was everyone told me you have to be positive, love and light. And for me it was like, okay, I can understand the concept of that, but inside of me, I don't have that. I don't have that peace, I don't have it. I have so much inside of me that I need to let out before I can even get to that point. And I heard something just the other day where they were saying you can have a positive thought, but until that thought is aligned with your physical body, it can't connect. So it just stays a thought. And so it actually is true in your body, then that's how it's able to communicate through that. So to be able to allow it, and like, I mean, I ran from the darkness my whole life, so but until I realized that the only way to get through it was to embrace it, and that was my greatest lesson in the breakthrough.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And it comes right back to what Lori's saying is, like, my connected to reptilian crocodile energy, which is probably a lot for most people, but that was the message, is they represents the densest energy, especially with sexual abuse and things like that, and ritual abuse, and that was their message through my dad, is we need help, and we have a message, and we have value, and we're just so lost that we're looking to be brought back, and we just don't know how. And so they just keep reaching out and coming because they're all just so lost, and it was the exact same message of my dad and everyone in my family, is that they're so stuck in the darkness that they don't even see anything besides that. And I couldn't see anything besides that until I was able to really embrace it, because I wanted to have positivity and love inside of me, and my whole cellular structure was everything but that. So that was my frustration. It's like, everyone's telling me to be happy and positive, but where the fuck is it?
Well, that's called spiritual bypassing, and I've been aware of it for many, many years, and I've done a lot of my own shadow work.
Yeah.
Like with the, so I'm not afraid of the darkness within myself.
You just don't wanna put it out there.
I don't want, I'm really just working on being impeccable with my word.
Yeah, which is really right in alignment with what we're saying, because being impeccable with your word is to clear any negativity you feel about anybody, including somebody who's talking about somebody else.
Okay.
So that you can be so clean and clear a vessel that it just all comes right through, just flows right through, doesn't stick at all. Yeah. That's good. Okay, so now, Tricia.
She's like,
it's finally my turn. For me, the concern with peer processing versus an empowerment dialogue is there's an empty chair that I get to spew in, or when I'm doing peer processing with Renee, I'm looking straight at her. And like, so I'm able to cry and connect, but I feel like I'm dumping my shit on somebody else in their, like, you know, like when I'm doing it at a chair, like it's not landing on them.
So,
you know?
so I have a
that's
question.
my concern.
Yeah, I get it. And so, you know, energetically, if I'm gonna do some work with somebody and they've got a lot of stuff, I'll move my water bottle out from in front of them. You know, I don't want their stuff in my water.
Right.
But, you know, there's things you can do energetically to support them and you. I mean, there's a lot of techniques that a lot of people know, you know, shielding yourself in a lot of different ways, shielding them. But also it's intention. So how about instead of throwing all that shit energy at them, give it to Mother Earth, who is big enough to take our shit and turn it into fertilizer for her gorgeous gardens.
Right.
Okay.
Or give it up to the heavens where, you know, spirit can transmute it. So that you, cause it's really how we hold it. And so, hold it that you can actually really go for it all the way and move your energy so completely, so that you can be freed, and also that it doesn't land on her. You can invite, you know, please shield yourself, or, you know, whatever verbiage you wanna use so that people are very conscious and clear. Go ahead.
And then the other question I have is, when I did the processing with Renee, she was saying, and I love the gossip conversation, she was saying something about two people that I know that she knows, and then she went and said those things that I said to those people, and now those people aren't talking to me anymore.
Yeah.
And I didn't say anything to them, you know, so I need a little bit of maybe a three-way with them, but it, you know, so it really, for me, is very tender to keep that confidentiality.
Yeah.
Because it changed my relationship with two people that I adore. And so, and I wasn't even, she was the one complaining about them.
Wow, so then you need a three-way with her?
So, probably.
When we get done with all the other three-ways.
Lori, can I add something?
Yes. Wait, are you complete?
I just like, I mean, that's been my biggest hesitation with peer processing. And so I get what you're saying about sending the channel. The thing for me, like, logistically, is they're right in front of you. So it's like.
So which one is it that you like and get concerned about?
Like peer processing is like, there's a chair in front of me, so it's not.
Empowerment dialogue.
You mean empowerment dialogue?
Empowerment dialogue, where peer processing, they're like, right there, looking me in the eye.
Yeah. Now, part of why that's important is because, the person that's listening, and this is another technique, but let's see, do I wanna go into it right now? Yes, briefly. So, are you back, Tiff? Tiffany?
I'm here.
Okay, good, we lost you for a little bit, we're happy to have you back. So, talking about, Tricia had a question about peer processing with regard to, venting energy, and there's a person, let's say, sitting in front of you, and is it gonna go all over them, and are they gonna end up with that inside them? So,
Okay.
so what, besides, having them shield themselves, in their intention, they're holding space for, a frequency of love that transmutes energy. So basically, and that, this gets into a little more technique, sorry, we'll have to touch on this next time, but I'm tapping into it for you, so that you're in the wailing agony of whatever distress. And they're not going, oh, that's so awful. They're not doing that with you. They're just holding this sacred space of presence for you to transmute your energy through whatever anguish you're in the middle of, whether it's hurt or hate, to get back to your peace and your love. So it's all this journey of development so that we can all get back to who we really are. So maybe for you, do it by phone for a while.
Okay.
And then you don't have that person right in front of you. But also hold it in your mind that when you're listening, I'm sacred space here.
Right.
I'm not taking on your stuff because I'm holding an intention that this is all transmutation. Okay? And you can even say that to them. And that way you can say, hey, I just want to invite you to hold, like when you're setting up, as you're the talker and you're setting up how you're going to have them respond and be for you, I would love you to be sacred space for me, holding an intention with me that we are transmuting whatever comes out of my mouth into the highest frequency possibility. Okay? And you'll be able to do that really well.
One really quick thing to add, I was doing this program, and one thing she said was that when you are centered and like especially for a woman in your womb space and centered in your body, it is impossible for anybody else's energy to affect you.
Oh my gosh, I love
So,
that.
oh my gosh. So being the person on the receiver end, that's all you have to do, is be completely centered and in your own power, and then
that's awesome.
you won't take it on.
I love you for that, just
Yes. It wasn't me, it was Jemanja Sophia, or whatever her name is on.
Well, just
Paleo.
you're saying it right now. You gave it to us for her, so
Yeah.
I love you for her right now.
Yeah, it was, that just totally affected me. It was actually about like sexual stuff and not taking on sexual energy, but
I love that.
really resonated with it.
So I can do that, that's safe to do, that's okay to do?
Of course it
Just
is.
stay in your body. If you're,
It's-
if you
it's
stay
required.
in your body. and
It's
you're centered.
required to be
No, you say
human.
womb energy.
Womb.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
just-
well,
just
it's about
energetically
letting go
going
of
to your
past
womb.
lovers, so the whole thing is about clearing your womb space and like filling your womb
Healing your
space
sexuality,
with your
basically.
energy.
That's what I'm
But
doing.
just in general, that when you are centered in your space or in, Chinese medicine, they would call it the hara, right? Like the center in here, that you can't take on somebody else's energy.
That's what I've been doing for the past 3 days.
Can I just
That's
say how much I
amazing.
love you right now for this reason?
Yes, I need to
Wait,
see
for
that.
this reason, shush, for this reason, you just owned your power, babe.
That's right.
Wait, hold on. You just owned your feminine power. And that's something you're working on. As you are a healer, and I know you're scared of that, and you just step right in.
Girls got my back. And that's why I just messaged Tiff, girl, I got your back.
I have one more thing to add to that.
Love this.
And this is just to speak to the fear side. Whatever, if it does happen to land with them, it's not on you, it's on them. Because maybe they have a lesson that they're supposed to get from that.
It's true.
All of them.
And we're all
Because I've struggled with that a lot, and I realized, if they do take it on, there's a reason.
That's right. And it's their responsibility,
Yeah.
we're all responsible for our own.
And we're gonna do a session this week, so I'm gonna give you some more to do with that too, so.
Okay.
All right, babies. All right, I'm giving you guys a question here. It's 3:30, and we scheduled till 5. And I was gonna give you another technique, but honestly, this one was so vital. I just really wanted to take the time to really flesh this out, because a lot of information got delivered on this. You feel satisfied? You feel complete with that? Yeah. I'm gonna die.
You're not. Cancel, cancel.
Come on, David. Just kidding. All right, so I'd love to give you some practice time. So, take a look at who you wanna pair up with. I'm gonna do some shorter ones so that we can get a few of them in, because we gave you a lot of info today. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and Tiffany is 12.
Awesome.
Who wants to work with Tiffany? Tiffany? Tiffany?
Yes.
Would you be comfortable working with Tricia?
I do.
Sure.
Okay, because what we're gonna, are you,
I would really like to work with Tiffany right now.
are you okay? Now, we're gonna trade off, we're gonna switch it every time, so you're gonna work with different people. So look around the room and look at who you wanna work with, because we're gonna go ahead and get started. I think we'll leave the table here for right now, because I'd rather just jump on it. And so, pair up, go get your spot. Does everybody have your paperwork here?
Yes.
Okay, everybody's got this.
Do you want me to call her
Okay.
on my phone? Yes, please. Tiffany, Tricia's gonna call you on her phone, Kay?
I think we'll do
Okay.
10
I
of
don't
each.
have, what is she talking about, the paperwork?
Can we have
Oh,
like 2 minutes?
it's her peer
Then I wanna do it
processing
too.
cheat sheet.
Have it,
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
take a picture of it and send it to you first.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to have
You're welcome. Ciao.
And they're gonna get all bunch of.
Love you.
And then,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay,
sounds
good.
Jonathan, do you have yours?
Thank you. I just need to talk to Lori, Mr. Chris.
Yes, I will.
I'll be right back. Okay, okay.
He's good.
Is there any way that you could possibly touch base just to help me understand and I'm like, I'm in their space, and whatever emotion I feel like just. I love you.
Sorry,
it's
it's a
not,
couple
just looking the other way.
Oh,
Because
I
I find
do, as long as you're not sick.
I struggle with certain people touch me, and if I'm in the stage right now, to allow, as we're learning how to be good, peer processor, you know, to receive it. To assist others, the safety of not invading them.
Hey, you guys, hold on.
Thank you, Nico.
I want to give you your theme for this round. And I know some people went out, but did they go out just to go to the bathroom? Okay, good. All right, so this theme for this round, I would love you to talk about something you absolutely admit you love about yourself. I know we did a version of that last time.
Okay.
But I want full admission. Like, this is a secret, because I don't usually let people know that I absolutely love this about me, but I'm gonna go ahead and unveil. I'm gonna admit I love this about me.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool.
I got something cool too.
Okay, baby.
I don't have a partner. Would you not?
Come here.
No, I'm good. But
Yeah,
thanks,
like,
baby.
that what you really
Let
want
me get
to
some
deal
water.
with, how to deal with people touching you when you're not really ready.
Yes, for myself, and just for all of us, I just feel like all of us deserve to have training this done. Why do we do that? How it affects other people and how it invades
Yes.
their learning at
Absolutely.
that time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because yeah,
I get it.
I'm doing this from a nurturing place for others and for myself to get the lesson
I get it.
better.
Yeah, it's good.
Because, yeah, just that expression actually makes it less fit. It's too generic. It like kind of takes us away from what we're learning.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
I don't have, either, but it's so, maybe I can do it in this staff area over here.
So much.
So I'm gonna go in the staff area, so I can put it on speaker and listen to try to see it. Unless Laura needs to, which I don't see her right now.
Oh, yeah, it's, yeah.
Carol's my buddy and you're Miss Chemistry, and I was like, oh shoot. But after what I heard you say, I was like, I would hope space would just shift that, so.
Okay, did you hear what the theme is? To admit.
Love about yourself?
To admit something that you secretly have never conveyed that you love about yourself. Like really admit something.
Okay, all right, I'll write down there and call you right back. Okay.
Give me a hug.
I have to go outside and walk really fast because I've been on the verge of sleeping and I need to get enough sleep. This is all so hard.
Yeah, go there.
And
I'll
then
be
I'll
here.
wash and so I won't sleep.
It's okay, I'll be here.
You okay? It's okay. Alright. He lifted heavy boxes for me for 2 hours straight, like boom, boom. So I'm like, are you okay?
No, it's not so much about, I think it's more the energy going on here.
Oh, here. Oh, the lady energy.
I loved his comment about women, how many words. Like I Googled how many words.
Oh, that was cute. That was awesome.
All right, and you guys got the theme?
What do we love about ourselves that we're admitting?
There, something you're admitting that you've never revealed that you absolutely adore about yourself, what you love.
Oh, that I've never revealed?
That you've never revealed before. Yeah. So it's like sharing a secret.
Can you maybe have some background music? Is that possible?
Oh, and for you, my girl.
Yes?
To really practice not knowing and allowing yourself not to have to know. Just experiencing the energy of not knowing and just listening and seeing what their goddess comes out with.
You know what, I wanted to acknowledge you for, being instantaneous. When you got triggered by my voice, that was so helpful to me. Because, and also you pointed out, it sounded like you were defending. And I recognize that's really where the sharpness. People think that I think that they've insulted me, and so I'm, you know. And it's true. And unless I get triggered, I don't even know that that's there. So I appreciate that you did it instant.
Yeah, good. I will continue. Non-stop. Count on it.
Okay, I will.
And you got the theme? Yeah. The theme, okay. Admitting something that you've never shared that you love about yourself.
But I've never shared.
That you've never, well, or that you haven't shared a lot or whatever.
Yeah.
It has been helping our sisters know each other, so.
She only wants me when she wants me, she doesn't, she just discards me.
Whatever, it's hot, that makes sense, it's just me.
And it's 10 minutes each way plus now?
Yeah, 'cause I'm like really, wow, years, I'm kinda like, you know? No, I have a lot of them, cause I really like, everyone's chair, like I think it's really, I'm just like, I do, I think about you, and I'm just like, she's always like, you know, we're smiling and.
You got the theme, right?
I'm just like,
Okay, yes. To
Yeah.
admit something that you've never really shared that you absolutely adore about yourself.
Okay.
My little deviant selfish look, like.
Yeah, but I like it.
That you adore about yourself?
Wicked thought I was thinking.
I know, but it's like,
Lori,
it's interactive.
the last part of that?
Of the theme?
Okay, thank
Yeah.
To admit something you've never shared
What am I
that you
doing?
absolutely adore about yourself.
Help me out.
Okay.
So where are you working at?
Oh, yeah, Michelle.
Give me a hug.
Yes.
Let me give you a hug?
Did that food give you a food coma too?
Huh?
Did that food give you a food coma too? I just feel so like I did, because I only got like 6 hours of sleep.
You
wanna be a drag show, I was like, well,
That was weird, right? Still not, I don't have a fighting partner.
You don't have a partner? Okay, yeah.
partner?
No, I haven't found one yet, but it's okay. Wait, there was an even number?
There was an
It's
even
Joni.
number.
It's Joni.
Oh, are you okay with Joni?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is funny, 'cause I kind of thought I was gonna do Joni, but then maybe. And you always get her. It's not like I want her when I get her.
Well, I really love it. I'm jealous because my time.
I always want her. I'm like, damn it. Are you gonna do this morning before I got here? No, that's just for the greeting one. When we did each other. I love this place. Awesome. Straight shower. I swear it is hard.
Okay.
And I guess I still love you.
A little.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it'd be cool.
Okay, we need to pick another spot because he needs to. Do you have change? Before I
I do.
forget?
I do.
Hey, you like these chairs? I like these chairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I gotta get my face next. And I need to get used to the -37. So if you have one, that would be awesome. Okay, I gotta get a real chair.
Yeah, get a wheelchair.
I'm gonna get a real chair. Okay. I want.
You want me to get you some?
It's really fun. I know, I went to the massage yesterday and I'm like.
You want me to get you some tea? Some coffee?
Coffee and tea? No, I have.
I can only give you black coffee. Well, actually, I can give you coffee with sugar in it. That's the way Jonathan likes his coffee.
Okay, so they say, sit on it and twirl.
Sit on it and swirl, okay, we're gonna sit on it and twirl. Does anybody want me to get him coffee? Okay. No, no coffee.
Now, she did give us
Do you,
a pocket
Kellyanne, do you
stretch.
remember what the theme is? You're gonna work on.
I'm a mermaid, that's the
You're
thing.
gonna work on
I'm just kidding.
admitting something you've never shared with anybody that you adore about yourself.
What I adore about myself, oh, that's a hard one.
You wanna go visit Rico and.
I'm just fascinated that it's hard, that you told yourself it's hard.
Oh, good, 'cause we're fascinated. You're fascinated. Okay, fun.
Yeah.
Personal committing something internal.
Have you guys seen that meme? How do you do this kind of your pattern? Because if you look at all of it, then the men really offend you.
Yeah, well, you know, this girl named Dee, and this one girl was like, she said it like that intense, oh my gosh, and she's like, girl, I grew up.
Okay.
Alright.
Honest truth.
Yeah.
Big as it is.
Oh, when you were, yeah. Okay.
Okay, you want to talk or?
Yeah, Nico.
Oh.
Wait, say again? Sorry.
Did you pay the dues?
If you have any trouble, you want some support, raise your hand.
I just want to know
In the Arabic world, it's called jinn. And J-I-N. J-I-N. J-I-N is, the jinn and the genies are very similar, but the jinn is.
Okay, say this all again.
Okay. Genie and jinn from Arabic. Genie is somebody who can create
Tired, boy?
out of nothing.
Tired? A lot of work today?
Jinn are similar, but they
That's good.
possess.
But then a lot of energy here.
So when I become possessed by the jinn, I act different, because I have a different personality. Possessed by the jinn.
Is the gene okay? Is he gonna hurt me?
Just in Arabic, in the beginning, yeah, they're very beneficial. It helps you to shift out of your being and allow a different persona. Because you
Well, as soon as
stretch.
everybody gets started here, probably 10 minutes each, so
Right.
5 after.
Right.
Okay. He has a
And so
partner.
in the gym.
Nico, but she's in the bathroom.
Okay.
Who are you working with?
So 5 minutes in?
10. Who are you working with? Oh, Tiffany, yeah,
Which
go
is
ahead.
good, which is perfect. You gave me the skill of working with someone over the phone, and here's some practice, and I didn't even think of that when I said it.
love it.
That's great. Okay, so start now, 10
Yeah, go
minutes.
ahead.
I want to invite the gym.
We're gonna do 10 minutes
to
each with 2
show
minutes
me
up
how
and
to
up.
be.
Are we already started?
One
You
that's
can.
gonna
I haven't started everybody
model
because I'm
for
waiting for
me
Nico, but you can go
where
ahead
I,
and start.
cause I don't know how
No,
to
10
be in
minutes
that.
and then plus.
You understand what
2
I'm saying?
minutes
I do.
That's called, the genie is a genie, they're very often mixed with each other. But yeah, it's a genie, it's a spirit.
It shows me what I can do. Is that what you just
It's a
said?
magic
You don't like
being
any
that.
right?
Oh, it shows me where I'm not aware of or I forget or I.
It's
I said it shows me.
fulfilling your wish.
Right.
It's fulfilling your wish.
Okay.
So it's you choosing it, and it is showing you the way. This is how you get that.
Wow.
Okay? So my wish is I want to be gregarious and liked by everybody. The djinn is going to possess me and be that. So that everybody seeing me be that. I know it isn't me, but they don't. And so they start to associate that behavior with me, and that's what my wish was. My wish was to be okay. So it's kind of acting. Yeah, it's a powerful act. How to put yourself in the presence of that so that you can get the rewards of that. And a lot of times we are unconsciously don't know. We absolutely don't know.
How do you channel that?
Ask for it.
Oh, that's so simple.
I do love
That's
that.
so effective.
Because that's all that the
Especially
magician
since
or
it's
the
happy,
witch
it's fun.
does, is simply speak.
I like when I
Right?
started to
The
college
speaking
for 2
is
hours,
the
and I'm
creation.
like,
When you speak, it's creation. If you're conjuring, you're
not much
bringing
emotion
something
into
to
it.
you. I want
So I'm
this,
like-
bring me the money.
Wow.
That's called conjuring.
Well, that was because I was trying to make sounds so she would know I was listening.
yeah.
But she said something he did, and I was like, ugh.
Yeah,
And I'm
warlock,
like,
yeah.
because I was trying to interrupt. Their process, it's like the exercise we did, how you're supposed to do every time so you're not on their emotions, is kind of like.
Lori came up to us and said, you
Like,
know,
just
the
be a
theme
space
is,
and not-
share something that you
Like,
never
like,
share with anyone
like,
that
they-
you
she
adore
wasn't
about yourself.
feeling
Some
so
real
just
deep.
that about what he
Yeah.
did.
And then you can go
Right?
into the process, cause
Yeah.
yeah, we only have so much time to go into the process.
So like.
Do the process too.
Of course.
Oh, like this whole thing.
Yeah. We're practicing the process.
Are you guys going back and forth, or you're just giving her
Yeah,
a amount
if
of
I
time?
react that
And
way.
then you're allowed it.
Right.
That's why I'm.
Yeah, that's what I think we should do.
Actually, we were talking about genies and gins, but we just jumped into
Well,
the actual
we're
thing.
into that first section where we're setting the context, but then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's all I was thinking.
And I'm giving us enough time to where we can say like a half hour, so we still have 5 minutes. So for me, it's that, yeah. I can conjure the gin. If I don't know how to be that, then I want to conjure something that does know how to be that. That's a master of that. To show me how to be it. That's how I conjure.
No, good. Oh,
Master. The weakness I have, show me how to be strong. Show me, let me.
Go on.
Easy gin, and your higher self match that power brings you more powerful than ever.
I'm gonna say it like this. We are all inherited certain models. And that's where the patterns come from, that model. We're stuck in those patterns because we don't have an alternative. When we go to the elementary school and stuff, yeah, we get some models there, and so we can shift because we have different models besides models. Now we have teacher. Exactly, because the 100th monkey is once 100 monkeys learn to wash the potato, all the monkeys know. That's what we want. if I don't know how to be funny, then I'm going to conjure Master Jim Carrey to show me how to be funny. And then I'm gonna mimic and model at the modeling. I'm gonna mimic the modeling until I get it. If I don't have a master, if I have some crappy and I follow that model,
So it's
I'm not gonna get the result that I want. So I conjure the master. I conjure the master. Whoever is good. So if I want to find out what's inside my head, who do I want to talk? Sidney Trotter, Carl Gilbert, somebody from that dimension is who I'm going to conjure from the dust coffee to model for me how to be it. If you, once you see it, a child will see it. If they've seen it 3 times, they can be it. Okay? It's the same thing with us. But because we're stuck in our patterns, or we don't go there, we're stuck in our pattern, we don't even know that we can step out of the pattern. But once we do know we can step out of the pattern, how do I want to shift the pattern? Do I want to shift it for something worse because I don't know the model? Or I'm gonna conjure the master to show me.
Unless you've got her permission to share.
Good. Okay, so now, first of all, you set contact with me, share something you never shared before that you adore. It's because you've never shared it.
I'm getting thought. Well, I don't even know. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, like, okay. Do you want to know what's on my mind? Stupid stuff.
Okay.
Like, I adore that I'm gonna be. I don't want to be a sequel. That's the thought that I had.
Okay, good. So follow me. I call it thought current. Thought current is gonna take you where you wanna go. So just follow the thought current and let it show you where it's headed.
I adore that.
Now, I hear you saying that you adore that you're loved.
Yes. I adore that. Oh, wait. Oh, I adore that.
I am.
Wait, what do you mean?
You say, I adore that I am.
Oh.
I want you to own it,
Okay.
not project, own it.
Oh, okay. You're projecting that kind of stuff.
Well, if you say, I'm loving to Michelle,
Right.
it's like a barter for me.
Oh.
So now, it's like, I want to adore that I am loving, doesn't matter who,
Because this is about
you,
building the foundation of me.
right?
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Keep you internal.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I needed
Right,
that.
right.
Okay. I adore. I am a healer. I feel all this potent energy pour out of my hand constantly, all the time. And I constantly want to put my hands up to people, to rings. I want to put my hands on people. And
So it's natural Reiki.
yes.
It's absolutely natural Reiki.
And my palms and my hands have heartbeats in them. Pulses. Oh man, I'm getting fired up just talking about it.
Cool.
Okay, do you go now?
No, not till you're done.
Okay, well, I thought I did.
Have you ever shared that? So,
Yeah.
nobody else knows you.
And I wanna give it to you, I'm just not finding it. I'm gonna find it, it's there.
Okay.
Okay. Powerful.
On that part, Yes, and what I wanna say to you is shift your focus. Because when you say, oh, I'm afraid of doing something wrong, conjure. You see what you're conjuring when you say, oh, I'm afraid of doing something wrong, you're conjuring wrong. Because you spoke it, and it was your intent to believe what you were saying. So really.
don't conjure that, conjure my intent.
Conjure what you want, not what you are afraid of or what you don't want. What you do.
What I do.
Because if you ever go into fear, that's blocking you from soul. Right, correct.
Right.
Correct.
If I conjure wrong,
And I have a notepad right there, you can take pages out if you need.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna take you up on that.
Yeah, do it. Just turn the page and start the next.
Thank you so much.
But use blue pen, keep that on, but it's not my.
Let's make it three. Make it three. 3 minutes up and up.
Or fear.
3 minutes up and up. 3 minutes up and up.
Okay, the truth is, we have 3 minutes to So we're just gonna see if it's all right. I see that you, go out of body. And your identity is something that you allow to dump on you. And that's not who you are, but you own it as if it is. That's what it's about. From being something you're not, because somebody else expects you to be this. And just say, I'm not that. I ain't going. I'm this. Yeah. And I never encourage you. Force you to encourage you. Because then you say, oh, yeah, that makes me feel good. But it makes me feel like a thief. Because you didn't love you first. And I feel it when you project. See what I'm saying?
I do, it's so healthy.
Yeah. So I just want to help you. No.
This is hardcore.
I
know.
I'll help you if you do.
Right.
Because then you'll know.
The spirit's on it out and not so.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay. So, thank you so much. Okay. So you say more.
I want to get really clear what you're saying.
I think your personality on
Then created.
Search partners.
So I wanted to, I wanted to put in and I was like, I wanted to be
Search partners, love.
You got it.
Now I'm in my right.
Search partners.
Right.
Right. Okay, what's new?
This is wrong, so.
Oh, yeah.
So I can breathe in it.
When you,
I just didn't know it was
right, it's because you didn't conjure it, you didn't say so, you didn't believe. And that's because you're modeling.
I have a problem with the word believe. It's hard for me to believe. But the word create, I can grasp how it is.
No,
Okay.
because they're not the same.
They're not the same.
Belief is something that you just accepted because it was told you over and over and over. So you actually believe. A belief is philosophy. So that's why it's okay to have beliefs as long as you're flexible and allow them to shift. Not all beliefs will be helpful, but you do want to shift the ones that are.
Right.
So not all beliefs are bad. Some beliefs are bad, because I believe that if I forgive, bad. Because my conjuring of reality comes from all beliefs and conjuring.
Okay, okay. Believe and conjure is
Kind of in a way, yeah, because you cannot conjure something. If I believe that I'm not going to be because I believe I'm fucked up things. That's what my antenna is put out. Anything I believe, that's what my antenna is put out. Whether it's conscious to me or not. Yeah, then what I receive is what I'm putting out. If I'm putting out, I'm a piece of shit, that's what I'm gonna get back.
That just changed my whole.
Okay, so if we're probably not gonna get to the project, I want to do my, I want to tell you that I've never told anybody that I'm really proud of. I'm really proud of.
All right,
Ran away from the family situation as often as I could, to be in nature, we love the insects, so be running away from my family, going to nature, is what helped me to create my perception of myself as God. Because I learned to love in that space in a way that I couldn't learn in my family dynamic. So I took myself out of that and taught myself this. Which was really hard because you always pull back into it. So that really, really young, running away from the false beliefs that were trying to be dumped on me, and living nature and experiencing nature naturally as because they look like a lizard. So cool as you go out and hear them. And when you see them, they look like a lizard. They don't look like a frog at all. And so that was, I think that was that life That's all. Just acting, that was kind of set a context so that we can all kind of feel each other's body, feel each other's confidence, safety that we're building. I experience your godliness out of your dad, you experience my godliness out of mine. See, that's what we're doing, is establishing that connection, safety, to actually speaking truth.
Like, just being able to have the self-awareness and then, like, cause I think it's not shame, it's not guilt, it's not regret. Like, that's just like, such into my passion for myself. And so then it was self-love. And then I trust
You know what I'm doing right now? And
the excellence of that is really all about
Okay, so what I wanna do right now is I want you to be the talker, and I wanna be the listener. We don't know how much time she got, so we don't have a lot of time.
Anyway,
So, talker, share what you need from your partner, how you want me to respond to you, so that you feel free. So if you're telling me something, you're feeling something, I will watch you, so you kind of look at me to give me some feedback or encouragement or something like that. And for you, however it is, okay, if you're listening to me and saying something, I'll look at you, and if you go, no, fine. If you go, what you're gonna do is coach me how to respond to if you're the talker.
So, I can see everything he was saying, and it was him.
You wanna feel like you're being heard,
all him.
then what you need from me is a response like, okay,
But then I was also able at the end, I said, go my way. I didn't go into like meetings about it. I did the best I
Alright, I need to express something. So it's like, or I got it, or I hear you, or some kind of acknowledgement to you, because I didn't have a voice when I was a little kid, and I know how gazing works. That's not gazing is not, I have to speak something. So if you need me to, if you feel like you need some response from me, that's what you're gonna tell me. It's okay for you to say, or I got it, or here it is, or being, or whatever. You wanna create that way for me to respond to you, because this is not a dialogue.
It's not a conversation.
No.
It's not a talk related.
Right.
So do we do both? Like, do you look at me for eye contact and
I will listen to you, and if you need acknowledgement from me, whatever it is, see what I'm saying? We're signaling each other, creating a signal system, so that you can feel safe saying what you're saying.
So, I need to say I got it, and especially since I actually
Open up, babies.
Okay.
3 minutes, open up, darling.
So basically, we're just gonna kind of put you how it works.
But yeah,
We can do it.
which Sean called me out on.
But, so what we do is we say, okay, what's happening in my life?
And MA did that.
So,
Well, there's a three.
you're visiting Trish and you're having
We're gonna
whatever.
say, yes,
That's what you do.
I thought you either probably.
You wanna state that outside, up front. That's it for context. Then you go, and then we're interested. You know what I'm saying? That's the process. This, what I'm showing, that's the process. And then.
And also too,
And then it's supposed to be up and down, so I express myself, and so I guess, I can really forgive him for that, because, I'm over it. I just got over it. So now he's not gonna trigger me so much.
So I was like, okay, what?
See what I'm saying? So the energy's gone, I can go,
Right.
you know, I come from shifts because of this expression.
Alright.
That's why we're having this.
And then Nancy.
It's because when I,
And then he's like,
then it's me releasing that energy. So that when I see him, I go,
Venting. Song venting.
in a way, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then what do we do after that?
Then when you're done venting, again, it's called pumping out.
I was
Now you wanna return to the context of what's new and good. So you can look and say, stuff in my life really is new and good. And go back, take the cycle back to the new and good. That's what the up and out does. Up and out takes you back to the new and good. Because we established that context. So now we're just returning to it. Now that I vent it. That's the coolest thing. Woo! I mean, see what I'm saying? That's definitely okay. But as long as you understand, and as long as I can model for you how it works, see it in the mind, I'm a visual learner. If I don't see it, then I can read, and that helps. But if there's a model, 3 times, and I got it. Just like any show a little child something 3 times, they got it. As long as you show it to them correctly.
So I'm really glad this is I feel like spirits are just
who's the boss? You? Sarah? He doesn't have a very strong accent. I don't hear it.
I'll tell you.
This guy's actually
It's really hard. I'm not.
And actually, the guy that I just thought, that is, I just have a little. But anyway.
I'm not.
Why are you speaking up?
I'm not the only one. There's tons of us. Yeah. Right. And in your life, I thought, yeah. So you wanna be like me. You wanna get what that is. You wanna understand. You wanna feel that.
Okay, babies, come on back.
That book. You want your page?
I think that was the most positive I've had.
What I hear you say
I'm waiting for everybody to hear it. I hear it, you hear it, there's a few people in here that don't hear it.
That was so amazing.
I thought it was good.
Thank you for the reminder.
Are you okay calling Tiffany back? I just have a
Say it.
Can I get water fast?
Yes.
Okay. With my move that I need to respond to quickly. My kiddo over here.
I love it.
I liked it. I know. That's so funny because I totally read it earlier and then
I'm including it. I'm including it.
see what it said and like how cute that is, but it says that even though like I looked at it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I didn't get enough sleep last night.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know like that's my chair.
Hey, we're here.
By the way,
No, yeah, it's just, I got another one.
chair.
I'm gonna get another one.
Cause that's like one place that might not do enough
And it's not like almost like minus 10 pounds. Not saying anything yet.
I remember the first time I
I'll do what tomorrow.
I just was like,
That could have been even bigger disaster.
And like.
Do you want me to rewrite mine,
just
Lori, now?
sad. And I like.
You want my stuff?
Like,
Because you can't read my name or my email.
She's always like that.
And we're gonna write me the postage check?
Yeah.
All right, my darlings. So. Do we have napkins here?
Yes, there are clean.
Sorry to laugh at that.
Thank you.
Funny. It's all good. We're laughing with you. Well, I dropped my beanie in the garbage at the bar last night. I'm like, all the places
Oh
for
my God.
fall.
What do you mean, baby?
Nasty.
Dumpster dive.
It was just sitting on top. I was like, I didn't put it back in my head.
Yours?
Gray one.
That's
That's my one of my turquoise ones.
Oh.
Yes, I'm like, I like
So-
my space clean, even if it's only for
See? It's great. So, wait, I'll go get the dog.
That's not me.
That's right
I
here.
don't have that. I don't have that down with the flower and everything. I'm like,
Joni, that's crochet.
no, I don't have it. I used to.
Isn't that nice?
Yes.
So Honestly, too much fun, huh?
We always use those in our acupressure class at the end of our session.
Yeah, yeah, that's lovely. So I want you all to look around the space at each other in silence. Except for laughter. Yes. All right, so now, we are basically gonna go ahead and talk for the rest of the time, because I really wanna get you out on time. But I'd like to hear from each person how that experience was, and if you have any questions about it, because you brought up some really important questions, and I wanted to address that. And so I'm gonna probably laser it up a bit, so that everybody gets a turn, and we get out on time. So, let's start with you, Mary.
Wait, can you make that face again?
She has the cutest expressions, honestly.
I realized that I love a lot more things about me than I thought.
Really?
Wow. So I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna say. I guess I'll just go with this. And then I was like, wait, there's this. And oh my gosh,
exciting. I love the whole expression, right? I don't know what I'm gonna say. It's like, wait. You are adorable. Yeah.
Super awesome.
And there's so much to love.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, should we just pick who wants to go next instead of going around? All right? Zen.
What I loved about this is I got to do with my bestie in the whole world, and it was really for us just about connecting, and I got to share a really magical moment that happened last night, which I would like to share if that's okay. So I've been having these experiences where I'm stepping into my dream, like from my dream game. And last night was one of them, and I went and saw Boyz II Men.
Woo! Did you really?
I did.
Did you?
Oh,
Wow.
So like 31 years.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to see this band. And they did the song Shining Down from Heaven that they do with Mariah Carey. And it was so magical because I was feeling it for one, and I was letting myself feel it really deeply.
Nice.
And I'm bawling, and then I have a flashback, and I realized when I was 11 years old, I was in my grandfather's shop because I used to run his shop for him. And I was watching Mariah Carey and Boyz II Men on the TV do that song. And now my grandfather's on the other side. So I was talking to him during that song. It was
how happy.
Powerful.
Good girl. Yes, clapping from heaven. Oh, it's awesome.
Welcome. So, when I started the fear processing, I went to my sensitivity, and I'm so sensitive, and I love animals, and I cry, and I'm sensitive, and then, like, really it was, I mean, kind of things that I already knew, and then at the what's the ending called?
The Up and Out?
Yeah, the Up and Out. That's when I got it. I just said, I'm strong.
Oh, yeah.
I am strong, and it might not seem like I'm strong, and people might not. Oh, am I scaring you? People
Tony, do not stop. Oh my God.
Tony, I think you're getting funnier.
Yeah.
So it was amazing.
Yeah.
And I realized that that's so
Yes.
true, and I'm sick of the sensitivity.
Well,
I mean, I can be sensitive, but it
you're
was
sick of the imbalance. That's all. The
Yeah.
imbalance, because you're both.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was something I don't admit it because
Oh, I love this.
no one in my I don't have anyone in my life that would no, there are people that would say that, but my sister, they're just I created a family system that's like, oh my gosh, with her, you know, but who cares? So that was really awesome, and then it came
That's
to
awesome indeed.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Oh, yeah, honey.
We want you to scare us more.
Yes, Trisha.
Yes. Scare us with yours.
Come on, Jody. Hungry for you.
But then what came out was when Sarah said, "Oh, you can talk about a movie or something," and I said, "Music." I said I have my mom's piano. I used to play dance classical, and I just I can't wait to play again music. The arts make my heart sing. I've done compositions. I'm like, Mozart. Oh my gosh. So that was the end. But at the animal thing, we had a huge connection. So I feel like and I feel lighter. But now I'm starting to feel the heavy.
Okay. Open your eyes and look at me. Oh, keep laughing. You don't have to shut down. I just want you to be present.
Yeah. All right. I'll do whatever you want.
Come back. So you are talented. You are alive. That is a testament to how strong you are, with everything you've gone through.
Yeah.
Your sensitivity saved you, in spite of the fact that it actually cost you. And you are
are so gifted. I can't wait till you get what we get about you.
Really? Because I feel like people think I'm crazy. No.
Well, those people do.
Who
cares? But
You're crazy, Joni.
But please
Yeah.
remember, projections.
Yeah, I think I'm crazy.
Those people that think you're
Oh, they're crazy.
projections.
Crazy
because
fun.
because over the generations, particularly because of the imbalance between the genders,
Yeah.
the you know, at one point the matriarchy, and then it went into the patriarchy, and then there's a lot that, you know, threatens men, not you, but obviously not you, that threatens men that are shut down, really not able to access heart and soul, that get intimidated by the access women have to emotionality. And so then they label that as crazy because they couldn't tolerate it.
Yep.
So anyone who thought you were crazy was jealous, first of all, but also intimidated by the fact that you have access to this aspect of yourself that they don't. They got shut down. So you're not the crazy one here, honey. Just so you know, those
Really?
people, those
We are.
people that, not you.
The men.
Out of that category. You are man, I acknowledge,
Right,
but
right.
still, I'm talking about the shutdown men. But particularly the people in your family that were projecting their insanity onto you because you were an easy mark.
I was the emotion in my house.
You
I
were,
was
you
the
were holding
only-
the emotion for everybody. That's what made me insane.
That'll make you
Well,
crazy
I-
for sure.
Same because I was the only one that yelled and cried.
Yeah.
I expressed it for everyone.
And they couldn't, so then they put
Right.
that on you and you accepted it. So do this, go like this, close your eyes and pull all that energy out of you.
Out of me?
Out of you, all that projection of crazy out of you, and give it to God. Give it to the earth and give it to God. Because the truth about you is you are so strong that you could tolerate all of that put upon you, and you're still here.
Yes.
With a heart and soul and talent and mosa. And you are definitely a talented woman.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So nice to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so nice to see you.
It's like to be here.
And you're hysterically funny. I mean, also, I can't wait till you step on that wise guy stage with me.
Gosh.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Like this she is, like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Anybody else? Anybody else? You're adorable. All right, who's next?
Thank you.
Wait, lots of love, honey. Lots of love.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'll go. So
Yeah.
proud of you, Joni.
Yeah. Who's good? Okay, yes, me go.
I just freaking loved that. It was so positive and awesome to acknowledge little fantastic things about me that I totally get and I've taken for granted. And not only that, just acknowledging, but then enhancing and being like, oh my gosh, my shit really doesn't sting.
That is so true about you.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
If
yeah.
there was only more of me.
If there was only more
Right.
time.
I duplicate, I make several of me
Yeah, if
throughout the
there's
day.
only more time to fully,
Wow.
completely and embrace and acknowledge all of you, right? You got,
Oh, wow.
You are definitely.
Wow, just freaking awesomeness.
Yes.
And then as I was facilitating my partner,
Listening.
listening, just being me, I got that I get to listen and hear and emulate and connect with and be taught from him. And then also the other things I didn't relate to, I got to commend him for, like, you freaking rock. Yeah, well, you still rock in the other way too, because you just taught me. But I got to get that as I'm listening, I can connect, or I can choose to let that be his own little bubble and his own process.
Mhm.
It was really amazing.
And you can just witness it with
Yeah.
amazing
Right.
appreciation.
And create safety for myself
Mm.
and for him. He
Nice.
definitely felt it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely still amazing.
Oh, you really are. You really are. One of my ultimate goals in doing these reviews is to watch you all strut your stuff.
Yes.
Like literally just like own it and just shine. Awesome, so good. All right, who's next?
There's an angel in my stuff, I just wanna share.
Really? That's
Yes,
awesome.
she's having manifestations over here.
She's making angels out of her salad
Oh my
dressing.
gosh.
Walk around the table.
All right, show everybody.
Share with the class.
Show and tell, show and tell. That's so awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I love how she said that too. There's an angel in my stuff, I just want to share.
No big deal.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Oh, she got an aura.
I was
Check
just
it out.
gonna say, yeah, she's like going around basically.
And you have to go around again, cause I don't see the aura.
Right?
Yeah, over here again.
It is a big
Didn't see it before.
breathtaking.
No words.
Oh, gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah,
beautiful.
No words.
Beautiful. All right, who's
So
sharing?
blessed.
Show me again.
Who's sharing? Sarah?
Art feel.
Wait,
Okay,
wait,
yeah,
is
yeah.
Sarah sharing or is she
No, she did.
stretching?
I'm sharing.
And stretching.
She's got a blush shirt on.
All right.
Okay, so I really resist positivity of myself.
I bet.
And it's super hard, like even as I'm saying it to me.
Close your eyes for a second and just breathe. So I wanted to speak this and I want you just to let it in as you keep breathing. What we said earlier today is the truth. When you have been traumatized to the degree that you personally have, it's not an easy leap to the positivity. So much negativity has been put in you, put on you, that you have put on yourself, that you literally have to work your way through the muck. You just have to take a lot of time to keep clearing out all that pain. You will get to all the positivity, but you don't have to push right now. You can just notice that this is difficult for me because you've probably suffered more than most in here. You, Joni, and Mary have suffered more than most in here. And so you have permission to absolutely be with where you're at, okay? And it's still painful. So we're happy you're alive. Okay, and share from there. Here's the Kleenexes.
And that's true, and that's what I kept getting critical of myself, because I noticed I'd go to the negative to explain the positive.
That's okay. That's what you gotta do right now.
But just know like the beauty in all the pain,
Mm-hmm.
and really being able to see how it was a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of being consumed by my story, owning it, and last night was the greatest example.
Yes.
Watching how much I have effect on people.
Yes.
And to actually see them and to let them be seen, and just feeling super blessed, and the gift, like I was telling Joni, it's like it has felt like a double-edged sword. It's like caring so much and loving so much is what saved me, but it's also what destroyed me,
Of
because
course.
I wasn't able to love myself enough to love myself enough that I was even able to. So I feel like this is the deepest I've ever got, because most of the times I feel like I do, like, oh, I like my eyes, or oh, I'm good at this or that. But this time it was
You
like,
went in.
I connected to parts, like, I was telling her when I first started, like, the moment after I realized I had to stop doing hardcore drugs. Like, I started from 12 every day to, like, almost 18. That's my whole life.
I get it, baby.
And to wake up that day to realize, okay, well, are you gonna live or are you gonna die?
Yes.
Because you've been killing yourself slowly.
Yes.
And to be able to feel that that was the will to live and the gift to be able to show up, and that was the moment that really changed everything, to be able to get me to this point. And I always saw it as something so negative, so to really come back and see the whole pattern as really just blessings and getting me to this point. And then even comparing from a year ago to from when I started this, like such a huge, like, lifetimes of healing in only a year.
Yeah, stunning, really.
And so, I mean, and I can still feel that there's so much more to go, but there's actually hope. Like, it doesn't feel like I'm climbing Mount Everest and I'm just tiny little piece. It's like I'm on Mount Everest and I'm breaking the shit down.
I'm so proud of you. That's so good. It's so good. So I just want to say this to everybody. So wherever you actually are at, if you can give yourself encouragement instead of the feelings of I'm not doing enough or I'm not doing it right, that's really going to help you along the way. Because remember, that little innocence inside is really wanting so much to be safe. And every thought we're thinking and every word we're speaking, every act, that's who's listening. And so you want to always be the helping hand to her or him that says, I've got you. I've got you. And for you, what I would encourage is that you also, in your sessions, whether it's pre-processing or empowerment dialogue or adult meetings. Sorry. God, I'm mad. That's what I say. I am, after all, 69. Okay, back to.
Can I have that?
Love you. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm talking about. That's it, like. Because my whole wise face was about the fact that I'm 69, right? It's like, you know what?
You're alive.
What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Gestalt dream work. So any sessions you do, if you can say to her inside, I know what you went through. I am so sorry. You did not deserve that. You just came in as a strong enough spirit to stop the chain, to break the chain. You came in to heal this, and you walked through it so that you could know from which you speak. So the greatest healers are those that go to the depths of hell and come back from that, and can actually take anybody anywhere safely there and back. So let her know, I've got you. You get to be exactly where you are. You want to kick and scream and pound and smash, you do it till you're done.
When you say that, it reminds me of last night, and I've noticed it since I've stepped out into my spiritual gifts. Like when I give readings or something, even when it's really good, I feel this urge, like I'm still, like I'm bad and wrong, and I have to avoid them. And so is that just from her not feeling safe?
Yes, yes, because what I know now from those people that I now know who have suffered satanic ritual abuse particularly, let's see, we want to see how it's part of that programming that happens to those innocent kids that go through that is the programming that's put in there is anytime you start to feel hope, it's taken away, and it's a bit of torture actually, and so then you learn to not want and to not hope and to not go toward the light because it's just going to be pain. And so that's why you want to go to her and say, I know what you went through, I know what you are experiencing, and I just want you to know we're going to get through this. We have support now. So you encourage her. And you let her know that you have her, and you're not alone. Okay? And you can, I don't want to see this one yet. Okay, no. But, good girl, so proud of you, because I know how big this is. This is not an easy path to walk. But that's how big your spirit is that you walk.
Sherpas.
I know, yeah.
I saw something else. Mount Everest.
Stab your eye.
I'm just like a not. I don't know.
Nepalese.
Nepalese.
Yeah.
I actually have quite a few people that I know from Nepal.
Wow.
Wow.
Awesome.
And Thailand.
There you go. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Tricia.
That was really cool to do with Tiffany and just to set the intention and listen for both of our greatness. I was really glad that you said that because then it wasn't a dumping session.
Yeah.
So it's like set a positive intention
Yeah.
with it. I really appreciated that intention, and so her and I both went back and forth with what safety we wanted, and it was very different. So I thought that was interesting too. So I set it up for myself, like I'm gonna brag and say what I'm upset about and how proud I am of myself that I am doing that, and then I'm bragging about it, and so we both were able to speak our highest context for the world.
Nice.
And that was like amazing, like I wouldn't have even thought that I could use peer processing for this.
Oh,
I just thought
for
it was all
everything.
for the shit, you know?
No, no.
So I'm like, oh, it's for the positive too, and just what I shared, the accomplishment that I have in Movement to Mastery last year is that I actually have an international business where I'm transforming people globally now.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a pipe dream for me.
No.
I have a guy in, I pulled it up so I could remember the name, in Mauritius, which is outside of Africa, that I coached this past couple weeks ago. And so it's like, I'm really working with people all over the world, and
Hold on. Try breathing.
I just,
And
yeah.
look us in the
Yeah.
eye as you
Yeah.
own,
Yeah.
I'm really working with people all over the world.
It's hot, my body's all hot.
You gotta let that in, honey. Yeah.
Global bliss, baby.
So that you can get it, 'cause we get it, so that you can get it. Okay. So for those of us that talk fast when we get scared or excited,
I never do that.
it's because we are so much, and it feels almost bigger than us, but it's not. And the safety comes in really being in it. It's not slowing down, it's landing. It's landing into the experiencing, so that we can actually be in the experience of ourselves, right? So yeah, continue.
You know, and I was able to hear her global vision and what she's accomplished, and, you know, just support that intention, and that I have tools that can support her at levels I didn't even know she needed. And so, that was, like, it just showed me when I did peer processing, like, almost a year ago, when you taught it to us, and Renee and I kinda like, like, you know, made all the mistakes or whatever. It's like, I kinda shut down with this tool.
Sure.
Instead of, like, I really am getting from being here, hearing it again, how valuable it is,
Yeah.
and where I wanted to stop, where I need to keep going.
And
So-
also, you're saying something really important, so you really do wanna try different partners. You want to try on different people to get where this next level is gonna be the right fit. So that you can actually take yourself to the next step and the one after that, and that served you then. But now, you're growing beyond that. And so you want somebody that you can go play global, you know, star with, right? So, yay, so proud of you, honey. Ooh, you are amazing.
Powerful.
Yep. So I just wanna say for everybody to hear that this woman has immense female power, which is very much about manifestation, attracting to abundance, and, precious, and, and she is about to manifest a new home.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Is it okay?
It's,
Because-
now I'm okay with it.
Okay, good.
I shifted it.
Okay, good, good. And so I just want us to witness her. This woman has a capacity to manifest that is beyond. And I just want everyone to hold that with her, because she wants to embrace it and to integrate it. And I want us all to help her get this. Absolutely. Forget who you are, honey. No doubt. Nothing but faith. That's right. Oh, that's a new one. Let's do that.
Yeah, that was.
That's fun.
That's a tail wag there.
Definitely right. Yeah.
That was the kindergarten applause.
That's awesome.
Our inner
We
child.
have- Yeah, inner child applause. We have all kinds of applause.
So wagging your tail.
Darling. All right, who wants to go next? We're running out of time, so I'm just, okay, move this. Kellyanne.
It's okay, thank you. I just love each and every one of you on a very distinct energy signature. Each of you have a very, very unique energy signature, and I hold you in such high regard, and I always want to just express something to you, but it's just inappropriate in the moment, someone's talking, and my heart's so much more bigger now that I know you guys, and I'm so thankful that you welcomed me into your life.
And talk about how much you love you.
Mhm.
So if you only say
Talk about
that-
how much I love
just so you
me.
know, if you only say that, it rings hollow until you can own loving you. See, what I need you to get is that you get to express all that love if you can own your own love. Otherwise, what you're doing is giving it away, but you're not here. You're giving yourself away, and we can't receive it until you can let it in. So you need to own loving you every time you want to give it away. That balances it for you, and for us, then we can have it. Because otherwise, you're giving and we're taking, and that's imbalanced. So
Right.
now, own your love for you, so we can let in all the love you have for us.
My energy signature is exquisite.
Delicious. Great word.
I feel exquisite. I
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
That's
How was
the
that
only word
peer
I need.
processing process for you?
With you?
No, peer processing when you were doing the partnership with, who were you working with?
Oh, Michelle.
Okay, and how was that for you?
That was profound. It was amazing
Okay.
because I was.
What did you admit that you love about yourself, that you adore about yourself?
Okay, so she helped me realize that what I do is a very sacred thing that I do. And I felt wrong in doing it. I felt wrong on a really, really, really profound level. So sometimes, to love you guys more, I do this thing where I pretend that all of you are me. Like, you're me, you're me, you're me, you're me, you're me.
You get it.
Oh my gosh, that's perfect.
You get
Well,
it.
no, this is why I do it. I do it so that when you're talking to me, I understand what
We
the fuck
are
you're
all
saying.
you. Yeah. Every one of us is
Okay,
you.
so my understanding grows. So if I pretend you're me, and I like imagine you talking to me like you're me, okay, then my love just like, and my understanding just, and my unconditional, like, my intent, my energy that I'm putting into you is gonna be like, exponential. And so I felt a little bit wrong about that. I felt like that was a desecration a little bit.
Not even close.
Right? I'm like, I don't even, and Michelle was like, okay, well, you're conjuring the wrong. You're inviting.
You're making up a story that's saying it's wrong
Right.
instead of
And
just
so
embracing
it's
It's actually so
I have to
profoundly
conjure
right.
that it's right. So
Good. So then,
that's what I was scared to admit that I do.
So what is it about?
You're
that-
scared to admit that you're
so-
brilliant?
Yeah,
you're amazing. That's
Hold
like
on.
so cool.
Hold on, so what is it you admitted that you adore about you about that? See, this is the key, you guys. What did you admit you adore about you in that?
That's the focus
I
here.
admitted, I admitted the actual like activity that I do, that I pretend that you're me.
What do you adore about it?
Oh, I didn't do that.
Well, do it now. I'm asking
I
you.
just realized that.
Yeah, so what do you adore? See, I keep bringing you back to the point because.
Am I that awesome, Lori? Am I that awesome?
Stay with me.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I want you to really land. I want you to get this, okay? What do you?
You're not gonna hurt me.
No, God, no.
No.
What do you adore about that part of you? Yeah, there you go.
That I'm so deep in love.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That I marinate in it. That
Mm.
I'm constantly in love.
Good.
Constantly in love. Constantly and choose to be in love.
Now close your eyes and feel that inside.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, I just saw me. I just saw the higher me. Oh my gosh.
Now see the innocence.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Keep breathing, and now see your innocence.
Okay, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, keep breathing and feeling.
It's okay.
And then see your innocence, see your little girl. See your little girl inside.
Sorry.
Is your little boy okay?
He's in his own. He's in his own world. And he's used to me. I do this all the time.
And keep breathing. And see your little girl inside. How old is she?
There is no little girl.
No, I want you to go and find your little girl. Find her. How old is she? Youngest age that comes in.
4.
Okay, I want you to see her right now, and I want you to tell her you love her.
I love you. I love you, Kellyanne Melissa Kayo. I love you.
That's
You're
right.
precious. You're beautiful. You're a honeybee. You're a butterfly.
Lauren?
You have beautiful, beautiful
I've
red
got a
hair.
potential
You have
bookkeeper
peaches
coming
and
in
cream
minutes, so
complexion
I
and
gotta
freckles
go.
all over your
We've got
face.
like
And you're
6
at the
minutes.
beach and you're a mermaid. And I
I'm
love
just
you and
saying
you're
she
worth
could
it
show
and
up
precious.
early and just, if we can keep the screaming to a minimum. I don't wanna freak them out.
Welcome to our world.
So, Kellyanne.
I can't do anything else, Gary, but be real in this moment. I'm so sorry.
Kellyanne, open your eyes. Open your eyes.
Open your eyes, yeah.
Thank you. Be with me for a moment. Thank you. Oh, make your eyes a little bit more present with me. Thank you. Breathe and relax. You're doing just fine. Stay with me. Stay with me. You're doing just fine. You are.
I have to be real. I have
And,
to be real.
and stay with me. Stay with me. Keep breathing.
I have to be real.
You are real. You are real. So stay with me. Stay with me.
Please let me be real.
You are.
Please let me be real.
You are real. Stay with me. Come back to me,
Please.
honey.
I just want to be real.
Come back to me.
Please let me be real. Don't yell at me for being real.
Come back to me. Come back to me. So Kellyanne, nobody is yelling at you. Nobody is yelling at you. Stay with me.
I want to be real.
You are real.
I can be real.
Yes, you can.
I'm giving myself permission to be real.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I offend you. I'm just real.
You stop.
Choose
Stop
me.
the stories that are running in your head. Look around the room and notice that nobody is judging you. Nobody is judging you right now. Look around the room. Look around the room. Look at everybody.
Yes, they are. Everybody's judging me because I'm real.
No. No, sweetheart. Look around the room, and I want you to notice. I want you to notice that people have love. People have love.
I can't look in their eyes.
Okay, all right. So just
No, I'm gonna look in their eyes.
good. Look in their eyes. Are you okay that I'm touching you?
I just want you to give me your real. It's because I want to be real. I feel like I'm gonna faint.
Are you okay if I'm touching you?
You can do everything you want to me.
Now close your. Now look at everybody's eyes, and look and see the love. People want you to be real. People want you to be safe.
You do.
Yeah.
We love you,
Yes,
Kelly. We love you, Kelly.
I'm not sorry that I
love you.
yelled. I'm not sorry that I'm being me. I'm not sorry.
No, you're not sorry. And Gary did not yell at you, just so you know. He just came to
No.
communicate that he has an experience that's coming. We want to honor that too. So we're just
Can you
doing.
put your hand over here?
Yes, I can. Not on your boob, though.
No, not there.
Well, there too. What the heck?
Emily, oh God.
Yeah, just be with everybody.
Did this just happen?
Just be with everybody. because I want
Oh
you
my
to-
gosh, Joni.
I want you to know everybody wants you to be real.
Oh my gosh, Jay.
Yeah, everybody
Okay.
wants you to be real. Nobody's asking you to not be real. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
You're
okay.
And you are real. So you
Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys are unconditionally loving me right now.
Absolutely. Love you, baby.
Yeah.
Thanks for showing
Oh.
expressions when the rest of us can.
You say. Nobody's here hurting
Do you guys really love me?
Oh my gosh. Hell yeah, we do.
Yeah. Okay.
Even
Joni, you're not Joni. I wanna
Even-
say Joni.
Even Gary loves you.
I know, Gary. I feel so much love for Gary, so it's all good.
It's all good. Yeah. He just doesn't want his new bookkeeper potentially to be freaked out.
I love that you just bring it up.
She won't be freaked out.
And breathe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Lori, I'm real.
Grab a seat.
Okay, I'm okay now. Y'all do
Grab a
whatever
seat.
you want.
Grab a
Alright.
seat. Okay, so, let's give her some love.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Look at us.
I'm real.
Look at us. Look at us.
I'm real.
Yes, you are.
I'm real.
Thank you for being real.
And in being real, you are loved. You have a 4-year-old inside that needs you to give all of the love you want to give us to her. Okay? So that's what I would love to give you as a possible assignment, if you'll accept that, so that you can start to give her permission to be real. Okay? Yep. All right, who's next? Because
Thank
we're
you.
running out of time. Okay.
I don't have a ton to say about my experience in general, but just the thought that, like I've been thinking this morning and yesterday, how so many people on the outside.
You mean the
see-
Buggles?
The Buggles, yeah. It's like they, and I mean, maybe this is my own misinterpretation, but it seems like they don't want to hear your successes so much as your sorrows, right?
Because
And-
we're ground. Yep.
And so, like, when you talk about, like, what's going good, it's like, I can tell, right, oh, great for you,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
And
it's
so, it's just, like, so, and I've said this 1,000 times, it's just so wonderful to have this space with soul tribes.
Yeah.
The soul tribe that
Yeah.
celebrates
Amen,
our
baby.
success, that allows us to go through our process and
Yeah.
can just so hold us in the vision of our highest self so we can grow into that.
I'm so proud of you. What did you adore about you?
My self-awareness.
Yeah. Yeah, good girl.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Maybe they've got me shaking their camera. It's like the kindergartner.
I want to give you, but I didn't want you to shake it.
Okay, so we've got very little time, so who hasn't gone yet that still wants to go? I'd love to hear from everybody. John.
So for me, it was most, I have another question too, but for me it was intelligence and wisdom and
Yes.
smart.
Yes.
And the thing is just, sometimes I feel that I get lost in it.
In your wisdom?
Yeah, or like I'm sharing, talking about it, and they kind of almost having a discussion about it, not really bragging or talking about something, but mostly okay, so I learned this, and this comes with this, and this, and that. Then kind of just immerse in it.
Okay.
And then I guess it's the idea of like, okay, I can hold that space for you, but then at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, feel that I'm get lost in it, and I.
So then, your question is, how do I not get lost in it, so I can actually stay present with the process and?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More-
So, what I get for you is that you could do a lot more of this too, so that you can let yourself have permission to keep getting lost for a while. Because interestingly, out of discord comes new order. So the chaos theory, right? And so, for me, what I pick up with you is that there's a part of you that became a shield, because you are brilliant, and you have great wisdom, but you don't have the connection to it in a way that you have permission yet. So as you start to travel the tracks of your innate abilities that way, it's almost like there's a part of you that goes, oh, I don't know if I can keep going here. And so you start to energetically pull in, like you're trying to shield yourself from, it's a push-pull, because you are that brilliant, but you're like, oh, I don't know if I have that kind of permission. So that's where you get lost. So keep doing peer processing as frequently as you can, so you can go through that process of going towards and then pulling back, and then going towards and pulling back. And now I'm lost, and oh my gosh. But you will pop out the other side if you'll keep going through it, okay?
I have a fear of not coming up as snobbish or stuff.
Then go ahead and be snobbish in your process.
Yeah. Okay.
In your process.
My buddy.
Okay.
In your process, not in life.
Okay.
You don't have to walk into Movement to Mastery and, like, thumb your nose. Peons.
Drop the mic every single time.
Yeah.
That's right, guys, I'm here.
That's you actually could do that with some of us. But in your actual peer processing process, go ahead and take that to the nth degree. Here's the thing with this process. Take anything you're dealing with in any direction as far as you can take it, because you want to come through it to the other side. You want to get the sweetheart message, the sweetheart request in any of it, okay? So, you know where to go. All the way in and all the way through. Hello, darling.
Yay, Jay!
Okay, who's left? Who wants to go still? We have a few people, right? We've got Ellie and Michelle and,
I'm just observing. I'm just
okay, so
enjoying it.
you're not gonna take a turn here? I would love to hear from you, but I don't.
Of what I shared?
Well, of your peer processing experience, what you found you adore about you.
Oh, at first when I said that, oh, that's easy, I can find something, you know? But then it was something that I hadn't already told somebody else, like a secret. And I was like, well, kind of, I don't know, I don't think I have any secrets really like that,
I adore about me.
But the one thing that I said that I adored about me is that when I am dancing and I am in the zone, I have absolutely no fucks what anybody else thinks of me. Nobody else is even in the room. Nobody. There could be hundreds
like nobody's
of people,
watching.
and nobody is there. And I'm straight. It's just me and my higher self. It's like we shoot off to outer space.
There
and
you
play.
go.
Dancing on Saturn's rings. You know.
There you go.
And
That's
I love
awesome.
that thing about me.
Yeah.
It's like no one can take that away from me, and I don't care. And I don't even know if I dance good or none of that. None of that even matters.
Yeah.
It's just being with me and my little girl playing.
Yes.
And I love that about me.
Oh, I'm so happy. That makes me happy. I think that's the part of you that we all get, right? Because you are the zone. You really are. You are in that energy integration that is just so. You're like I can't think of words, so I just have to do sounds. But you are like.
Thank you. I resonate with sounds. So yes.
Okay, so it's an energetic. It's definitely an energetic. So awesome, babe.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good job,
We
Allie.
get you. We get you.
Which I get to do tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Where
are you going?
I'm going to Barbary Coast, which a band that I love
Hold
is
on,
playing.
we've got one more person and we're running over time, and so, Michelle, did you already go?
I didn't, and I just want to kind of bottom line this.
Okay.
What I got was by expressing the energy, it helps me to shift my state of being when I choose to.
Oh, good.
So it's like, okay, I have this thing with my neighbor, I want to kill it. And then next day I see him and it's like, I kicked your ass yesterday. You know, so I don't have to kick his ass today. You know what I'm saying?
So true.
It's just, so it gets me to where I recognize I can shift my state when I choose to shift it.
That's right.
That's why it's powerful.
I love it. And I'm really curious, curious for you, because of what you shared with me yesterday, at the meeting the other day. So do you feel ready now to start to reach out and do some peer processing outside of this particular arena?
Yes, I
Okay.
told you my brother's a rager.
Good.
And I want to be able to create this space for
Yeah.
him to rage.
How about with anybody in here that you could also get some support with
Michelle and I are hitting the bag at my house tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, but I'm talking about an actual peer processing regular practice. Any chance that you are open to that?
I'm open to that.
Okay,
I'm
good, so you're
open.
starting to feel some possibilities with
Uh-huh,
that.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm
that's-
willing,
yeah,
I'm willing.
okay.
Cause I
So-
really want the feedback.
So I'm gonna, I wanna pass this around so people can take a photo of it and then you have access to all of these. Cause that was a great idea, thank you. And, I'm a little nervous cause it's not really clear, although some people did make some corrections, so I'll pass it around and if you want phone numbers, take a picture. And then I wanna talk about a couple things, so, Zen and Ellie brought up a really interesting point that I wanted to communicate, so, about gossip. And so they were saying, hey, if somebody is talking smack behind somebody's back, we get that gossip, but what if they're saying something really positive? Like really communicating something they love about somebody, and is that considered gossip too? So here's a rule of, this system. You don't talk about anybody's else's stuff at all, ever, not even to them. You don't even bring up their stuff to them ever, because if they have energy about something and you bring it up to them, you might put them right back in their energy. And so you are, this is total respect. This is, we're gonna allow you to do whatever conversation you need to talk about, and we're gonna honor and respect that to the nth degree. We're talking the highest integrity here. So they get to do whatever energy they need to move, whether it's celebrating somebody or dissing them, and that's their process. That's their experience. We don't then go and tell anybody anything about anybody else ever.
Right.
Okay,
Ever.
that's,
Right.
that's confidentiality to that degree, okay? All right, so that point was made. Does that handle it for you guys? Clear? Okay, good. All right, the other thing is, our lovely Rita, who was so exhausted that she drove off without her phone, which is still plugged in over there. And she lives in Orem, and I'm just asking.
Oh, I'll give her.
Okay, great, thank you, because I have her address written down. I emailed her saying, hey, just saw your phone, and I'm gonna find.
Do you know where she lives?
The address, I do. I have the address there for you, and I will pull it up for you right away, as soon as you pass my stand back. And she didn't reply, so she must be asleep, but I have her address so that you can drop it off for her. We're just wrapping up. that.
Screaming, laughing, my God.
Gary, Larry.
Actually, on the weekend, whenever people wanna scream, just get one of the little pillows.
Oh, and then put it
because
over them.
when the
Oh,
office people
yeah.
come by,
Yeah.
it freaks them out.
Oh.
If they complain enough to Betty, we'll get kicked out of here.
Oh, darn.
Hey Gary, you look really handsome today.
Thank you.
I like your belt and your jeans.
Adorable?
Styling, Gary. Little casual look.
Looks like
Thank
you
you.
guys.
What's
had
our
an
new
okay
name for
day.
him?
Yeah.
Gary Berry?
Yeah, we have a new nickname for you, Gary.
Gary Bear, sir.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Gary Berry? It's the spirit of.
Okay, and there's a couple of people I need payment from, so
There
just
you
talk
go,
to me
Sarah.
at the end. You're gonna write the check and you guys, and, yeah. And you can make arrangements.
Send it
with
on
them.
your PayPal right
Well, I
now.
don't want a breakthrough, I don't mess around, I've got Lori tomorrow.
That's right.
Oh, boy.
There you go.
Do you hear that?
What?
What kind of music is that?
Shit's got to get did.
So it's a band called Ginger and the Gents, and she, I don't know how to
Oh, this
explain
is
it.
at Barbary-Coast?
Yeah.
Ginger and the Gems, that
She's-
sounds like fun, huh?
She's just badass. I don't
Oh,
know.
we
She does a
like
lot of
that.
different colors. Like the one song that like I fell in love that she did because it was like a cover was she did Prince, and she loves to do
Ooh.
Prince. So I don't know.
Oh.
It's kind of
And-
rock. Most of it is rock.
And she's
rock or
doing
like
like,
It's rock.
like Prince, like the guy that died?
Yeah.
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 The
And so-
artist formerly known
oh,
as Prince.
yeah.
Once again known as Prince.
Was he
Boston?
But now on the other
Evil
side.
Kings.
But there is a band afterwards called American Hitmen, and they're super rock.
Okay.
And I don't dig them, so I'm probably gonna leave it after that.
Well, because
Okay.
I was thinking about coming up to, because my favorite blues band's in town at Hog Swallow.
Oh, I love Hoswell. Who is it?
It's Tony Holiday and the Velvetones, but they were playing with
Yeah.
Stone Fed, who I've never seen.
I've seen the other guys. They
Stone
are good.
Fed?
No, the other one.
Tony Holiday, yeah, they're just in town right now, so
Yeah,
we were gonna drive back up. but I don't know if I'm gonna be up first, because I'm here like 5 times this week.
Rita's in and I'll get her phone. Okay, and so we're gonna do a group hug, and then we're gonna put the tables back, if that's okay with everybody, help on that. And before we go, I would like to let me just tune in here, I wanna wrap this up. I would love to hear from anybody who wants to, but not all at once. You don't all have to do it. What do you love most about me?
Oh, wow. That's hard to come up with one, Marie.
Your absolutely, your uncontainable ability to create safety and gentle and freedom to actually go deep. It's just, I've never experienced anything like it.
Wow, thank you.
I want to be like you when I grow up.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Can I go? Of course I can.
Of course.
I absolutely love it that you have gone through what you have to make you this safe and to know how to talk to every strange Nico that's out there, or any unique personality, however tough or hurt or
Tender, yeah.
yes, all of it, and you can like, well, this amazing bridge, this connection that you create that I have never felt before and experienced, and you are just like a real life angel.
Yes. All right, I'm filled.
Yes.
Oh, okay, Bernie, share, if you have to, if you must.
Awesome. That's right, turn it in. I love how in tune and intuitive you are, and I'll second the safety that you allow me to be exactly where I'm at, and you know how to guide me to where I'm at, and you shine such a bright light on us that we can see our own.
Yes.
And you just have the most playful, addictive, like, I wanna be your childhood playmate, let's go play on the jungle gym, and be timeless, ageless beauty, and, just the total safety and authenticity and true healing I found with you. Life-changing.
Genius. Thank you. My heart is so full. Oh,
One more. So, I love the insights that you have and how it's catered to a specific person. At least for me, it's kind of like it's so specific to the point that brings all the questions that open all the doors that I even thought it was there to open. And thank you so much for those insights and to bring that to me and showing me things that I didn't even think I could.
Yeah, awesome.
So thank you.
You know, I just want to say to everybody that's spoken, own your projection. You can't see it in me if it ain't in you.
That's good, because I have another one.
I definitely want to hear from everybody, but I also recognize the time, so if anybody really must leave, please feel free. Anybody who must share with me, please do.
I love how aware you are of everyone that's here and everything that they're feeling. Because you can be talking directly to someone and still tune in that somebody over here might be feeling like, oh, but me too, and like, you too, me too. Back to you. Just like so in tune to everyone and their needs, and so able to automatically fill their needs.
Absolutely. That comes from all the work I've done. All that inner work really worked. Yes. Go ahead, Sarah.
I'm not gonna cry already.
Go for it. Oh, yeah. There's Kleenex.
You know this is a cry town.
I know.
Come on now.
I know I've said it before, but I can't say it enough. Like, the first time I saw you was literally like a fresh breath air for my soul.
So cute. Pressure.
I know, I was gonna say it. I just want to build the moment. I loved it. Absolutely.
Is everybody fresh?
But really just the safety, and then just
just she knew exactly what I needed and the space for me to get that deep. I don't believe I could have gone that far without you. And it was literally the day my life began. The day I got to connect to me in my heart. And literally, that's the greatest moment of my life, and there's no words to express it, but I literally got myself back. And I was scared as fuck. And you made me so safe. So safe.
God bless us all, because you just have to know. Every one of us has the potential to bring people home worldwide, because we are here for a purpose. We're in this together. So, yeah, do you work? I mean, I was serious about it. I was crazy. I had a psychotic break. People don't always come back from a psychotic break. I split, and I fought for my life many times. I was dying in 2012 from, my organs shutting down. So do everything you know to heal, so that you make your walk in the world real, so that you can bring anybody and everybody that God puts in front of you along with you. That's all we're doing.
She's
Right?
doing it again.
Yeah.
That thing where you connect to everybody.
Yeah. Yes.
I love it.
Lori, what I love about you is the space you provided for my family to heal.
And that my babies were able to be in my awakening
Yeah.
and witness my breakthrough.
Yeah.
And that I've done about 15 more with you.
Yeah, I know.
So that you understand me on a very deep level, so that I can go inside and go back outside.
And help heal the world.
Yes.
Yeah. So somebody somewhere along the line called breakthrough leaders midwives to souls.
Yeah. That's what I was just thinking when she said that, you were the midwife.
And so I invite any of you that feel called to, consider that. That's a powerful position to step into, because, it's a privilege. Thank you.
And if my babies were here, Abby would be
Running
running up
right
to
over.
you,
I
hugging.
know.
Here we go.
Sure did.
I
love it.
There's Abby's love.
Trisha, that was so precious.
Oh, I forgot you said that. I appreciate that so much, though.
That actually brings me to
Giraffe
my point
power.
about one thing
Right.
I absolutely love about you.
Yes?
Is I love your strength when it comes to your boundaries.
Oh, I'm clear.
And I am embodying that. That is
Yeah.
part of my journey.
Yeah.
So whenever you tell me one of your boundaries, or I see you put it out to everybody,
Yeah.
it adds more strength to
Oh,
me.
I'm so happy.
Because in so many times we think, oh, we can't speak up for ourselves, or we don't want to hurt other people's feelings. And you say it, and you embody it in such a loving and caring way that still doesn't take away from who you are. So your strength is something that I admire intensely.
Oh, I'm so happy.
So thank you for that.
Yeah, that was hard won, because I used to be a pushover in a big way, so I had to learn some hard lessons on how to say no.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah,
So
me
thank
too
you.
now. It's pretty easy now. So for a year, well, a few years back, I don't remember how many, but when I was really still dealing with a lot of the sexual abuse, people would come up to hug automatically when I'd walk into the space, and I'd be like this. Like right in their face, nope, I'm
Yeah.
not hugging today.
Yeah.
Until they got it, and then they were like, oh, okay. So people learned to ask me,
Right.
are you hugging? I can hug today. And so I've really had to learn how to be really real with people, with myself.
Right.
So I could be real with people, so I could be authentic with everyone. And as the healing continues, then of course I don't have as much pain, I don't have as much angst, so it's easy to be a lot of love, you know.
Thank you for
So.
providing that safe space so
I'm
that I
happy.
can learn to embody that
And I'm
as
so
well.
happy to pass it on, baby. Yeah, indeed. I mean, honestly, I can honestly say, everything I suffered in my lifetime is worth this.
Beautiful.
Wow. Are you gonna let that in?
Yeah.
That's how it tuned you
She's coming out.
Great. But so cute. It's like, finally I can admit it.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
That's adorable. Oh, you're so
Girl.
cute. I never want you to not come and play. That was
Yeah.
a double negative,
Yeah.
but it means I
Yeah.
want you to always come and
I
play.
love it. So Lori, you're such a natural, incredible healer, and I've always felt this shamanic energy that you just are. You didn't. I mean, I don't know if you've done whatever shamanic, but
Lots of stuff.
you have. But it's like in your soul. It's not. And when I've mentioned to you like how amazing you are, and you say, well, it's because of what I've gone through. It's not.
That's who I am.
But it's. I mean, the things that you've gone through have maybe like connected to your gifts, but I don't think it's that. I think you were born. I'm stinking.
No! Don't go there.
I really can't express how.
You're doing it.
How, what I'm expressing.
You're expressing beautifully. Keep going.
Okay, 'cause
Yeah.
I feel like it.
No.
Oh,
No,
well,
you're
so
doing
I just
beautiful.
want to acknowledge you that it's, so many people go through so much, but they're not all you. You're just like one in a million.
I like this. I can actually get this.
7 billion.
I actually hear the faulty thinking in myself because I actually do think it's because of everything I've gone
It's
through.
not.
And look at you owning your gifts, girl.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 You.
I told you she's like Chantel. I told you she's like
I know you
Chantel.
say that. I'm like, and I know inside it's just not.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. I'm gonna own that now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for helping me get that.
Wow.
Johnny's power.
Takes one to know
Good
one.
job.
Own your
Totally.
projections.
Oh my gosh, this has been a really good day.
So wait a second, is the camera?
She canceled.
Oh, she canceled.
Oh, miss
Yeah,
her.
she wasn't able to make it.
But she did.
No,
Has
she's,
nothing to
yeah,
do with
she's
Let's do
feeling
it.
us.
Yeah. All right, so we can be.
She's already
Except that
hired.
this-
She's already gonna be
Okay,
the
good.
bookkeeper.
All right, good.
Yeah, I just wanted her to come at the end to meet all my nuts.
Oh.
See, Spirit's totally a nut.
Oh, good.
Yes.
I'm a mound. Thank you.
Oh,
Spirit
that's
gave us
awesome.
a safe place to play today.
So, this is,
Can I just add one more?
Okay, yeah.
It's along the lines of what Ally said, but a little different. I also loved how you always ask for us to acknowledge you.
I do.
And acknowledge like the gift that you are, because for me that is it's so hard for me to even admit I'm a gift, let alone accept
Right.
compliments from other
Yeah.
people. And I mean, to ask for that is so completely out of my comfort zone. And so it's the same thing. It's like you hold that example of why can I not ask for this?
Right.
And like just how you're like, okay, and here's my money, and it's just so easy for you. And so that's been something that you've really helped me see how easy it could be, and like if I could get through my blocks of like
Yes.
asking for what I deserve to be paid.
Exactly.
And
And that
asking,
you
and
deserve it,
people
yeah.
saying, I want to hear you say I'm awesome.
You're gonna love this then, ready? So, oh, wait, I need all your attention. So, ready? On that note, was the value you got worth the money you paid?
Oh my
In
gosh.
space.
Gold.
Yes.
As always.
Yeah.
As always.
Yeah.
So much.
See how easy that is?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
And
baby.
she gave me the example, so I did it for my birthday party. I asked everyone
was
to
so
acknowledge
good.
me with what they loved, and it was so powerful.
Oh,
Because a
my
lot of
gosh.
the things was like
Everybody
I
should
didn't
do
even
it.
remember,
Yep.
or it didn't, realize that it had such an impact.
On
so.
that note, we ought to start doing birthday months. So that we can have everybody that's born in April now coming up, have a birthday night, and we do that same thing with everybody.
I'll
Because it's-
host.
Okay.
I'm
good.
April.
Well,
There we go.
Let's bring the
Okay,
cake.
well, we have to look at our
Yeah,
calendar
yeah,
and
yeah.
see, yeah, because it really is so good to have everybody give you love like that.
Plus it's so fun.
And it's just fun. And then she did a movie, and we could do that, or we could, dance, we could do a dance
That
night.
would be dance,
you know,
karaoke.
on-
My birthday's
on
in
the
May.
karaoke. We could do all kinds of fun things.
Oh, May,
Because
baby.
one of the things I love about this,
No,
and
what
here that
about us?
I'm getting,
Exactly,
is
right?
that we can play together.
Yeah.
You know, I know we can all remember.
We can do half
We can
birthdays.
actually, work in some like
Not
celebration.
so.
Yeah.
Well, and it's kind of like you're the people I want to hang out with.
I know.
Right?
Right?
Because I hang out with other people now, and I'm like, I kind of just need people that see me.
Hey everybody, it's Rita's husband.
Yeah.
Hi Rita's husband.
That's cool.
Tell him that Emily's gonna take her phone back to her.
Emily actually